personally think that Inteleon's got to get swapped, but I guess we'll see what happens when we get into game number 2. MVP award is going to be awarded to Overlord. It certainly has quite the collection of these, I believe, in a case somewhere. And a Luminosity Overlord with a very impressive Charizard game. Running that Curse Bangle, it does seem to be one of the most common items on this Pokemon. I think in days of old, we saw a lot of energy amplifier on Charizard because of how powerful its Unite move is, not only to get it back more frequently, but also that damage boost as soon as you use that move. But these days, it feels like that anti-healing item becoming a little more important throughout this metagame.
Right, which is kind of funny because we are seeing a lot of times like no healer comps, but being able to choose it, of course, after the draft makes it all that much more important, and that was a perfect example there. We saw, oh yeah, wow, interesting first ban on the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, I believe they did this last game as well. So the history lesson done on QT Dig. I was curious if they were going to go after any specific member that QT Dig was able to pick up in their drafting phase, but this time just going to be sticking to same old, as QT Dig did pick the same side of the draft going into game number 2, and will be taking the Charizard away from Luminosity.
All right, that's a pretty heavy commitment for a first pick, but the Ho-Oh being gone is going to mean that we are going to have some different drafts overall. We'll see what ends up getting picked second. Ooh, the Blaziken. Blaziken, I feel like, always goes under the radar. Always going to be one of the strongest Pokemon, one of the most impactful Pokemon. Yeah. But picking up pretty early, and definitely a strong pick that we've seen from Luminosity for years.
It also is kind of giving me the impression that Luminosity Gaming is very okay playing into a potential Serena. At this point, you have such an incredible Serena player in Overlord, as well as having a chance to ban that Pokemon away. They still feel confident in their drafting phase. They are going to be leaving that one on the table. Overlord instead choosing Blaziken, Slash, and Trainer, returning to their picks from that game number 1 into Zoroark and Snorlax.
I think the draft is looking great for Luminosity. It's very similar to what they had before, but just, I mean, at least as strong. The other side, though, it's still looking quite good. I still think the Zacian was a totally fine pick. Yeah, now we're going to be giving a little bit different of a matchup, most likely. But overall, I mean, Hoopa's great. Oh, okay, interesting. The Trevenant on the bottom. That's a defender that we haven't seen, I feel, for a little bit.
Yeah, it has not had a frequent tournament, at the very least. Yeah. Only a pick rate of 6% in our event, and now Luminosity is picking their attacker Pokemon, and the Pokemon that I said I would like to be swapped out of QT Dig's hands is now going to be selected by Luminosity Gaming. Wow. So, Curios is going to be equipping the Inteleon. There is a few less Pokemon that are more able-bodied to body block this time around, like the last time they had the Suicune, the Snorlax, etc., and even the Armarouge. Right. In this situation, QT Dig do have the Trevenant to absorb some of those hits, but I think the Hoopa portals might be one of the more important factors to try to play around some of these snipe shots.
Right, yeah, I mean, all those Pokemon that we're body blocking are still on the side of Luminosity.
Right,
so,
exactly, yeah.
So you don't have to worry about them on the other side. Plus, of course, we just know how strong heroes can be on, well, on every Pokemon, if I'm being honest. This season, I insert Pokemon name here, but especially on the Inteleon. It's kind of cool to see him go back to. On the other side, though, I feel like they're going to have a little bit of a slower game. Obviously, we did see kind of the inverse last time. If you're going to pick something like Charizard, you are going to need to wait until a little bit later in the game for your full team's power, which Luminosity did great. But the problem is, if Luminosity, now has a stronger early game comp against a weaker early game comp, and they still play just as well in the early game, that might be tough to get going. Yeah, they're going to have a few obstacles to overcome in the early game, of course. I'm looking specifically at Hachi on that Espeon. Could be a strong contender to get maybe even an early KO, or at least some pressure on this bottom side against the Sobble. We're going into game number 2. Reminder, single elimination all day too long, meaning that QT Dig need to run 2 games in a row against Luminosity Gaming if they want to stay in this tournament. LG on match point. Right, and of course, the North American last hope, so they definitely want to move forward, continuing to represent. Right now, though, it's looking like this is probably not going to be a path that's going to get too much done against each other. There's going to be, especially once we see the evolution of the Eevee, there's going to be some decently high damage, but I just feel like until at least we see some assists, we're probably not going to see some, well, I was going to say super aggression. However, just being able to run forward, help with maybe some of this clear / actually getting out there pretty cleanly.
Yeah, taking a decent amount of damage, but they are going to stay in the fight. It's only a Phantom to kind of threaten them on the other side, so if they can set up for a big play, they'll do it. Trainer in position, but a couple of Pokemon on Luminosity Gaming side are going to fall, and Hachi picking up that KO streak of 2. That early game monster in Espeon already showing its face. Stored power, so powerful at chasing down these Pokemon no matter where they end up.
And something that we didn't really get a chance to talk about is Teacher going into that center area. Very different strategy than we saw in the last game. That was a little bit scary. You know, that first time that you're pushing down, you're going to be a little bit weaker than a level 5 Zoroark for sure. But they played it pretty safe. They made sure that they did not get caught out.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we do have Suisho going up against Overlord, and this time the levels are much more at parity.
Yes.
Zacian versus the Combustion at the moment is a lot closer, where they're taking a bunch of damage. Hayatobi getting a stun in. Curios has rotated towards the top path. An exchange of knockouts as both the Blaziken and the Zacian go down. Hayatobi likely also to fall, putting Trainer at even higher KO amounts in this game. Never mind, Otter taking crit.
That took a really long time. That was a weirdly long time. But honestly, if you can hold on before you KO somebody, that just means they're back later, right? If they're not gaining anything. So that is kind of good in its own weird way. Just barely getting out of there. Slash has been very sneaky this entire game. Very slippery.
Yeah.
Hard to catch. Teacher, though, looking pretty scary. Double buff coming down to check on this Tier 1 goal zone. However, again, they just don't really have the pushing power, so it does seem like they're playing a little bit safer on the side of QT Dig. They don't have to worry about basically failing the early game, though. They've done a great job so far of staying pretty much at parity the entire way, and being level 8, higher than anybody else in the game.
Pretty massive. Slash gonna push in, but we'll find a Wood Hammer Trevenant holding them in place. Trainer LGC taking a fight against the Zacian. Suisho defending this goal zone has the chance to portal down, but instead is gonna be receiving backup as QT Dig gets some scores, finally breaks the silence in terms of that on the bottom side, and has the opportunity to rotate to the top side and defend this goal zone.
Oh my gosh, so many Pokemon just appeared out of nowhere. What just happened? No, of course, that's the Hoopa. But that was certainly a jump scare for the side of Luminosity Gaming, as they are going to lose at least one member. Still, though, it's the XP share member. Bacon has been defending for 6 years on that pad, goes back through the portal. They're going to continue to survive as Teacher will be finishing off that Reggie Alecki. So great defense enabled by the Hoopa. LG still pushing back, but immediately Trainer's going to be going down. Slash extremely low, trying to wall everybody back. Overlord low is going to back up. Curious backing up. These Hoopa portals have been everything.
They've been so phenomenal for QT Dig. It's been very, very impressive. They have held Luminosity Gaming to 0 points in this matchup, and the first set of objectives both fall in their favor as well. Reggie Alecki and that basement Regice. So important for this team to be pulling ahead. Luminosity Gaming now in a very rare occasion of playing from behind.
Well, one thing that it has to be worried, has to be taken care of by QT Dig is the fact that there is so much secure on the side of Luminosity. We've seen the ability to kind of rip and flip in the previous game. Oh my goodness!
Nice shot of
wow, that was beautiful timing. But yeah, they have to be careful. Obviously, there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of secure on their side. So when we get later into the game, that could mean a lot. Currently, Otter trying to back up, Snapshot not quite connecting. Still just mostly the poke game coming out from Luminosity. They're starting to do pretty well catching up in levels. We do still see Teacher 1 level higher than everybody else, but 3 level 10s on the side of LG.
Yeah, they're doing all right in terms of levels and experience. I think they have the opportunity very soon to swing a team fight in their favor. They're starting to get some Unite moves online. But QT Dig already at that pace. Charizard Unite, Hoopa Unite, Trevin Unite, all of these phenomenal team fight opportunities for them to utilize. And Luminosity Gaming is going to have to be so careful and execute extremely well. Here's a Charizard Unite move already in a 1v1 as they found the Inteleon hiding in the tall grass. Curious out of this next fight.
It's actually a huge KO for them, but they're going to be pushing all the way into QT Dig's center area. It's going to be a win there in that fight for QT Dig for sure. A few points in, 30. That's not a small amount, but
it's also the first time they scored.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Unfortunately, that's their first 30, as there's an attempt to get more points in up top. Bacon, once again, being this kind of bastion for the team of QT Dig, doing such an amazing job of surviving in all of these fights and really holding down this top path no matter what is happening.
Yeah, looks like these two players on kind of Regieleki duty, a duo fight going on up there, but Suisho gets a ton of damage in. Slash takes so much, does have the Unite move to buy a little bit of time, is trying to get Overlord space for this overheat secure. It's pretty early, but all of that stored power damage landing into the Regirock kind of sets up Overlord perfectly, and Luminosity Gaming finally gets an objective in their favor.
Right, I mean, that's basically what I was saying earlier is once we get later into this game, they're secure. Once everybody's there, the coordination between is going to be very, very strong. So we've got to be careful at Bacon, though. Landing some nice wood hammers. This LG's starting to get pretty low. Unite Hoopa, or Unite coming out from Hoopa as they get frozen. They're going to be trying to chase Overlord all the way up. They will get that KO. The Teacher's going to hit level 12. Huge win in this team fight, I would say, for them. However, they're still there. It looks like maybe that was a little bit aggressive coming out from Hoopa. No, they're not going to quite go down. It's Trainer will be able to at least pick up one in the trade.
All right, the Phantom Force combination will send them all the way back to base with the portal. So Trainer only able to get one. Zorak not able to find the Hoopa within that exchange, but it does look like Luminosity Gaming is going to be first to the Regieleki as they arrive. Already start getting some damage done, and Slash and Otter there means that QT Dig is going to have a really hard time finding the space to even show up at the objective.
Well, Teacher is creating the space, burning a hole through their wall, quite literally, as the Unite's coming out at the 3-minute mark. Wow, immediate burn down. That's huge.
The Blaziken takes it. I believe that was Overlord's burn damage from the Blaziken that secured the Regieleki as Overlord's Blaziken was all the way on the bottom side of the path. And now Curios is turning this Rumpelstiltskin style into gold, as this will land into the goal zone. Is going to be primed for a very solid overdunk. It's 50 points scored from Overlord, and we're going to be watching the highlight reel of Blaziken's goal scoring animation. Accidentally picked up that 5. That was scary.
Yeah. Big mistake there. Terrible play from Overlord.
Yeah. If we're going to find something to critique, we'll do it.
Listen, it's been a few years. I need to find something bad to say about him. Accidentally picked up the 5 points. But no, that's actually really, really evening things up. QT doing an amazing job of, despite the fact that they gave up a lot of XP there, they're still ahead. They went and they farmed while we were watching that little score compilation, as we're the only one level 14 in the entire game. It is still going to be Teacher. How they deal with Teacher is going to be the biggest part, I think, of this final team fight. Curios, now is going to have the control of the Pokémon. Oh my goodness, that was nearly a 1K. Oh my gosh, the entire backline is falling to water. That looks like it was a third hit as well.
I mean, one of the toughest things about playing that Hoopa is if you were incognito a moment ago, if that sniper shot damage lands, you need to create a portal, which does show up on your opposing team's minimap. So all of a sudden, now we have kind of a major focus Pokemon of the other team to try to chase down. Bacon does grab Slash, but block off cooldown is able to walk out of that danger zone.
Bacon going down so quickly, and LG is taking their time to move in. They do have the point advantage. They know they have the point advantage. It doesn't look like they're going for a burn. Like I said, they do have the rip and flip opportunity, and we know that if they see an entire team not present, they will potentially go for it. They have in the past, but at the moment we're really split up as Teacher kind of uncontested alone here in the center area. A nice snipe shot to hit. Curios, I really feel like carrying this game on his back, doing an amazing job landing every snipe shot.
And the difference between this Inteleon games 1 and 2 is Inteleon has positioning in this Rayquaza fight. They can play so safe, and any time that QT Dig wants to move into the pit, they have to give the information of where they're located away. But here we go, Bacon with the first engage, but an amazing Espeon Unite trying to set up the rest of the team.
Ooh, and Espeon allows them to go back through the portal. That's a really nice usage of the Unite. Curious United trying to get away in the back line, and unfortunately goes kind of back in, gets KO'd. Slash extremely low as well. Rayquaza about to get taken down, and it is going to be LG able to take it. I'm not sure who got that last hit, but probably Overlord. Yes, Overlord. The secure too strong. They forced that fight situation, the flip situation, exactly what they wanted. They had the backup there of Otter as well. And you don't need that many more points when you're already in the lead.
And that is why you draft a Pokemon like Blaziken, a Pokemon like Suicune. When things get risky, even if they find their way in, a Pokemon like Blaziken, piloted by Overlord, is going to have the unstoppable ability to get that secure North America hometown crowd popping off for an LG win.
Hey, it's the last chance for North America, and that does confirm we have another region in our top 8. One more chance for us. I mean, still great stuff to QT Dig. They played extremely well, but that means we're down to one representative from Japan, one representative from North America, one representative from all of these regions. I mean, I'll list them all out, honestly, before we throw to break, because it's crazy, but amazing stuff from Luminosity. This is looking better than they played yesterday, in my opinion.
So much so. I think they weren't pushed too hard in the drafting phase. I think they got a lot of the Pokemon they were looking for, felt very, very comfortable. But I think what looks so much better is just their incredible game plans around the Rayquaza battle. That final stretch in the 2 minutes looked so much cleaner than it did yesterday. I think that's where things kind of went wrong for them. On the other hand, it just today looked flawless. Very, very impressed with their gameplay. QTD will exit this tournament in a very impressive top 16 finish, making it out of groups no easy feat, especially out of the one in which they were in. Luminosity Gaming have earned a spot at minimum in top 8.
All right, yeah. I mean, honestly, the biggest strength in my eyes of Luminosity is when they know what their win condition is, they are very good at playing to that exact win condition. They always think about it beforehand, and when they get to that spot where they're like, this is what we chose this comp for, let's do exactly that, it works out perfectly. And once again, I mean, I got to give huge shout outs. You can see a perfect KO snipe shot right there to Curios. Has been my favorite player maybe on the team for a while. Just able to really do his own thing no matter what. And back up the rest of the team in such amazing ways while being a damage dealer. It's very, very nice to see, and such a big reason why they won this huge fight.
Oh, that last moment of the replay we just witnessed is one of my favorite parts of the defensive ability of Snorlax and Suicune together. You saw that Espeon Unite caught both of the Inteleon and the Blaziken midair. Could be so dangerous in another situation, but an amazing power nap. Gets the crowd control, a Suicune follows up, slows down anyone's chase. Overlord going 2 for 2 on MVP awards. This time, Blaziken with 53,000 damage. Slightly lower on that one, but a very impressive game. You took the big one, you knocked out the big green dragon.
Yeah, maybe the biggest one. But really good stuff. I do have to say, if there was one thing, I do think that LG got really free drafts in that set. There maybe were a few more things that we could have seen QTD try to take away from them, but they just, LG looked comfortable. And they do play a kind of unique set of Pokemon, so a lot of times it is kind of hard to balance everything that you want from them. You know, if you start prioritizing other things like the Zacian could have gone instead to them. So it's really, really tough to actually deal with that. But I mean, hey, great stuff to them once again. And you know, I'll list it out. Sorry, I've got the bracket down here in front of me because there's so many different regions, right? So we've got LATAM South, we've got Brazil. This is just within our top 8. We've got North America, we've got Korea, we've got Japan, we've got APAC West, and we've got LATAM North. I forgot which one I already said. So that is 7 regions out of our top 8, and we are guaranteed an 8th.
We are guaranteed
a 100% split. 8 for 8 in our top 8. That is amazing.
It's incredible. Yeah, who knows what'll happen. I believe on the B stage we do have Nouns Esports competing against Talon. So, but you are right. No matter what happens in that matchup, 8 unique regions representing our top 8. Very, very wild. I mean, we have so much action today. These matches are so incredible. We've already got to witness some of the best Pokemon Unite that these World Championships falls have ever seen, and I've been really enjoying it so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, huge upsets today as well, and really today was, obviously we got to see a great showing from pretty much every team yesterday, but today was where we really got to see like where things were going to shake up and how many teams were going to keep on going. Like, for example, Japan, you know, only having one team now, pretty surprising, but we're going to get a chance to talk to the team that now has eliminated one of these Japanese teams with LG, as we're going to go up to the stage with an interview.
Well, we got on stage Overlord for Luminosity Gaming. Give it up for them. You just told me this match felt very close. So how was it at the Rayquaza?
Yeah, it was very nerve-wracking. I think both games, you know, normally Rayquaza spawns in 2 minutes, but, you know, there was 1 minute left before the fight actually started, so everything's just kind of, you know, a little bit more intense because, you know, it's just the absolute final fight. There's no refight, no repush. Yeah, it's definitely pretty intense. So.
Well, I think what's intense as well is that you have found your ticket into quarterfinals already, the top 8. So advancing into the bracket is something that Luminosity is very much acquainted with. So how are you feeling in regards to the other teams that have already qualified into the quarterfinals already?
Yeah, I mean, there's only one team that I really wanted to get revenge on. But at this point, I don't really care who we beat. I just want to win.
You heard it here. He just wants to win, and we know that they can do it. They've done it before. Right, so Overlord, in particular, about your journey in being, you know, former world champions. Last year, we had a Japanese team take it, and you just beat a Japanese team. And the Japanese teams are just becoming scarce and scarce in this bracket. So how is it to be a part of dethroning another one of those teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think Japan is probably the strongest region, so every win definitely feels really good. But I think there's still a very, very strong Japanese team left in this tournament, and hopefully we'll be able to play them. So.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to be on the bracket coming soon. So thank you so much, Overlord. Congratulations once again. Give it up for Luminosity Gaming, everybody. And back to you, to the Casas.
Thank you so much. Always great to hear from Overlord. Yes, unfortunately, the revenge they so sought after was taken away from them, so maybe Santos Laguna have picked up a curse on that side of the bracket.
Yeah, maybe. Is that how it works? That you just inherit it?
It's a monkey's paw situation,
yeah. Well, just like every team that beats that team, or the team that beats them, just slowly picks up the curse until eventually Luminosity fights them, and then...
An eye for an eye makes Luminosity mad. I don't know how the saying goes,
I'm pretty sure that's it.
I'm pretty sure production said we had a bracket to take a look at for how our tournament has been looking so far. Only one more round of 16 match is yet to complete, and then it's Nouns Esports versus Talon, and the team we just watched in Luminosity Gaming is going to be eagerly awaiting the news for what happens in that one, as that will be their next opponent. But our quarterfinals are set. Peru Unite, Aegis Flames, Team EX, Zeta Division, and Kakalak, Santos Laguna. Wondership, which one are you excited for the most?
Oh, I don't know. This is actually really interesting because while it's 8 split regions, right, there are potentially a lot of sort of half-region battles, I guess, right? Where we obviously we're having LATAM North versus Brazil. That's both South America. We're going to have there's a potential of having a Europe versus North America, which of course is kind of our brackets that we get to see usually. And then there's Korea versus Japan. So it's all different regions, but there's the potential for a lot of regions that are relatively close to each other. Now, if it ends up being Talon Luminosity, then that's obviously not that close, and Kakalak versus Santos Laguna, not that close. But I think if I had to choose one that I'm really excited for, at this point, Team EX has really impressed me, and Zeta Division, obviously one of the best teams in the world, so I'd love to see that one.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Team EX is one of those teams that I was absolutely wrong about going into this tournament. I think last year I was so high on Korea as a region, I pivoted a little bit, and I found out that was an error. So I'm going to stick to my ways of last year. Very excited to watch that team play. Yeah, we got some great ones. Honestly, though, Peru Unite versus Aegis Flames. I mean, Peru Unite, one of the most storied teams. And if they can win this quarterfinals, they will arrive at semis, which is where their tournament run ended last time. So if they can make that benchmark of their performance in Honolulu, that's what they're looking for. I believe Zeta Division also in that same fashion. However, if Zeta gets the win in quarterfinals, they will have surpassed their best performance as they ended top 8 in the previous year. So a few teams, and then of course, we got a lot of new teams who are just running with their best record of all time.
Yeah, and one thing that I will mention, since you brought up who you've underrated, I want to go back. I want to go back
talk about that if you want.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little bit, okay?
Sure.
And we won't just talk about this year. We'll talk about who you underrated last year too.
Okay.
But one team was DreamHack last year was your most underrated team from your rankings to their placement. And this year, I think for a lot of people, it is again Brazil. So that's something to really look out for. Now they've been underrated 2 years in a row.
Yep.
But we'll see if they can continue to push it even further.
Exactly. All right, we'll talk a lot more about what teams I've been wrong on, and maybe we'll even bring up some right ones. But for now, it will be a break. So don't go anywhere. More Pokémon Unite World Championships for 2025 right after this.
Oh, the legends the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Are you guys ready for the Pokémon Center? Hey there trainers, welcome back to day 2 here at the Pokémon Unite World Championships 2025. We are just about ready to jump into a very exciting matchup and a very spicy one as well, because Team EX, they're back on the stage and they're probably up against maybe the favorites to win the entire tournament.
Ooh, Zeta Division, the last hope for Japan here. And obviously Team EX as well, the last hope for Korea. And I think what's really spicy and interesting about this match, well, we know only one can continue because it's single elimination. But if we look back to 2024, it was Korea versus Japan in the grand finals. So we're actually not going to be able to have a repeat of that. We're going to have a completely different region in the grand finals. We'll have to see whether it ends up being Korea or Japan that ends up making it there. But we're heading straight into that pick ban phase. Team EX on the first pick position, Zeta Division in that second pick.
And I love seeing some of these bans already, Kells, with no Zora shenanigans for anybody, especially Zeta Division. This is one of their strongest Pokemon that they can play if they let it through. So we'll have to see what ends up being the priority picks for both of these teams. And for Team EX, it's going to be that first pick, Leafeon, which we've seen several teams running the Leafeon so far, and it has been a pretty solid pick, right? It's a great central laner. It can pivot into lane as well if necessary. And depending on how you want to play that Leafeon, you can pivot between both of the builds. But the main job for Leafeon, you want that burst damage. You want the delete button, and it can delete a fair few Pokemon in this game.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends on whether Zeta Division have anything squishy on their side. They have a Suicune and a Blaziken along with a Buzzwole, so 3 all-rounders so far. And I feel like going with more bulkier Pokemon, knowing they're going up against a Leafeon, is actually a really great answer. But I'm actually really surprised we're seeing this Ho-Oh getting on through as well, which Team EX have decided to prioritize along with the Zarina, the highest win rate in the tournament so far, and Blissey.
I'm just trying to think. Okay, last pick Mewtwo here for Zeta Division. So, big fan of the fact that they have a very big composition. There isn't really any Pokemon on their lineup aside from the Mewtwo that's going to be relatively easy pickings for a back lane diving Serena and Leafeon. For Team EX, right, do they have enough damage to sort of pierce through what Zeta Division have? Because not only do they run a lineup with naturally tanky Pokemon, but they're being healed by a Clefable, one of the strongest healers in the entire game.
Yeah, and especially when you do have those 3 bulkier Pokemon surrounding that Moonlight. We'll have to see how that ends up faring out and whether they're able to overcome this first pick Leafeon. But final preparations are underway as we are adjusting these items there. I guess we saw Mew in that previous set that we watched. We talked about this great utility, the ability to go and switch those maneuvers, and looks like Homie has decided to pop on that experience share. So something we've seen on attackers time and time again, especially because they have a Ho-Oh. They're going in for this damage Ho-Oh instead. So that little switcheroo, what do you think about that?
Personally, I'm not really a huge fan of the damage Ho-Oh. Like, there are definitely situations where damage Ho-Oh can really thrive. I don't know about damage Ho-Oh into this lineup supported by Clefable. I kind of feel like they have enough sustain and enough tank to kind of out heal and survive the damage output coming out from the Ho-Oh, but it's not just the Ho-Oh that's doing the damage. You've got the Leafeon that's going to come in hopefully with the finishing blow. You also have the Serena that should be able to dish out some fair damage as well. So I really think it's going to be that combined effort of teammates as to whether they can finish off those elims or if it's going to be them just being brick walled by that Clefable. We do have one knockout though in the game so far. We saw the poor little Chansey being eliminated in that top lane because things are not looking so great up here, it looks like. Buzzwole, as we typically see in its matches, a big bully in this lane.
No, I'll have to see if that slow burn is going to be enough to handle those muscles, but as we mentioned, the Clefable with the Moonlight can be quite impactful going into these team fights. One thing Team EX need to prioritize is also getting their Blissey online, but it looks like it's going to be a 3v4 down in this bottom half with Zeta Division outnumbering Team EX, and they are shredding on through.
Ooh, and they got some big eliminations there as well, both on the Leafeon and on the unevolved Serena, which is huge because the thing with Serena, the longer you delay its evolution, the less impactful this Pokemon can be during that mid-game. So I love this aggression coming out from Zeta Division because they do realize how important this Pokemon will be for Team X as we transition from the early game into that mid-game situation. But for now, we're just going to continue grabbing some experience on some of these supports. Clefable able to slip one out of there in that bottom lane as it was dropping quite low. But are we going to be seeing another big push in that bottom lane here for Zeta Division? Because they have 4 Pokemon grouped up and objectives they will be spawning very, very shortly. What is the priority here for Zeta Division?
Well, it looks like they are prioritizing this wild Pokemon experience in that central area. So Team EX going to take that opportunity to dunk in this Aeos energy, not only in that bottom half, but in that top half as well. But it looks like the push is on as it's a 5v3 up here, and whether Zeta Division are able to take down this tank of a Ho-Oh who's just has taken a beating, but I mean, the pad is there, so Team EX, they are still left standing.
They're still left standing, and thankfully they had enough sustain on the Serena to survive that initial onslaught, because I think if it was any other Pokemon, that should have been a knock. And here, Komi, though, they was being jumped on by Rom, but Rom with the basic attacks, wanting to finish off that Mew, and will get it. And now we do have the Clefable sticking around here, ready to provide those heals with Pistachio, wanting to go back into that lane. Garam is there as well to provide that support, and luckily for that, Leafeon will be able to escape. Thinking about turning around, but we have a Blaziken diving in the back lines as well. Vitopo charging the overheats, hoping to dish out that really big hit if it manages to get the connection. But they back up. Zeta will score some more points, and unfortunately for Team EX, they're not quite ready yet to really threaten Zeta.
Oh, they might not be threatening Zeta down in this bottom half, but I feel like those little dunks up top are threatening up there. But we do have that Registeel down on the field now.
It's a big one.
3v3 currently. I don't know whether Team EX have the burn, but it looks like they're actually going to just leash this Registeel. And once again, prioritizes wild Pokemon, hoping for an isolation. Mysterio does end up getting stunned, but is able to get on out of that and not get caught out.
I love how Vitopo is playing so far forward for the team, because he's constantly threatening the opponents with those overheats. And if one big one does land, you know that Tomi, he's going to be there to try and go for the catch. But it looks like Suicune was caught up there and unfortunately was locked out. But down bottom though, there's Registeel very low. Solar Beam a little bit too early, but the Blaziken locks it in there for Zeta Division. So they will get the attack boost. And the Team EX, they are...
I do. On hand, but Team EX, they are currently leading 150 to 78 points as we are almost at that halfway mark.
We're almost at the halfway mark, and you know, Team EX, even though they're not the ones really in the driver's seat for a lot of these plays, they are keeping up in levels. And I think if you're Zeta Division, you have to be very concerned about the state of the game, because with a Serena on the map and how dominating this Pokemon can be, you can't really just let the Serena play whatever game it wants. And so here we go, Zeta Division again deciding when this fight is going to happen, but unfortunately no successful connections yet. It's going to come up to that Buzzball. Oh, the beautiful pushback though. Now it's going to be Zeta Division having to back out themselves. EX doing a fantastic job just zoning out and delaying Zeta.
I really feel it's a bit of a stalemate between these two teams. A very much back and forth down in this bottom half, because both those T1s are standing, but there we go. Looks like Team EX are going in for the dive, being able to take down that Mewtwo. Why? Electro Ball does end up connecting with Tommy on the Buzzball, but they end up slamming on back, taking out the Blissey, and here comes the revival from Ho-Oh to go and bring back their team. Mewtwo also using Unite move to go and get a good stun, but once again, it's a stalemate. Nobody really comes out on top just yet.
They might not come out on top, but I have to say for Team EX, they are very happy with the levels they got out of that. They now have 2 level 11s and they have 12 on that Serena, but Zeta, they are still trailing behind in that experience. And so just because of that level differential, this might be where Team EX are going to tilt this game in their favor. Now with the Registeel buff as well, this is an attack buff. Zeta Division need to get out of there. They can try and delay, but there's a very good chance while they're delaying, they could get knocked out. Thankfully, it's just going to be that tier 1 goal zone that drops, but things are looking to be going all according to plan here for Team EX. And Zeta, I don't know how, but things are starting to collapse.
Well, the thing is, we always know that it isn't over until that big green dragon ends up spawning. But firstly, they need to try and deal with each other. Buzzwell ends up getting taken down once again as Vitopo is trying to get a pick with their Blaze Kick. Huge shot coming out from Mew to go and push them back. And Serum is doing such a good job with this slow burn to go and bring out the damage and keep Zeta Division at bay.
I have to say the light screen that came out from the Mew was a major reason as to why they're doing so well in this fight. Tomi has finally come back, but at what cost? Was he a little bit too late? They do manage to pick up 2 knockouts in the process. Serena, though, wanting to go into the backlines, caught out by this Buzzball now, having to match up and keep up with its teammates. Tomato, though, on that Suicune, thankfully hides in a bush and will teleport back home. things were looking a little bit scary there. Team EX maybe overstaying a little bit too long. And because of that, they've given away some big experience away to key Pokemon on Zeta Division. So the game is equalized once more.
Yeah, well, if we have a look at the levels currently, we have 2 level 13s on the side of Zeta Division. Team EX have just ticked on over to a level 14 Zarina and a level 13 Leafeon. But really, it's going to come down to this final stretch fight. Regieleki does end up crashing up into that tier 2 pad, but Zeta Division, they're not fussed. They want to make sure that they're here and Team EX cannot go in for the rip.
And unfortunately for Zeta, because they're behind in points, they have to be the ones to either force the Rayquaza fight or hopefully wipe Team EX. But this Ray, it's a major objective. And you can see Vitopo, he is slowly chipping away. And interesting play for Zeta, they're trying to force Team EX to fight into them, not the other way around. And then look at this Ho-Oh flying in the backlines, going for that burn. They can't quite catch out this burn. Serena, though, coming in to try and catch out the supports. The Buzzball is there, though, to prevent Serena from taking over the game. The Solar Beam, though, slowly chipping away at Zeta Division. The game's not over. We've still got 1:30 to go. They use the Leafeon Unite as well. The Buzzball almost going down, but isn't quite knocked out. They will get the Leafeon in that process. 4 versus 5 now in the backline. They still have Vitopo on that Blaziken ready to go. And Team EX, the revive comes in from the Ho-Oh, but has it come a little bit too late? I think it has, Kels.
Oh, and now the rip is on for Zeta Division, considering 2 members of Team EX are down. The thing is, they do have to be wary of this Ho-Oh and Blissey, who are sticking up in this top half. An egg could end it all here for Zeta Division, but wait, here comes Tommy, the Mew, to get the surf and try and push back Tommy, but they're able to dodge that. 45 seconds left on the clock. Rayquaza below, a quarter HP. They're just waiting for this timing, making sure to deal with Team EX first, and it ends up being Tomato on the Suicune to get the secure, and now this is Zeta Division's chance to catch up in points.
And they should be able to as well. They have their full roster ready to score those points. And for EX, they only had 3 players, and 2 of them just got knocked out. The Ho-Oh has just come back into the game. And Zeta Division, they managed to hang in through this match, even though there was a Ho-Oh ready to come in with the revive. They timed the fight perfectly to the point where Team EX, because they lost so many players, things were looking a little bit dicey. They were kind of grouped up, and that's what Zeta Division want, especially with that Suicune. The multi-man freezers coming in clutch.
And there we go. First game win for Zeta Division, representing Japan. Thing is, it isn't over just yet because it is a best of 3 set after all, but that is definitely got to feel very, very good for them. I mean, one thing I want to point out as we're getting these highlights prepared, the restraint during that Rayquaza fight from both of those teams. Didn't use those Unite moves, waited for the perfect opportunity. Now, I feel like Team EX, the Ho-Oh, ended up diving in without much backup there, and I think it was a great move from Zeta Division to try and zone that one out. I mean, obviously, Ho-Oh did end up making it back in and getting the revival, but Zeta Division, they seem to just collapse on the right members at the right time.
And not just that, right? Like, when the revive also kicks in, you know where these Pokemon are going to be. And there are certain situations, I think in the case of Zeta Division, this did apply to them. If you know where players are going to be reviving, you know where to land your moves. Yeah. You know where to land your attack. Yes. So it's not really going to be much of a surprise once the revives do kick in. And so just look at that, right? They immediately collapsed on both the Serena and the Leafeon as soon as that Leafeon came back into the game. So, you know, as amazing as Ho-Oh's Unite is, sometimes I do feel like it's a bit of a trap Unite if you try to keep it for those clutch moments where you're in the middle of the team fight and you're trying to go for that 2 to 3 player revive. Sometimes those revives are how you lose games. Sometimes it really pays off to go for the single player revive. That might be a little bit further away, but at least you still equalize that game with 5 versus 5 team fights.
I guess that's the thing. There is an answer to each of the Pokemon in the roster, but we do need to highlight Rom from Zeta Division receiving that MVP award for this match on that Mewtwo Y, being able to be in that backline and just deal that continuous damage. They were able to reach 100k damage dealt that match.
And it's also quite impressive for Rom because he's in a match against a Serena, and so many times we're going to be seeing Serenas dive right into those back lines to try and chase down the Mewtwo's, but Rom always seems to be in such a great position that unfortunately for Serena, there's no real safe entry point to try and dive in for that cheeky knockout. And sometimes if it did happen, because we did see 1 or 2 knockouts there, he got punished. The Serena would immediately get counter knocked out. So I have to say, you know, Rom kind of made this game a little bit easier for his teammates, just based on his position. And 100% there has to be some level of communication to say that, hey guys, Serena is on top of me. I think we need to finish him off.
I think that's where the job of the supporter came in. The Clefable going in with that follow me to go and taunt that Zarina, and obviously going and healing up those members as well, allowing those attack damage carries in the back line to do their thing while being able to just sustain all that's coming towards them. That Moonlight was actually so effective during that match.
It's really effective in compositions. I think we mentioned this earlier as well. They had a pretty thick lineup. Lots of health bars, lots of big health bars. But that's what Clefable wants. You want to keep healing, and the more health you have, the more leeway you have in a lot of these team fights. It's not going to be a case of someone jumps in, you get 1 hit KO'd, and that's going to be it. No, you have an opportunity to get healed back up, and you can absorb a little bit more damage before you do potentially get knocked out. But game 2, there's going to be a bit of a change here for Team EX. Now, I don't want them to change too much, because I do think what they were doing in game number 1 was the correct play. They kept up in experience. Yes, they did let Zeta Division control the game for a little bit, but I think their response in the mid game is really what saved Team EX and made them so threatening in the late game. What made it difficult was the late game, right? It was trying to decide, how do you attack Zeta Division? I think that was where the mistake kind of came in. Like, they didn't pick the right moment.
So I guess that's where it really comes down to that Zarina pick, that lockdown maneuver to try and take down those that are a threat. But because Zeta Division, they had such a robust team, whether that Zarina Unite move can really break on through. But you know what? We do have our bands on in. 2 speedsters for Team EX, the Dodrio and the Zoroark. And Zeta Division have decided to go for that Latios and Charizard band this time as well.
I mean, Zeta's got the opening that they want. They still got Blaziken, they still got Suicune. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of EX going for this first pick Leafeon. I kind of feel like you could have left this first pick to a different Pokemon.
You don't feel like it was as effective? Or is it just because it's easily countered like we saw last match in terms of just picking more
I feel like
robust Pokemon on the
there
side
are
of
probably
things?
other Pokemon I'd consider in that first pick slot. Now, obviously, they're first picking it because they really want it for Liv. Like that's the only logical solution as to why they're going for the first pick. But personally, I kind of feel like you could change Leafeon out to someone different. I would like a proper long-range special attacker, but they are already hovering over that Mewtwo for Komi, which I think this is a better choice than Mew. Regular Mew, great. But I felt like in that last game, you needed a heavy hitter, which is where Mewtwo kicks in.
That constant damage that Mewtwo brings, where I guess Mew is relying on those skills, that big burst, or even the disruption with that surf that we saw. But I guess because Team EX have locked in their 5 comp here, it'll be interesting to see what Zeta Division answer back with, and it's going to be Galarian Rapidash. Now, yesterday's performance of Galarian Rapidash, it ended up getting banned quite a few times, but I ended up looking at the win rate. It truly wasn't actually looking too hot.
No. A lot of teams picked it up, and I think the issue at the moment with the Galarian Rapidash is that teams are kind of struggling to figure out what is Rapidash's role. Like, what Pokemon are you kind of countering if you're picking that Galarian Rapidash?
I think it's more the nuisance, right? It's just
it's annoying.
Consistent run in, do your damage with the Dazzling Gleam, but also that Smart Strike, that sure hit movement to go and get that slight stun allows that opening. And like, if you think about it, the amount of crowd control that Zeta Division have on their side going up into Team EX, if they collaborate all of those together at the same time, like, this could actually be quite the nuisance to Team EX to go into.
Well, just going off of the Rapidash, because it's Rom playing it.
Okay.
So because
Do elaborate.
I mean, Rom's great. I'm just trying to think, okay, what is Rom really hoping to do with this Rapidash? Who is he looking to focus on? Obviously, clear as day Mewtwo Y. If you can jump onto the Mewtwo Y, that would be ideal. But I also think you can even target the Leafeon. Because Leafeon is also very, very squishy, and if the Leafeon makes a misstep, that is a huge opening for Galarian Rapidash to just run it down as well. So there are 2 key targets. We'll have to see what Rom decides to do with that Galarian Rapidash, where he kind of wants to go and what role he's really going to be playing for that team. For now, he's going to be a little cute Ponyta, just be super annoying and actually get their first knockout down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, getting that first knockout, getting in those first dunks as well, as we do have that Leafeon only taking that blue buff and going to go and support this Mewtwo because their buddy has been taken down. Otherwise, up in this top path, we do have Garam needing to back on up because the pressure is on from this buff of Buzzwole.
Yeah, Garam really waiting for that berry to come back, but it's going to be a moment. In the meantime, though, Saram just going to poke away at Tommy here. Ho-Oh versus Buzzwole. Now, unfortunately, there's not really much that's going to be happening here. It's quite difficult for Buzzwole to take out the Ho-Oh and vice versa because there's not enough damage from the Ho-Oh to really pressure that Buzzwole. So, again, it's a bit of a checkmate situation in that top lane. It's going to depend on how things play out in that bottom lane. And Dazzling Gleam is going to be the build there on the Galarian Rapidash. So you do have that AoE damage that's going to be kicking in for the team. And Rom going to continue on looking for that experience. Suicune scouting for the team to see if there was a buff available. It wasn't available, but it has just respawned. Suicune still sticking around, maybe giving an opening for the team or just scouting things out. Okay, we're just going to go for a scout. They know where the Ho-Oh is now.
Yeah, they know where the Ho-Oh is. They did end up getting punished, taken on down, but I guess given that opportunity, the distraction, Garam is trying to look for some levels instead. They're going to end up having to retreat as this Chansey using that jump pad, but Rom is there ready to take them down and lock in with that Smart Strike, Dazzling Gleam combo. I feel like that's really bullying the Chansey there. It's only a Chansey.
There's quite surprised that we still have a Chansey in the match, actually. It's quite late, but it looks like they are struggling to get that experience. But down bottom, we do have a 2v2. We've got Blaziken looking to join the fray down here as well. Comey is around as well, so possibly going to be a huge battle in that bottom lane once we do start seeing some major objectives. Up top, though, we did get a knockout on the Buzzwole thanks to that Leafeon. And they're going to maybe think about going onto the Clefable, but thankfully Clefable can just outrun this. But Zeta, down bottom, going to go for a big push up against Team EX because this Mewtwo Y not quite threatening yet.
No, not as threatening just yet, but this goal has been left on one point as Matopo is on a roll. They do end up getting themselves a KO and breaking that bottom tier 1 pad, which is going to create some space for Zeta Division to go and look at this objective, but Leafeon goes in with a Unite move, and 2 members of Zeta Division have now been knocked on out. But even with that, Team EX, they're not going to worry about this Registeel, instead pivoting up towards the top half, unless Blissey, no, they're not here in time.
No, they're not there in time at all. I do think it was a good idea just to change objectives because you're competing with a Blaziken for that last hit secure. So unless you can reliably knock that Pokemon out, it just makes sense to take the other objective for yourself. So a bit unfortunate that they had to give it away, but I think Team EX, they are making the most out of the situation that is currently out on hand here. We are getting close to the halfway mark here for both of these teams. Level 10, the highest level on Team EX, and that is going to be on that Leafeon. Although it's been a really hard game for the Leafeon because every time they try to jump on somebody, they either are getting knocked out or they're barely getting those eliminations. You want to have these games where Leafeon just becomes an absolute menace, but the lineup that Zeta have, it's just made the job really, really difficult for that Leafeon. So can they figure out a way to let this Leafeon be a menace, or are they going to have to pivot and let Serena be the one to take over? Because there's no way Mewtwo is going to be that issue anytime soon.
Well, it's a team game after all, and Zeta Division are sticking together as a team, being able to knock out that Ho-Oh, getting some little dunks down in this bottom path, and now overtake that lead. Buzzwole goes in, not respecting the Fluxo, looking for some KOs, and now Team EX are missing 2 members. Queenly Ascendant does end up locking onto that Rapidash. They end up getting taken
Serena
down. And this is Team EX's chance to make a comeback with Serena picking up 3 KOs for themselves, now reaching that highest level at level 11.
And that was a full team wipe at the end of the day. So that is a huge swing of experience going in favor of Team EX. They do go for the scores. Are they going to be able to break the goal zone? No, it is still there. And EX, maybe they've stuck around a little bit too long. Bliss Assist is going to be used on the Saram there, the Ho-Oh. So nobody's going to be knocked out yet, but that does mean there's no Bliss Assist for what could be this upcoming battle. Now, Blaziken is in the top lane, so don't have to worry about those overheats. So Team EX, this is the best time for them to win this team fight, especially with Serena going in for the dive.
They are in for the dive. The freeze is also going to come out from that Suicune to get a massive stun. But 2 members of Team EX are down, but it doesn't matter because they have a Ho-Oh on their side to go and bring those members back. After all of that, Team EX are able to secure themselves that Regirock buff, but it looks like they've taken the prize. They are going to try and run away with it, but Tobo does try to go in with a poke, but Lip isn't having any of it.
That was such a great play coming out from EX. They managed to get the bottom Reggie. They won that fight as well. Big change of experience. And as an added bonus, they actually forced the Blaziken away from the Aleki in the top lane. So they didn't even manage to take that objective. So that's going to be the next thing, the next point of contention for these teams. And you can see EX, they are rotating up. They're looking to take the Aleki themselves. And Zeta, they've just decided that's not a priority for them. Instead, they just want to go into EX's central area to try and see if they can still experience all buffs, but there's nothing to take.
There is absolutely nothing left for Zeta to go and take, which means Team EX are able to take this Reggie Aleki absolutely free. But we've got to mention how close of a match this is so far. It's 161 to 168. Zeta Division still are in the driver's seat just yet. However, slowly slipping away. Leafeon does end up diving in onto that Suicune, but once again, their Unite move doesn't come to fruition, not able to pick up a KO.
And they're going to go for the dive yet again, but they went into the bush. Was that actually a mistake on the side of Zeta Division? We're starting to see some health bars drop. That Leafeon is crazy low. Serena using the Unite as well. But we get a first knockout. It's going to be the Galarian Rapidash. Zeta not going to be too happy about that. They are down 1 player, but they want to continue this fight, looking so incredibly healthy, but they can't finish the Ho-Oh.
They couldn't finish the Ho-Oh. It was able to escape by flying over the walls with the Sacred Fire. They're continuing to fight on back, but Boswell says, I have had enough. Get out of my way. You are too much of a nuisance, picking themselves up a 2 KO streak. And once again, Zeta Division, they're hungry. They're looking for more experience in Team EX's side. I don't know if they ended up getting away with that red buff, but blue buff, but it doesn't matter because, I mean, Reggie Steele going into a Rayquaza, well, that is pretty tasty indeed.
Perfect timing as well with just 15 seconds to go. So that buff is going to last pretty much forever, especially with how short of a game Pokémon Unite is. So now Team EX, they're in a really interesting pickle because they are behind. They need the Rayquaza, but they're going into a team that has the Registeel attack buff. So a couple of things could possibly happen here. They bait Zeta into a fight that they don't want to do. Alternatively, they maybe try and go for some back caps and put them at the advantage, forcing Zeta to go for the Rayquaza. Or third, they find the perfect opening, grab the pick, and force that big team fight. And so far, we're seeing a bit of a catch there. Oh, they found one. They've got the support. Team EX, they have lost their supporter. But at the cost of what? A Galarian Rapidash. 1-for-1 so far. We get the Unite there on the Ho-Oh. So Blissey is going to be able to come back, Kels.
1 for none because Ho-Oh is able to go and bring that member back. And now Team EX do have the numbers advantage. Serena coming in and stomping, trying to make a statement. As Saran is trying to get towards this Buzzwole. However, that Mosquito doesn't end up getting taken down because Clefable is right there by their side. Buzzwole finally ends up getting taken out of the mix. But as we're reaching this 1 minute mark, it's going to come up with a close battle. And that is really where the pressure is going to come in. Zeta Division do have the numbers advantage. It looks like they're going in for the rip because Rayquaza's half HP. But Komi, the support Mewtwo, why ends up getting stuck? They get the secure? No, they do not lock on in. And Zeta Division run away with the Rayquaza and their chance to go and knock out Team EX because they have this 1-up advantage so far.
Oh, Zeta Division, they are saying this game is ours. The Ray is gone. Where is is your way to the rest of the tournament. They say your way is to go home. We will continue to keep the dream alive here for Japan as they do remain as, I do believe, the final team for the region in the entirety of the World Championships. Zeta Division, they're carrying the hopes and dreams of an entire region on their shoulders. And it's tough, it is heavy, but if there's a team that's going to do it for Japan, it's Zeta Division.
Zeta Division with that match win, being able to survive in this tournament. Once again, progressing on through to the next round. But as we mentioned earlier, Chef said this is such a unique top 8 because we have no double regions. So pretty much these are their last hope for their regions. But Japan continuing on through despite 3 of the other Japanese teams being knocked out earlier on in the day.
There's something I'm kind of curious about. I wish we could have seen more teams play up against Team EX because it's really hard to gauge how good this team is. Imagine Team EX considered top 2, top 3. We don't know because we didn't get to see them play up against many other teams. But if, let's say, Team EX were top performers in the tournament here, does that mean Zeta Division might have taken out their toughest opponent yet? Well, I don't want to say that is the case. I do think there are teams here that probably would be able to challenge and even beat Team EX themselves. So, I mean, those matchups, we're going to be seeing them later today. But Zeta Division, I want to say they played clean and crisp, but I kind of feel like there were a couple of loose ends that they failed to tie up in these matches. Like, they did eventually win them, but it did look a little messy at times.
I mean, I guess it really just came down to these decisions. Definitely seeing that aggression coming from Zeta Division, being able to control the map, constantly going into Team EX's central area and taking away those buffs whenever they could. I mean, they weren't even there at one point, but I mean, do have to note just how close of a match this was between these two teams. It was only a 7-point differential going into this final stretch, but I think, as you mentioned, it's the restraint that Zeta Division end up having that ends up paying off. But Blaziken, played by Vitopo there, they did have that note saying that Vitopo ended up having the most KOs so far in the tournament. Well, putting another 11 on there because they got 11 knockouts and that 74k damage dealt as well.
I think you have to include some of the objective knockouts in his knockout list because he's playing Blaziken as well. Not only is he knocking out players, but he's also taking those objectives, but just because how good Blaziken is doing basically to do that job. And moving forward, you know, if I'm one of the teams that are going to potentially go up against Zeta, I think now you kind of have to question, do you need to consider banning Vitopo's Blaziken? Because like, there are definitely other Pokemon out there that deserve bans, but one thing Blaziken does that a lot of other Pokemon really struggle to compete against it is that last hitting game, right? The secure on the Blaziken is so incredibly powerful and reliable in a lot of cases. Like, leaving it in the pool, it's like saying, we're going to potentially forfeit almost all the objectives.
I think it's not just in the objectives. Blaziken has some really great team fights, but that is enough talking from us as we are going to send it over to the stage with Sofchan for an interview.
Well, thank you so much, Kelly. We have from Zeta Division, Vitopo, the player that has the most knockouts of the whole Worlds 2025. So that's a very fun stat, isn't it? But how are you feeling in this match in particular, considering that Team EX were very surprising yesterday?
昨日はチーム EX がなんかすごいいい成績出せて、もうこの試合始まる前にどんな気持ちでしたか？
そうですね。これ喋れてます。そうですね。EX かなり強敵だったんですけど。今の僕たちは、みんな日本勢や、今までやってきた敵たちの思いを背負っているので、今まで以上に実力を発揮できた結果、勝てたかなと思っています。
we knew that they were very strong going into this match, but we feel we're representing Japan and we have the spirit of the country behind us, so we felt terrific.
That's wonderful. I was even going to segue to something similar like that. You are the last remaining Japanese team of Worlds 2025 of Pokémon Unite, and getting into quarterfinals, do you feel like that's a pressure on you, or is it just like you said, something that is driving you into victory?
次のラウンドへ行けて、もうプレッシャー感じてるか、もうこのままでいいか、なんかそういう質問ですなんだけど。
プレッシャーは全く感じてないですね。やっぱ背負っているものが大きいほど、強くなるというか、楽しめるので、やっぱこれまで以上に楽しめるようにやっていきたいと思います。
We're actually not feeling too much pressure, and we're really excited about this next round.
Wonderful. So I look forward to see you play this next round. Thank you so much. Congratulations for making to quarterfinals. Once again, give it up for Zeta Division. Right, thank you so much. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Soph, and congratulations to Zeta Division because they get to continue along in the tournament and they're now waiting to figure out who their opponent is going to be. And it's going to be one of two teams. It's either going to be Caitlin or Santos Laguna. That matchup has not happened yet. We are going to find out later on today who will be winning and who will be playing up against Zeta Division, but very exciting times for them. One thing that we are going to be looking at, though, is another matchup. It is Nouns versus Luminosity, because I do believe that game is currently happening. And we need to see what is actually happening in that matchup. And actually, oh, excuse me, it is Nouns versus Talon. I saw the wrong graphic. We have the last minute and a half, I believe, for this matchup, Kels.
Yeah, and you can see that Galu has just gone in and taken that lead by dunking some AS energy up in this top path. So putting Talons back up against the wall. They do have a Ho-Oh over on their side. All Unite moves still available, but Talon, well, are they going to be able to make a move and get an isolation here?
They're going to try and go for the dive there with the Buzzwall, but immediately just getting knocked out. So numbers disadvantage for Talon. And for Nouns, all they have to do is play defense. It's up to Talon to either go for the Rayquaza Rip or to go for the Punish. Oh no, we've got a number player down there. The Snorlax's gone on the side of Nouns. We have that Zacian trying to go onto that Rapidash, who does manage to escape in just the nick of time. The Zacian's still okay, but Talon, they're losing players. They're slowly falling. It's just the Rapidash and the Hooper.
They're losing players. They're losing hope as they are outnumbered by Nouns here, and they are the ones that are behind in points. With only 30 seconds left to go, we can see on the mini-map the Umbreon is looking to go and balloon this lead even further, make it more difficult for Talon to make a comeback, even if they are to shred the Rayquaza, but it doesn't really matter because 4 members are down. Wait, Ho-Oh does end up getting the res, but time's a ticking, and I don't think time is in their favor.
It doesn't seem to be the case here, so Nouns, it looks like they've scored enough points to advance in the competition here at the Pokémon Unite World Championships 2025, taking out Talon 2-0 and moving themselves to their toughest opponent yet, Luminosity in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so we do have Nouns Esports from EU going up against Luminosity Gaming up next from North America. That is going to be one very exciting match, but Zeta Division, they get to sit comfortably for the time being, setting themselves the first team in that semi-final. So lots of fire matches so far here today, and the action is not going to stop at all with all of these teams that we have seen progressed on through. And well, next up we can see Caitlin versus Santos Laguna.
So we're settling the score. We're going to find out who is going to be advancing to the next stage and playing up against Zeta Division, which, if I was either of those teams, I don't know if I'd be looking forward to that matchup yet, but let's focus at the task at hand, folks. Who's going to be making it through? We will find out, but only after this commercial break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokémon Unite Championship Series. Here we are on top of the big stage. We control it like they're marionettes. No, but seriously, I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeet to the ha, joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Doob Snacks, what a match we have in store for him.
Yes, we do. Can't wait. Cake-a-lock, making it pretty far. Santos Laguna also making it pretty far. Two teams that I think were a little off the radar. Well, you better know who they are now because they are fighting in our quarterfinals.
Yeah, one of these is going to be heading to the semifinals here, and obviously so many amazing matches, so many upsets, so many surprise games today. We had 4 teams out of Japan at the start of our bracket here, but all of these single elimination matches means that a stellar team can go down to some crazy plays. We saw that earlier, some of those Aegis Flames games. Let's take a look at our bracket here, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, Zeta Division is the first team to qualify for our semifinals, so there is a Japanese representative there. Peru Unite, Aegis Flames squaring off. Nouns Esports and Luminosity Gaming, I think, is right around the corner.
Wow.
And we are right here with Cake-a-lock, Santos Laguna.
Santos Laguna on an absolute run here. Cake-a-lock having some really good games as well, especially yesterday. I'm excited to see how this shakes out. So many different regions represented as we move through this tournament. Each member of our top 8 from a different region, which is awesome. It just shows the level of competitiveness this game has worldwide, which is really impressive. Again, the only one qualified for the semifinals right now, Zeta Division out of Japan, but we're about to find out what the rest of the semifinals look like.
Yeah, and the team, I believe, if I quick snapshot of the bracket reminded is correct, the team winning here is who is going to face off against them in the next round. Yeah,
that's right. So they're going to know their opponents very, very soon. And then again, we have those exciting matches coming up in just a little bit. NA versus EU. We've got Peru versus Brazil. I mean, just so many good games. And any team, any region could still be your champion.
Yeah, especially some of these upstart teams that, like I said, we're a little bit off the radar when we started maybe even this tournament, less so throughout the day yesterday as these teams started really establishing themselves going into today. Santos Laguna, perfect example. I talked to them on my way over to the booth before they went up and got ready to get up on stage. And Enisa's been playing a Scyther, got 17 knockouts over your Japanese region champions playing Scyther. And that is a Pokemon I don't believe in. So I can't wait to be proven wrong by Enisa's, apparently the only Scyther player on the planet.
That's the only one that you can really trust. Production's telling me they're going to throw something up here for us to take a look at. Let's see. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, you love to see this. This is objectively a hilarious tweet for what it's worth. Watching my lane partner skip the first 2 bunnies. We're, of course, talking about in solo queue when you're carrying that experience share and your bot path attacker or your top laner is worried about you taking the last hit and getting all the experience. That's not how experience share works, my friends.
Immediately after this, by the way, they have to ping, please let me level up first, and then you just know this is going to be one of the most chaotic matches of all time.
But not
by
in a
one
cool
of the
way.
most, I mean a normal solo queue match where they don't understand the best item in the game. But that's how it goes sometimes. You know what? These pros don't have to worry about that.
No.
They're playing with a lot of people who understand how that EXP share works.
Correct. And they are not too stressed about skipping the last 2 bunnies in path because that's also a little strategy that they like to employ. Everybody on the same page, you'd like to think. However, today is the day that if you solo queue, you are learning about the wonderful item that is experience share.
Such an important item, and of course it's
It is
important
the best item.
It's the best item in the game by far. It's so good. Obviously you see every pro team running 2 EXP shares. Lots of different Pokemon can use that item in some cool ways. We've seen a lot of Pokemon that sort of move into a support role, even though their natural, characteristics lend them to be an all-rounder or a speedster or even, a defender, but they play that support role so well with that item. This matchup coming up here, Doob Snacks, I'm wondering, I feel like, and I could be wrong here, I could be caster cursing Santos Laguna right now, but I feel like they are on a real hot streak and they're going to be the tough team to beat.
They really are. They were playing well yesterday. They did 2-1, but in their one loss. The games looked particularly were close, which is good going into today. So they kept that momentum going, had a great first set, finding themselves here in our top 8 to quarterfinals. Kakalak, on the other hand, you and I got to cast them. Cast them. We were watching in the back, and they were taking some very clever engagements and really playing the game with purpose and strategy, which allowed them to punch their ticket into the top 8 as well.
Yeah, and now that we're here, moving through our top 8, every single match that you see is going to be up on that main stage. We had games earlier that were on our B stage while we had games on our main stage, and I'm sure you were watching us cut back and forth to those to let you know what was going on. But now every single game is on broadcast. And again, every single game matters. It is a single elimination. We're taking a look at top Pokemon by win rate. Shocking to see Zoroark there. I wonder how that happened.
Yeah, you know, when you see teams, or players like Vitopo, Trainer, taking the Zoroark mantle for today, yeah, they're going to win some games. They're going to win some games.
Suicune, not surprised to see it. It's obviously at only 54%, but it's so powerful that it's picked up by both sides if it's ever available. So that's why you're seeing it has 28 wins on it, right? Because this thing is just getting picked in so many games. Zarina, another Pokemon that specific players are amazing with. And of course, back to encounter rate here, just talking about it. There's Suicune. 94% of the games today have this Pokemon either picked or banned.
Yeah, down the line here, Charizard and Ho-Oh both performing well when they are in the lobby. You were talking to Flareons with Orange Juicers about Latios a little bit. Can you share some inside baseball for the folks at home about that conversation?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, and I'm kind of with Flareons on this. He was talking to me after their matches on their B stage with Team EX, and he was talking about how he thought Latios was kind of bait for some of these squads, and they felt like they shouldn't have been picking it in some of the games that they did. It's a great Pokemon, but it needs a lot of investment. It needs so many resources to get online. Things have to be going well. It's kind of a win harder Pokemon. When things are going great for Latios, it's amazing, but it takes so much time to get there. We've seen some really impressive ones throughout this weekend, but we've also seen times where it just really doesn't show up. And I think a newer Pokemon like that is incredibly powerful, but requires a lot of strategy and a lot of focus to get it online can be tough in a situation like this. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see less and less of it as the tournament goes on.
That makes sense. Something we kind of talked about at the start of yesterday when we were opening the show is the metagame that changes throughout the life cycle of a tournament, and it kind of seems like we're on that Latios downswing, right? We still have quite a few games left today, but there is a world where I kind of think it would be fun, just for the nature of this tournament, for as the fall off happens, teams start picking it late in the draft, where all of a sudden they understand exactly everything that the other team is doing, everything that they're trying to do, and then it's like a huge like gut punch where it's like, and last pick Latios type situation. It's like, oh no, like now this is a problem because we don't have the tools we need to really smother it early.
Yeah, you absolutely can get there, and you do see it happen. Once it starts losing all of that priority, you can pick it in some really interesting spots as it's no longer getting banned. We're going to find out what that looks like here as we head into our first game between Kakalak and Santos Laguna. This is our draft. First ban for Kakalak is the Blissey right over to the Latios, so still getting some priority here. And wow, this would be a targeted ban, and it is. Scizor, not what they planned on playing. The Scyther version of it getting banned, so Santos Laguna cannot play it. Charizard back the other way.
Just want to point out, poor Hitman. They couldn't have grabbed a picture with the kid's eyes open here. Come on, help him out one time. Blacklight locking up Ho-Oh real quick. And that's a great pick based on the stats we've seen and the performance we've seen it have when actually in the Thea Sky Ruins.
I think Ho-Oh's unbelievable. It's one of the best things going in the game right now. Next couple picks over to Santos Laguna here. Locking in that Zacian. We've seen a lot of it today. We've seen both Metal Claw and Sacred Sword, so I'm not sure which version we're going to see. Both have some real strong possibilities. Suicune also picked up. Again, this is the most popular Pokemon by pick and or ban throughout the entire tournament. Shocking no one, probably. I think Suicune is just ridiculous.
It's crazy. You and I haven't actually seen any Miraidon games, I don't believe, this weekend, but it has been played for about 15% pick rate there. We need to see where Santos Laguna is going to go now. Of course, Scyther, a key part of their success this weekend, not going to be available to them. But Eldegoss is quickly being hovered, and a Pokemon that has a great win rate this weekend at around 70%.
Yeah, Eldegoss is having an amazing weekend here. And
you know
it's one of the... What?
You said, you know it's not
Lucario.
Right.
Yeah.
It's been a travesty.
There are some moments that Lucario is obviously winning some games, and it's a comfort pick for a lot of these players. They're extremely skilled on the Pokemon, so they can outplay their opponents. But it might be that Lucario's power level just isn't there right now. Interestingly enough, Dragonite, 1% pick rate. I haven't seen it all weekend, so whatever games it was played in, I didn't get to watch them. Finally moving over to Absol, kind of a decent substitute if you like Scyther. There's a lot of similarities there.
Yep.
You've got some great mobility. The Unite move is very devastating. Obviously, it doesn't perform the exact same way, but I could definitely see a player flexing into that.
Yeah, we've actually talked about it. It's like, man, it kind of feels like we would have seen a little bit more Absol. We would have seen a little bit more things like Talonflame.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised to see such little Talon, but Talon really thrives in a meta where these attackers there are a lot of squishy attackers, and they get to dive into the backline, and we haven't seen a lot. I feel like the attackers are not doing well in this meta. A lot of attackers are just not crushing it. The only one we see over here for Kakalak is the Miraidon. No attacker for Santos Laguna.
If you take a look at this last Mimikyu that Kakalak locked in, what do you think they're seeing on the Santos Laguna side that says, you know what, Mimikyu can do some work here?
Well, anything that wants to dive in, right, you get to have that opportunity to get them with your Unite move.
Sure.
So Lucario's moving through the battle. Absol decides to jump in. There are a couple good opportunities for that. And Mimikyu is a Zarina, right? Mimikyu is... if you're great on it, this thing is unbelievable. And we're going to see if Kakalak has that. We head into our first game here of our quarterfinals between these two squads. Kakalak, your purple team. Santos Laguna, your orange team. This best of three will decide who moves on to the semifinals. And again, these are all single elimination games. So the team that does not win this, heading home.
And I really like Santos Laguna. I really like Kakalak, two teams that are, I think, outperforming their expectations and looking to keep that ride continuing here at the World Championships.
Nice secures here from Kakalak, able to get all of that, even though they are being pressured. However, Kira able to take a little bit on the other side. Any sus right here with the Zacian. So difficult to fight early. It just attacks so quickly. Looking for a KO, and they get it.
That's a great pickup here. SCG coming through. Santos Laguna season recap. After playing 46 games during the UCS 2025 season, Santos Laguna has almost a 60% win rate.
Pretty impressive when you're playing against some of the best teams in the world all season. Getting ready for our fight here between the lanes here for these birds, and they go down immediately.
Yeah, not even giving the chance for Kakalak to sniff them here. Kira quickly going for a stack, and now we've got a little bit of posturing. 3v2 in the top.
Yeah, here we go. NESUS looking to see if they're going to actually move in for this fight. They've got the Metal Claw on Zacian. I was wondering which version we would see. Metal Claw seems to be having a weekend also. Like, I've seen a couple Sacred Swords, but mostly it's Metal Claw.
Yeah, it's been having good, like Zacian's, like you said, having a great weekend just alongside Buzzle, you know? A little bit underrepresented going into this event, but looking great this weekend. Mark G, tons of pressure. They are gone. NESUS peeling back, going to pick up a Pollen Puff, going to top them off. And now we've got a 4v2. SCG has to rotate back just to make sure the pressure is relieved a little bit.
Yeah, Dragonite's a tough Pokemon, right? It takes a long time for this to get online. Moving around as a level 6 Dragonair really does not have the impact that some of these other central area Pokemon might have. We have Absol almost level 8. We have the Zacian level 7 right there. It's a tough spot to be in for Kakalak.
Great efficiency throughout the map by Santos Laguna, right? Every time a wild Pokemon populates, they have multiple people there to make sure that they are the ones getting the experience so they can stay ahead, which they are right now. And now they're looking for an opportunity to leverage that advantage.
And we see, I mean, some real aggressive positioning here from Santos Laguna. We have Blacklight just trying to deal some damage and frustrate the side of Santos as they're continuing to push towards them with this flamethrower, something that Ho-Oh can do and really not get punished for it at all.
No, up top here, Anisus is really trying to put the screws to Nadiza. They do get a knockout with Mufasa following up. Mark G has to peel back, which means this goal zone is get some points put into it.
Yeah, right now Santos Laguna just feels like they're winning every exchange they run into. Level-wise, they're doing great. We finally do have the Dragonite online, however, for the side of Kakalak, so we're going to see if the investment in that was worth it.
Heavy slam on Mufasa. Can't quite get the Hyper Beam up in time to get a knockout, and it is a Charge Beam Miraidon as well. So they might be looking for a rip strategy here with the Hyper Beam secure in the days of your big Absol Unite. Can they leverage it? They're pushing forward. Nadiza does go down. They're chasing Blacklight. Blacklight is going to be knocked out as well as Mufasa is on the hunt for another target. They see SCG right now. Can they close the gap? They would love to knock out this Dragonite as Anisus, the Zacian, is up top getting points and in a Regieleki that just hit. And now, finally, SCG goes down. Their target is acquired.
Wow, I mean, this is just devastating for Kakalak right now. They're losing every single fight. They've lost every moment throughout this match almost, except for a few secures early. They need to get their Pokemon online. They finally do have Dragonite. They've got the Mimikyu now level 9. It did pick up a double KO, so obviously things are swinging back the other way for Kakalak, but 11 to 220, losing both objectives.
All the way back to their pad with the E-Speed Lucario is Santos Laguna. They're going to sit on pad 3v2 up top. How are they going to adjust? Going straight in, taking some of those birds for themselves. This Hitman who pivots back off the Bone Rush. Minotaur peeling back. Great Switch and Unite for a couple targets. But nobody in Santos Laguna really wants to fall right now. Anisus decides to dive in. They want SCG. Can they get after it? Big Aura Cannon from right field gets them done. And all of a sudden, Blacklight finds himself in the face of 3. Mark G goes down. Santos Laguna is going to beat the brakes off Kakalak right now. They're getting a cake, and they threw it on the ground.
Unbelievable. 11-2-84. Santos Laguna absolutely dominating here in game number 1. Kakalak needs to get this under control. They need to pick up a few KOs. Outside of a Mimikyu moment where they picked up a couple, it feels like everything has been going Santos Laguna's way. Even when they got those KOs and pivot towards the top path, Laguna able to defend and push back. No tier 2 goal zone in the top path for Kakalak. Zacian has free reign up there as 4 members of Santos move down for this fight.
Rolling back through, Hitman's on the chase. Blacklight sees them. They're going to try to burn down the Lucario. Nadiza not willing to get too far ahead now. Their half HP. Heavy Slam is there to the power nap. That's enough for the Regieleki to be taken by Kakalak. And let's see if they can use it. They're moving forward. Meanwhile, Anisus gets the Regieleki up top. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to land on top of Santos Laguna. And the Mimikyu Unite has been used on the Elgatos. Unfortunately, SCG's on the backside. Big Absol Unite is going to deal a ton of damage. And the pressure continues. Mark G is so low. Mark G is gone. And now Kakalak is looking to reset, but they catch the Miraidon, and it's dusted by Eldegoss. Blacklight just does nothing but press their buttons on the controller, and the Absol wants another one. Can they actually get this knockout? Now you're seeing the pressure that a Ho-Oh can actually put on, stemming that tide.
Wow, I mean, unbelievably strong plays there by Santos. They allowed Kakalak to push in. Hiding in the tall grass there was Mufasa on the Absol, just setting up a huge play. 331 right now, 2-11. Santos Laguna absolutely dominating this match. This is going to be a really tough one for Kakalak to come back from. They have some options, of course. They have a Ho-Oh Unite move for some of the big fights later on. But I mean, look at this level swing right here. They have a level 11 Dragonite and a level 11 Mimikyu. On the other side, that's a 14 Absol, 13 Lucario, 13 Zacian. This is a stomp so far.
Yeah, I'm unimpressed by Lucarios, but if you're this many levels ahead, anything looks good. And that Lucario is e-speeding through the team. Hitman is getting the job done with it. Santos Laguna with a little bit of an old school draft saved the Suicune, and I'll tell you what, it's looking solid.
Yeah, Santos Laguna is having an amazing game, and they felt like they were going to have some really solid games. Of course, we're heading into, you know, the quarterfinals here, so all of these teams are insanely good. But right now, Santos Laguna just feels like they have Kakalak's number. They're going for a score here. They know that Kakalak is forced to look at this objective in the top path because it creates a game-winning winning play. But look at this. Zacian able to rip by themselves, and 4 members of Santos going to put the pressure on this goal zone immediately. Even if Kekalok scores up here, which they will,
is that a clean
we
break?
have points scoring in the bottom path, 80 to 412.
Yeah, I mean, well read by Santos Laguna. Kekalok getting some points in. And really what Kekalok needs now, and the way their team is built, is for a full flip, hyper beam, and then everybody needs to get their points in. Let's see how it shakes out.
Yeah, here we go. Lucario just kind of figuring out where they are right now. Kekalok obviously has to be the team to make a play right here. If they can get a couple down, then a revive by Ho-Oh, they can turn on Rayquaza and go for that flip.
Oh,
they
big
move
engage.
in, looking for the Suicune.
Kira
They
goes
get
down. Okay, the Mimikyu is in there. It gets a knockout on the Suicune. Eldegoss is still standing, but the pressure continues. Dragonite takes to the sky. Where are they going to land? SCG is looking for more targets here. The Suicune's almost back. Mufasa is getting boxed out. Nadiza's right there for a block separation. Minotaur gets split from the Anysus. Now Minotaur gets taken out. Mark G's looking for a new target. Hitman's low on HP. Anysus is low on HP. Kira's finally pulling back. Mark G just misses the Shadow Sneak. The revive is coming back. They get more targets in. Rayquaza's getting worked on. SCG didn't get in there, but the Unite move catches the Dragonite.
Obviously, fight harder to blue colors are in the lane match of the virus acceleration is okay.
Rayquaza's on a sliver of HP. Who's gonna take
Secure
it? It looks like it's gonna be Santos
lane match
Laguna
about
getting it done with the entire team wiped on the side of Kekalok. Like I said, that cake absolutely thrown on the ground.
Amazing stuff from Santos Laguna, controlling that fight from top to bottom. A quadra KO from the EXP share Suicune as they had to manage a few of their players going down. I love the pivot, throwing Lucario back in, trying to take down Dragonite. As soon as Dragonite thought maybe they could have gotten away from that situation, we had Zacian move in to finish them off. Beautiful play. Even if Kekalok was able to secure that Rayquaza with just the Ho-Oh, it would not have made a difference with how many points Santos Laguna had already put on the board. Incredibly dominant performance from Santos Laguna here in game number 1.
Oh yeah, from beginning to end, this was the Santos Laguna show. There's no doubt about it. And they were just more efficient throughout the map, right? They were making sure and guaranteeing that free farm early, and they were able to easily use that advantage to build and build and build and build till finally they became inevitable.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. I mean, what a game win. Obviously, if you're Santos Laguna, you feel fantastic. You can use that composition again, but with that kind of wind in your sails, I don't think you need to stress about too much. Kekalok is in a lot of trouble right now. Sometimes I think teams bounce back from a stomp pretty well because it's a situation of every single thing going wrong in a match. It's hard to worry too much when not a single thing went right. You know, sure. You can get back in there, you can have a much better game. I don't know if that means their strategy will change or not, but one thing is for sure, they are going to need to look very different in game number 2.
Yeah, if you thought just taking the Scyther out of the hands of Santos Laguna was going to be the end-all be-all, you just learned a tough lesson, Kekalok, because they have more in the tank. That Aura Cannon from Jupiter was awesome.
So unbelievably mean. And you know, you don't know exactly what you're aiming for, but you're hoping that you can grab them. You've got the vision there, but it's always tough to make a play like that work. And they were just putting that pressure on after they saw them heading back to base. Nice fight here from Kekalok, but the Lucario moving in, Zacian moving in to try to pick up some KOs. Nice big Unite move there. Again, even if Blacklight's able to get this secure, it wouldn't have been the difference maker at that point.
No, not at all. Not at all. Staying in the pocket very well were the rest of the team there. As we take a look at our 2 MVPs, we've got Kira, the most valuable player, and we've got Pelipper, the most valuable Pokemon.
That's right. Right below Pelipper, of course, we have Suicune that Kira used in this match. This thing is just so good. It's absolutely bannable, but it's tough. There are a lot of Pokemon that you want to take away from your opponents. Now I think the question is, does it matter whether or not they got Scyther? Doesn't seem to have made really much of a difference there as they got absolutely dominated in game 1. Maybe you'd rather have taken away the Suicune from them instead of that Scyther.
That's a good point. I think it's still fine to ban the Scyther.
Sure. I love targeted bans myself.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
I think that's okay. I didn't really. I think the bans were fine. I think the draft strategy on Kakalak's side left something to be desired. You know, you can kind of argue that they're going for a type of rip strategy.
Yep.
But that doesn't work if the score line is tilted in the direction of Santos Laguna by 300 plus points, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't work if you're so far behind on levels that you can't actually get into any fights to secure an objective. So Kakalak has got some work to do here in Game 2.
They absolutely do. As we head back into our draft here, again, they are down 1 game. They're going to take the first pick right now. Blissey banned, Latios banned. It looks like we are peeling out of that draft screen here for just a moment. A real tough one for Kakalak. They picked a couple of those Pokemon that when it goes right, it looks fantastic. You're a genius because you picked Dragonite. When it goes wrong, everyone thinks, why Dragonite? Why Gengar? Why Venusaur? And on and on and on. These things that are not necessarily meta, but sort of on the periphery that some of these teams want to bring in. We've seen some incredible Dragonites throughout the history of the UCS, but it is one of those picks where it's slow to get online. And if it doesn't get there fast and you don't kind of start snowballing with it early, it's really tough to have a great fight with a Dragonite that's under-leveled, which means it's less likely that you're going to be in a good position to rip, which means it's less likely that your Hyper Beam is going to find great value around some of these objectives. It's just tough.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about historically solid Dragonites. How about Kakalak from, like, Japan? Remember when they had a pretty deep run because they just kept running back?
Are you thinking of Kabi-chans?
No. That was at Aos. But it was SCG on the Dragonite. Remember when that crazy Dragonite like Dragon Dance to score the points? You and I were casting that game. It was absolutely wild.
Yes, you're right.
So maybe they're trying to like spark some of that life back into them, going to old reliable there. But again, the difference between this game and how well they were performing in Yokohama a few years ago with this Pokemon was that point gap differential.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if you flip and you get it if everybody needs to score 100 points just to give yourself a chance.
Yeah. Now it's time to regroup. It's time to figure this out.
And I mean, we haven't really seen the Dragonite out of Kakalak, right? When we've been watching this weekend.
No, it has
and
a
they've
1% pick rate, so maybe they played it in one other game.
Yeah,
you know?
And it's like, why was this the moment? What did they see? And I'm afraid I can't quite dissect what they saw on the other side and said, yes, this is the Dragonite game.
Well, I do think every once in a while, if you throw a curveball at your opponent, something they don't expect, something they haven't maybe prepped for, and you can kind of get an early surprising lead with it, you can get yourself in a great position, right?
Okay,
you can get yourself in a great position, and your opponents are off balance. They might not know how to fight it. They don't deal with a Dragonite. They don't deal with a team that just zones for it, lets it rip an objective, right? But when the other team kind of gets an early advantage and just keeps running it down on you, picking up KO after KO after KO, you're in a lot of trouble with sort of a cheesy strategy, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, understood. In my heart of hearts, as I mentioned, I would like to see Kakalak, I don't want to say go somewhere standard, because a lot of teams have been finding success using their own identity here. And I don't want them to lose themselves after that game. But they need to do what you and I have talked about a lot. After a tough loss like that, you just got to leave it behind you. You almost have to kind of discount it and just say, okay, whatever that was is behind us now. Let's focus on the next thing and not let it jar us too bad. Because there's so many things that went wrong. It's easy to pin it on the Dragonite, like you said, because it's kind of like the big red flag in front of you. But there were so many other aspects of that game that didn't go right for them.
Fully agree. It's one of those tough things. You know, we saw some crazy matches earlier, High Five versus Zeta Division, that had an extremely difficult game one. Didn't seem to adjust much into game two, right? They had some adjustments, but Zeta able to kind of play the exact same strategy. So this may be a situation where you either say, look, either as Kakalak, we're not going to play the same stuff, or we're not going to allow Santos to play some of the same stuff. We'll have to see how they want to adjust heading in here to game number two. Always a tough place to be. You know, your back's against the ropes. One more game could be the difference between you heading home and moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and Santos Laguna, getting a lot of targeted bans. Like, don't forget, that Blissey was banned against them as well. It looked like that's where Cakewalk wanted to go again with their bans, with the quick, brief draft screen we saw. And that's a nod to the players on Santos Laguna that, you know, we'd almost rather contend with the Suicunes of the world than let them have these absolute beast of Pokemon when they're in specific players' hands.
Looks like our players are getting ready to head into this next game. Obviously, in a single elim bracket, small choices, you might not be, if things get chaotic in another game that you're doing well, in, you could have lost it all previously, right? So that Dragonite game, it could be, you know, the beginning of the end from them, but we've seen teams come back from worse. We've seen teams have worse game ones and go on to win their series.
Absolutely. I mean, you can talk about Aegis Flames yesterday. You know what I mean? They were having a heck of a time in that first game against Zeta. Right? And then all of a sudden, they had a huge Zeraora game, and then they had kind of a dismantling of Zeta in that third game using that Charizard. So this is a down, definitely not out yet situation, but they need to win 2 on the hop here.
And here we are, heading into our draft. We have the Blissey and we have the Scyther banned out over to Santos Laguna, Latios, and Charizard. First pick is going over to Cakewalk.
So everything's the same in terms of bans right now.
Yes.
The draft is where I really need to see Cakewalk come alive because that draft kind of went sideways early. They are grabbing the Ho-Oh again. And again, that's not where I think the draft went sideways.
Agreed.
I think that's a fine pick. And there's really no incentive for Santos Laguna to change anything yet as they quickly lock in any Sus's Zacian and quickly grab a Suicune as well.
I think all of these picks are great 1-2-3s, right? Ho-Oh's incredible, looked fantastic in that last game. Zacian was amazing, Suicune was amazing. Some of the other picks as they went on got a little trickier. We've got Mewtwo instead of what we had before, and now we also have a Blastoise coming into this game. So definitely a different look from Cakewalk, which I think they absolutely need right now.
Yeah, we did see some really clever engagements out of this Blastoise when we were watching Cakewalk in the Green Rune here. So this feels a little bit more identity-driven to Cakewalk with what they've been successful with this weekend as Minotaur easily grabs Eldegoss. Hitman snagging up the Mew.
Interesting pick. Mew has been one of those Pokemon that feels like it either has one of the best games ever, and you feel like the player is on another level, or it just doesn't feel like it had much of an impact in a match. We'll have to see how it looks here from Santos Laguna. As we head over to our final 2 picks from Cakewalk, we've got Garchomp, and they're bringing Dragonite back, so they like this strategy.
I mean, it was picked last game, and its pick rate went up 1 entire %.
Yeah.
So it's easy to see that Cakewalk is the reason that Dragonite is seeing the game at all right now. And a sword pick. You and I haven't cast the sword yet, but we've talked about how we would like to see more sword throughout the weekend because we think it just fills a decent role on some of these teams when instead they're grasping at straws somewhere else.
I actually really like Aegislash. I think it's a little underrated in this meta. It plays well into tankier Pokemon, that big boosted, able to rip through some of it with some of that max HP shred that it's able to get. I like the pick here for Aegislash, and I like the adjustments from Cakewalk. If they came back with the same draft, I think they would be in trouble. They still have a few things that I don't know if they're going to be the winning factor for them, but they bring in the Mewtwo wide, they bring in the Blastoise, they have some different options here.
Here's something that stresses me out about Cakewalk's draft right now. Zacian, great early. Suicune, great early. Mew, great early. You look on the side of Cakewalk, Blastoise, woo.
Yeah.
And then you got to go on down line. Garchomp, not bad early, but still needs to scale.
Yep.
And then you have a Dragonite, which is another woof. So
yeah, Dragonite is, I mean, it's really rough early. You're right. I mean, all dog stuff. Woof, rough. It's just bow wow, this Dragonite.
All the dog stuff.
All the dog things. It's a tough one because it needs so much experience to get online as we head here to game number 2 in our quarterfinals. Cakewalk, your purple team. Santos Laguna, your orange team, up 1 game. If they win here, they move on. Cakewalk will be heading home here at the World Championships.
Looking early here is the pressure, and you're already seeing how good Suicune and Mew are early. I mean, they hit Nadiza so hard on that skirmish over that contestable farm that they had to run all the way back to pad and pretty much just give up. On the other hand, though, Mark G, Blacklight putting on good pressure. Anysus and Minotaur trying to hold it down. Poor little Gossifleur just stepping up and catching shots on behalf of the legendary dog.
You know, it's a tricky one here with this Garchomp. Both of these have great rip early, right? Their auto attacks go very, very quick. They were both trying to see if they could sort of limit test their opponents and pick up a KO in that moment. We have the Dragonair on the top path. We also have the Doublade heading up there to the top path as well. We're watching the Mewtwo make their way up to the top path, seeing if they can join this fight and make something happen here.
Okay, I mean,
moving on in.
Eviscerated. We're moving forward. Pressure on. That's a quick knockout there on the Gibble. Can they get one back the other way? They do. The Doublades are shattered. They're broken swords right here as Santos Laguna is looking to get some points on the pad.
Huge.
Poor Minotaur is trying to get these points in so they can evolve, and they are successful. So now we have an Eldegoss. Blacklight is incredibly low. Mark G back in the action, and Anysus is being relentless. Finally, we have the Mewtwo Y. Sunsage looking for a target, is able to have Kira step up and eat that shot on behalf of Minotaur. Not really necessary, but just showing each other, hey, I'm here for you.
That was a great fight on behalf of Santos Laguna, and the real difference between them was Doublade, while not incredible, does outpace that Dragonair a little bit. I think they were able to do a bit more with it, and then Zacian moving in for those clean-up KOs. On average, Santos Laguna outperforms Kakalak with 371 points per game compared to 354.
So if we're just looking at that stat line, still going in the favor of Santos Laguna, and that number certainly boosted after a pretty lopsided game one.
Oof, SCG making their way up to the top path, but here we are once again at about the same point of the match, looking at a level 6 Dragonair. Maybe they're getting too confident right now.
Okay.
If they go down, this could be big for Kakalak, but no, they peel back. Very careful play there, even though they went in for some intense aggression in the enemy central area. Did not work out, but they didn't get punished for it.
The confidence that Santos Laguna has to go after the farm on the side of Kakalak's side is unprecedented. Big wide guard. We're moving forward now. The Suicune freeze is devastating as Santos Laguna is chopping through them. Everyone goes down. That's 4 straight up as the Mewtwo Y doesn't catch a receipt because it's not there at the party.
We're doing some math right here with some beautiful overcaps in that top path as the goal zone does go down. They are now ripping that top objective. Santos Laguna once again in total control here.
They're attacking the Gabite in the central areas. Anysus rips the Regieleki up top. They are keeping these late-stage Pokemon down. They are smothering them so they can't scale up. And this is just spelling disaster for Kakalak early as Minotaur has got eyes on him, just A-pressing Nadiza. And here comes Kira as well. The light bulb putting in work against 3.
Yeah, and here we go, taking 5 members now. Kakalak up into the top path. Anysus deciding whether or not they want to fight here. 2 members of Santos able to easily secure the objective in the bottom path. It takes a village sometimes, but it shouldn't take a village to take down a Regieleki. But when you're this far behind in a match and it's this dangerous, they had to commit all of their resources on the side of Kakalak to that objective. Santos Laguna, I mean, second verse, same as the first here, Doob Snacks. This is looking like a repeat of game 1.
It really is. It really is. And you're seeing how devastating the Suicune is now in these engagements. Anysus and Mufasa are looking to get active. And when everybody's frozen down, it makes easy work for those two. Nadiza half HP, just trying to contest this Altaria here. And I'm not too sure who got it, but Santos Laguna is showing up in numbers here. As look in the central area. Kakalak is getting pressured by Santos Laguna as the sword and the dog are just hanging out.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in for Kakalak, right? You just have these over-leveled Pokemon hanging out in your central area, punishing you every time you go somewhere to get some experience. Unite move for nothing. I don't think they're going to miss it, really. They just kind of accidentally threw it, it seems like, and now they're moving towards the tier 2 as we have a little fight here on the bottom path as well. Garchomp with the Unite, not able to get any value yet. Dragon combo right here. Here comes Dragonite.
Nice wide guard. Okay, crash landing by the Dragonite. SCG sees the pressure and peels back. They need to get Anysus, at least get something. Hyper Beam's a little shy. Anysus goes back in. The Pollen Puff is there. Top off. Suicune Unite cover. And now Santos Laguna is turning the tide. They're getting on top of the Ho-Oh. They're certainly on top of that Garchomp. Mark G has the eject button out. The Sorter's relentless. They're poked back to the T2 pad, and they still can't get the sword down. Great coverage by Minotaur as this team is somehow standing, and they're all making the retreat. The surf is in by Nadiza, and they can't close the door. Santos Laguna is just wild right now.
Kekalok getting absolutely nothing in that exchange.
Crazy,
I mean, the amazing plays there, the support core of Santos Laguna between that Suicune and the Eldegoss, which is having an insane run this weekend. The level lead just padding the HP and defenses enough to make sure that they can make plays like that unpunished for being in the central area of Kekalok the entire game as Santos Laguna. 10 to 202. Level-wise, this is crazy. Fight-wise, Santos Laguna is in control. Points-wise, this looks horrible for Kekalok.
Now they're putting pressure on Blacklight. There's 3 players there. Minotaur is doing such a great job frontlining and getting vision with this Eldegoss and really setting up plays. And look, SCG, if they step out, they are going to be in an absolute blender between Mufasa and Anysus.
Yeah, they're just waiting, right? They're just trying to bring someone into some of these fights. If they can find them, that would be great. SCG would love to get some experience. They'd love to venture out and find a way to get some levels here, but every time they pop their head out, Santos Laguna is there to chop it down as they start to peel back. Able to grab that buff, which is really nice for Kekalok. Trying to get some of this XP right here, but so much of it's being taken by Santos Laguna.
Yeah, Santos Laguna, you can kind of see they're hiding out kind of in the left side middle of that central area, and they're waiting for the wild Pokemon in the central area of Kekalok to spawn, and when Kekalok goes to get it, they just jump on them. We saw Ho-Oh knockout in the top path if you're taking a look at the mini-map there. And now Santos Laguna finally decides to go take their free farm on the side of the map as they're also taking the Swablu and Altaria in the middle.
I mean, look at this here. This is just obviously theirs. No one is here to contest it. You've seen Santos Laguna essentially push the dividing line of this map all the way over to the central area of Kekalok. And right now, with 30 seconds until Rayquaza, Kekalok is in a very difficult position. They have to make a play. They have to have a heroic fight. They have to make something happen here, or their tournament life is done. Blastoise right now getting some information here as they're trying to bait in a fight, possibly moving forward here. They catch them with the Sacred Fire, but no, they decide to not engage here. They're probably going to have one more engagement in this match. It could be the last team fight they have of the Unite Championship Series. They need to find their moment. We have Anysus moving in, ripping through Blastoise, but they are going to peel back from this. Santos Laguna does not need to start this fight. Kekalok has to be the one to make a decision. Santos Laguna looking to punish whatever they choose to do. We have the Ho-Oh, we have the Flamethrower, we have a Psy Strike, but they're still not moving in on this fight. Time is ticking down. 10 points, 202. Santos Laguna in complete control. Kekalok has to make a decision. They have to pick their moment. They have to decide to fight.
They're going to have to go in here. Time is running thin, as you said. They're down by a bucket load of points, and the pressure's on Kekalok to make a move. They're finding a hard way in. Here comes Nadizad. It almost looks like Santos Laguna let them into the middle area. We'll see how we can get engaged. Anysus on the backside. Sun Sage is there. A little bit of pressure on, but we fade for a moment.
Yeah, Mewtwo's Unite move does nothing. Caught there, and now they're moving in for a fight. Here comes Garchomp, but they're very low, and they get taken down immediately.
Santos Laguna is going to jump on top of Nadizad. We've got the Suicune still sitting there. Rayquaza is getting chipped up, forcing out the Hydro Typhoon. Does hit 3 targets. Can they convert? SCG is sitting there. Blacklight is trying to burn down, and we see the Unstoppable pop up, and they're continuing to rage on. Anysus is low. Anysus is low, but it's Kekalok that is losing members. Blacklight's the last thing standing in front of Santos Laguna. They are so low on HP. The chase is going on. They pick up a berry. They are knocked out. Somebody get the Baja Men on the phone and let them know that it's Santos Laguna that let the dogs out.
Unbelievable from Santos Laguna, making this look easy in this best of 3, completely dominating game 1 and 2, heading to put some more points on the board. They don't need it, however, as they sit in the middle of the map. They are heading to the semifinals, and they are on fire.
And what a convincing win, too.
I mean,
what a convincing win. too. It kind of seems like that's the aura you and I are bringing to the booth today, is just these lopsided 2-0s. You got one team that seems like they're ready to take on the world, and one team that's just rolling out of bed. Santos Laguna, I'll tell you what, NESUS is looking really good. Holy, that Zacian, that sword combination just wreaking havoc.
You know, what you saw right there was a clinic in what to do with a lead. Right?
Yes.
They took their lead, they kept the pressure on the entire time, and the way they played around each other, making sure that every time they moved in to sort of punish Kakalak for being behind, they didn't give up any experience, they didn't give up any big KOs. So impressive. Santos Laguna just looking absolutely dominant in this match against a top team.
I mentioned NESUS, right? You have to give flowers to Kira. Kira and Minotaur.
That's sweet.
They
too.
played crazy. Those Eldegoss, NESUS on was operating on 15% HP. It almost felt like especially in that big central area catch where NESUS almost went down, and we were following, and all of a sudden that big Suicune Unite, nice pollen puffs, and are able to turn the tide there. I mean, that to me was a difference maker, and here we just kind of see the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, a great Hydro Typhoon, really nice revival right there by the Ho-Oh, but it's not enough. The level lead makes it really tough in some of these moments, and they're even trying to get this Zacian. It takes a long time. Ho-Oh has to get them with the Sacred Fire. At that point, everyone else is down. We now finally see Blacklight get taken down. Ho-Oh trying their best, but they are gone. Just such an impressive match from Santos Laguna. It was, I mean, just dominant, top to bottom. MVP, Mufasa on the Aegis-Slash.
Great tip of the cap to Mufasa on this Aegis-Slash. I think they were moving around the map incredibly well. They were using the advantages they had, not necessarily in levels, but like you said, the power level of some of these Pokemon in the early stages of the game, right? Able to get on top of that Dragonair. They were both level 6, but Mufasa coming out ahead in the early stages. So really understanding their Pokemon and the relationship it has to what the opponent is trying to do. Well done, not only by Mufasa, but by Santos Laguna.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't much you can say negative about what they did at all. It was pretty dominant top to bottom, very impressive, extremely impressive level of aggression, and never giving up knockouts in key moments is just a masterclass. They looked fantastic.
They really did. They really did. And, you know, they were aggressive, but I felt like controlled aggression. Controlled aggression. I think the only time it looked suspect, ironically enough, was when suspect was ironically enough when NESUS was incredibly low on HP, about 20%, and he was getting chased through Kakalak Central, and then all of a sudden, NESUS just turned around and just dove in, and it was just Minotaur immediately following up, and then that gargantuan Suicune Unite, which quite literally put everyone on Kakalak on ice, and all of Santos Laguna followed through on that and was able to convert, save NESUS, prevent the experience from going to Kakalak and getting themselves a big-time win. But I believe we have an interview on the stage with Santos Laguna. Take it away.
Right, everybody, give it up for Santos Laguna! Our Latam North representatives, and we have Kira for this lovely interview. You just beat Kakalak, and it was, to be fair, a very dominant 2-0. So, do you want to talk a little bit about it?
Durante la partida habéis estado dominando constantemente. Parece que ha sido una victoria aplastante. ¿Quieres comentar algo sobre la partida?
La verdad veníamos súper confiados después de vencer al top 1 de Japón. Sabíamos que podíamos contra ellos y vamos por más.
We were very confident after winning in the number 1 of Japan, and we knew we could win, and we won more.
Yeah, and I know that winning more means that you're going to have to really accomplish that on the semifinals, because you are going to be facing Japan once again in Zeta Division. So how are you feeling towards that one?
Para conseguir eso vais a tener que volver en la semifinal y vais a volver a enfrentaros a Japón de nuevo. ¿Cómo os sentís sobre ese reto?
Me siento muy emocionado y lo vamos a tomar de la mejor manera posible.
I'm very happy, and we are going to do it in the best way possible.
Lovely, and to be fair, you did it today already, defeating Reject on the V stage. That was lovely to watch. And I think your performance was amazing. And my favorite point from your team is the macro. So I'd love for you to talk a little bit about how do you guys navigate the late game?
Ella te está preguntando ahora por la estrategia, ha disfrutado mucho viendo la parte del macro. ¿Puedes hablarles un poco sobre cómo lo habéis hecho, cómo lo habéis preparado?
Lo teníamos ya trabajado de tiempo, la verdad que nos han ayudado a las screens bastante para poder llegar a este nivel y la verdad que los resultados se ven reflejados. Y también gracias a nuestros analistas y coach, a Rixo y a Dioiva, les mandamos un fuerte saludo de parte de Santa Laguna.
We have been working for a while, we have been preparing, we have also had some help, our coach, he mentioned an analyst, data analyst, you mentioned two names? Dioiva and Rixo. I want to thank them.
All right, congratulations for making it to the semifinals of Pokémon Unite World Championships. Give it up for Santos Laguna. Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you as well. And back to you, casters.
That's us. That's us. We're the casters.
Yeah, thank you very much, Soph. I mean, wow, that was just incredible. The games really weren't too close. They look phenomenal. They have taken down the #1 seed out of Japan. They just took down Kakalak. They're going to be moving forward to face off against Zeta Division, a team that is just on a run as well. We're taking a look at our quarterfinals right here. Still to come, Peru Unite, Aegis Flames, Nouns Esports Luminosity. Unbelievable. I can't wait. Team EX goes down to Zeta Division. Kakalak goes down to Santos Laguna. The first two teams heading to our semifinals, Zeta versus Santos. I truly do not know how that's going to turn out. Both of them are playing incredible. Those matches, however, make it look like Santos is going to walk away with this. But Zeta Division is a powerhouse team, the only team left here from Japan.
Yeah, and they've been 2-0 sweeping everyone today here on day 2 on quite a run. However, we still have our other semifinals to get set, and you highlighted them, Peru Unite and Aegis Flames. Peru Unite, a known quantity, trying to find themselves back into their old glory from the last couple years, and Aegis Flames quite literally lighting up the stage and lighting up our hearts because they are playing like monsters, and it's been amazing to watch.
And then, of course, we have Nouns Esports out of EU having an incredible tournament run.
Yeah.
Some of these live events, they've been a little shaky, but we have not seen that this weekend. They're going up against LG. Obviously, I love this matchup. Yeah. It's going to be unbelievably good. I mean, you got kind of Ender against Slash once again. There's that little TTV rivalry from a few years ago. I just cannot wait to see that match on the main stage.
Absolutely. I think you and I might have to slink out into the crowd here and catch that one because we will not be casting it. We will be returning for a semifinals best of 5, which is a courtesy reminder to you at home that our semifinals will be best of 5s. But before we can tackle those, we need to figure out who is forming the other semifinals match. And to get that going, we need to take a break.
We're going to take a break. You don't go anywhere. We actually do
we
go
have
somewhere.
to go somewhere.
We'll be right back, everybody.
Love you. Bye.
Action, thrills, upset, Pokémon Unite. What more could you want from the Pokemon World Championships 2025 here in Anaheim, California? We are narrowing down our impressive field of competitors, and we're getting closer and closer to that top 4 semifinal range. What's up, everyone? I am Zoinks, and this is Wonder Chef.
This is Wonder Chef. Hello. Absolutely accurate. You know, I cannot believe how close to the end we are. I was just talking about it. I feel like we very quickly went from anything can happen at the start of the day to only a few things can happen.
Yeah.
And
a lot of things to happen.
Yes. The end is within sight, and I cannot believe that it has played out like this. I feel pretty confident that nobody has a correct fantasy bracket at this point in the day, but look at the 2 matches we have left in the quarterfinals. Peru versus Aegis Flames and Nouns versus Luminosity. Woo. What bangers.
I mean, just storied history in that second quarterfinal. In this first one, though, some new additions to the scene as well as some age-old favorites in Peru Unite. And then, of course, Aegis Flames kind of taken center stage of the spotlight of the story of our tournament. A bunch of brand new players to the scene mixed in with a few Brazil favorites to form a team that has taken down Titans throughout this matchup and is now in a position to become top 4 in the World Championships? Are you kidding me? What a story from this squad.
I know. And of course, that's going to match what we're going to be watching very, very soon. I'm so excited. I got to cast their first game on broadcast of the weekend, and it was amazing. We got to watch their second match of the weekend. It was amazing. And the third, if it's not amazing, I would be very, very surprised.
So you got to witness the Zero Aura masterclass from Aegis Flames.
Yes.
Well, not many other people did, because that has been almost a permanent ban against this team from every other squad leading up to it. I'm extremely curious if Peru Unite is going to follow suit. I mean, it's a big swing, but this target ban might pay off.
Right, as far as all of our matches on broadcast, after that game, every single game was a Zero Aura ban after that. They said, no, we're never letting that happen ever again. But despite that, it still has, I mean, they've played around it in really, really great ways. They haven't even needed it at all.
Exactly. Now, we're obviously excited about the booth. I know the players on the stage are as well, but we also got people and players in the crowd. So let's hear something from the floor here in the venue.
So Zoinks and Chef, we have here Ollie Cosplays, a lovely content creator for Pokemon that has been enjoying Pokemon Worlds quite a bit. Do you want to talk a little bit about your experience?
Yeah, I've been having the time of my life here, seeing all the cosplays, the amazing community, the TCG, the VGC. I'm totally just in awe of everyone, and it's just a beautiful community being a part of it, Pokemon.
And how about your journey with Pokemon? Because it feels like, I mean, you are literally in character, and I love that for you. Why did you choose Bug? Is it your style, or is it just something that you chose for this event?
They're a little quirky, they're different, they're underrated. I love the weird ones, you know? We got Volcarona, we got Beautifly, Masquerain. I'm repping the Bugs always.
That's wonderful. And how about Pokemon Unite? Do you rock anything in particular?
Well, I'm a little bit of a Serena main, but Goodra's my boy. Goodra is my boy. Those are my favorites.
I love that. So we have a defender and an all-rounder. Quite different styles.
Yeah, totally. I like to change it up. And sometimes I'll do support. I love my girl Blissey. She's cool. You know, gotta help the team. Be a team player.
Can I be your Blissey?
Please. Will you? Can we play right now?
Yes.
Match made in heaven?
Yes.
We're gonna slay.
Oh, we're so gonna slay. Just like Aegis Flames and Peru Unite in his next match. Back to you, Cosmos.
This is definitely going to slay. And you know, the quirky ones, the different ones, that's, I think, Unite in a nutshell.
Yeah, no, if you were into those style of Pokemon, I think pick it up. Bug types, I think we all were requesting a few more.
Hey,
however, one that has been making a name for itself.
Great segue.
Yeah,
great
so
segue.
much. Thank you. I'll be here, well, not for too much longer, just for 2 more days. I can't believe the World Championship was over. But a Pokemon like Scyther has also been tearing it up, is where I was eventually getting to with that one.
Should have pretended you were going to talk about Buzzword.
Yeah, it's true. But one thing we did talk about right before we cut to that interview was where is the Zero Aura ban? It is absent from this draft. However, Aegis Flames have thrown in the Blaziken, a Pokemon with less than 1% ban rate on our tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty surprising that it's been that low, considering it's been doing really well across the entire weekend. That secure has been super key to a lot of teams winning. We saw LG use it extremely well. But actually looking at the picks, it's a lot of common picks that we've been seeing. One that I think we've talked about a little bit less this weekend is the Mamoswine, which has gone through a whole lot. There's a lot of options for the defenders right now, but we've been seeing it. You can see 20%, which is relatively high for that kind of like second-tier defender.
I think it's also going to be showcasing why maybe we didn't see the Zera Aura ban outside of Peru Unite. I think Mamoswine is actually an incredible matchup into that particular, and yeah, Aegis Flames, all of their damage is going to be coming from these melee all-rounders, and of course a speedster in the case of Zera Aura. So we're going to have a lot of up-close personal damage. That's going to be really tough for them to kind of avoid Draken's terrifying Ice Fang. I mean, I talked about how Peru Unite is a story team. That's one way to do it, and yeah, why not just throw in the Armorers? We got the Char Cadet Bros on opposite sides.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I've ever seen in a tournament match both of them on the opposite sides. They're actually also on their own perfect like purple and orange side.
Wow,
it's pretty perfect. This is accurate, lore accurate match.
Production of the script is getting a little too easy to tell that it's scripted. If we could just throw in a few twists maybe. But yeah, no, it's some really interesting stuff in this draft. I think Peru Unite really doing their homework on what Aegis Flames likes to play, and specifically how their strategies play out on the map, and trying to counter that. So a strong focus on anti-melee fights. We got the Mamoswine for the Ice Fang, Clefable just for that big pocket healing, and then Armourouge is basically this great counter pick that's starting to see not a lot of play, only an 11% pick rate on our tournament, but we have seen the evidence of it doing extremely well into these brawl-style compositions.
Right. One thing as well that I think needs to be watched out for, though, and kind of like the opposite direction, is the Clefable being so dependent on everybody being around you means that there are some huge AoE plays that could be made from the side of Aegis Flames. Specifically, I would say maybe some of the Unites could be gigantic. We've seen, I'd say this weekend, a few plays. Oh, wow, they went right into it. That was extremely fast. But we've seen some plays so far this weekend that have just torn entire teams apart.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, you're talking about that Seraled Unite move that has this huge hitbox hitting multiple targets at a time. One of those kind of soft answers is a cleanse, some kind of full heal or something. However, there's no other support Pokemon on the side that can do that. Clefairy having amazing healing, or sorry, Clefable once again, but has amazing healing, but will not be able to cleanse that Seraled kind of timed damage mark.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there are a few other things as well. I mean, the Seraled would be the scariest, of course, if it does fully land. We've seen that literally wipe entire teams. But Hoopa can, of course, stun big, gigantic circles of people. Zera Aura itself can do just a lot of normal damage. And then Snorlax, honestly, you usually use it a little bit more defensively, but if everybody's stacked up, it can launch an entire team.
Yeah, we have seen some really proactive offensive Unite moves from Snorlax in the past. It's kind of a do-it-all Unite move sometimes when you just flop on the ground and get that big shield. So we're going to be looking forward to seeing what Atharas can pull off with this Pokemon, especially against such a world-class defender in Draken. I know Sprinkles and Duke Snacks have got the chance to cast over Peru Unite matches a lot, and they love talking about the support of Kea and the tank of Draken. Nemo going in for the offensive pressure, but we're also pushing here on bot side.
Yeah, pushes from both sides, or I should say in both paths from Peru. However, they're getting pushed back up top. Anemo just trying to escape. A great counter engage from Tempo, who, oh my goodness, is barely escaping. Tries to get chased down using the MLB for a little bit of mobility, but not going to be able to catch. And that healing, like you said, it is huge. It is some of the most, I guess, concentrated healing in the game. It is so incredibly fast at pulling you back up. You just got to be close.
Yeah, and not to mention when you get that plus upgrade of it, it's just AoE becomes gigantic.
Yes.
It's covering just entire areas of where team fights are going to be going on. I like Tempo's play on the Lucario there. We are going to power up punch. We don't have access to our second move yet on Lucario, so we find a way to weave in that damage. I think they were kind of hoping the boosted auto after would get themselves the KO. Comes up a little bit short, but they do make it safely back. Lucario's passive in Steadfast really helping it out of the early game, and I think one of the major reasons why this matchup with Buzzwole versus Lucario is actually going so well for Peru Unite right now on the top side. Problem is, Aegis Flames has a big successful push as Anemo goes down. Leafeon KO'd, Aegis Flames dumping in points into tier 1 on bot side.
That's a lot of points, and especially with Hoopa, they've got to be careful of that. You get a little sad on the bottom. Both Peru and Aegis sit at 71%, but Peru with 31 more games played. We have a hat count coming next game.
Okay,
are we getting spoilers?
Okay, all right. Well, I do love that we have incoming warning of these lower thirds. I love that a lot. But wow, what impressive win percentage for both these squads.
Yeah.
Aegis Flames having quite the tournament run, but Peru Unite a bit longer of a chance to be playing in these events, clearly. These Hoopa portals from the Ocean are going to be pretty important, specifically around the basement and Reggie Alecki battlefields. You see Snorlax already trying to take up space. Peru Unite taking this one a little bit slower, as Anemo is actually going on a bit of a central area invade for experience instead of trying to fight over the red steel.
I like that idea a lot. The rotation ability from Aegis is so strong from Aegis Flames. Ooh, but they are going to all rotate down from the side of Peru Unite, trying to push down this tier 1. Tons of damage here, just all on top of this pad. They're going to have to back up. Even with the potential of maybe getting some players down, it seems like they timed it really perfectly, as Aegis Flames is actually pushing down the top tier 1 on the other side. So not enough members to come down and help. They will be breaking this pretty exactly, I think, right there. Like 5-point overdone, something like that.
Yeah, I was honestly shocked that they didn't do it earlier. I saw Sanus sitting there with 7 points, but against the Hoopa team, you want to do that as early as possible. Shatter that tier 1 goal zone. But I saw there Anemo wanting to get just a couple more attack weight stacks on that Leafeon, wanted to knock out one more ball toy before you break, and they were able to do so and rally back for the Reggie Alecki defense. Aegis Flames not going to take that line down, though, as they're pushing towards this tier 1.
Ooh, I like this thought. They're going to go in really, really far. Buzzwole starting the initiation. Big Unite coming out. And that's going to be 1 KO already on the Swinub. Double altogether, and that should be a third with, oh, well, I was going to say with Zynas going down, but hold on, they're actually managing to escape really, really well. Then, especially the extra damage of the birds is actually starting to add up. Finally manages to catch all the way down, but that was a pretty good delay as far as things go. One more target with tempo on that Lucario, who most likely won't be able to escape yet. Finally getting KO'd, but delayed long enough that we are going to get some revenge KOs as Anemo comes back into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Nemo stacking up his attack point. Oh, what an eject button earthquake combo from Draken to finish things off. And Nemo going to be stacking up the Excel Bracer by 1 point with that assist. But either way, clean little comeback from Peru Unite, but certainly the major win in that team fight going over to Aegis Flames. A lot of big knockouts. Tempo on this Lucario really trying to kind of push the limits of this Pokemon, find these KOs in pretty dire situations. I think so far it hasn't worked out in their favor, but they are keeping pace on levels, at least with their roster, slightly behind Aegis Flames right now.
Oh my goodness, just exploded right there. That's going to be a double for Matt, maybe going for a triple. Yep, 3 altogether. Actually, maybe a 4th up there as there's a 1v1 happening as this Regirock is going down very quickly. And oh, finally a little bit of an assist. Oh, the Unite, I think, maybe connecting. I'm not sure if that connector barely missed, but regardless, they are both going to get out of that. Oh, maybe a little bit too risky. Some damage coming in the other direction. The Armor Rouge definitely could melt both of those melee Pokemon just by standing close to them.
Yeah, and Matt's just getting this discharge shield, becoming such an important factor in a lot of these engagements, allowing them to just barely escape getting KO'd, and then of course get some of that return damage. And yet again, Lucario getting punished. Cerulege Unite hits 3 targets, sets themselves up for a KO streak of 2, but that's just so far. Make it a triple. It's Draken and Anemo trying to create a little bit of space, looking for the last hit of the Reggie Alecki, but it comes via the Cerulege.
Wow, they do manage to get it, but then once more, we're going back to the chase game. It feels like there's been a lot of just chasing within this game, especially maybe like right after some of these team fights, but Anemo doing a great job. Being able to kite using Razor Leaf is such a strong, nice skill to have is what I was going to say for playing that Pokemon, but they do finally catch, and things just seem to be going the way of Aegis Flames altogether. It's not like it's a one-sided game, but they're ahead in most areas.
Yeah, they are. I think right now Peru Unite has been relying, though, a lot on Draken's Mamoswine to achieve anything in these team fights. It feels like it has been an uncharacteristically quiet game from both Anemo and Tempo, who have not found a way to get a good shutdown on what Aegis Flames is trying to pull off. I think this Zero Aura Cerulege, I have to imagine it's Brazil's squad is kind of surprised they got it in the draft, and they have the chance to play it. And so far, it's been looking amazing. Big Unite, like you called out. Zero Aura having some clean plays. So exciting so far.
Yeah, couple huge Cerulege Unites. They've been looking really good. Another thing that I was talking about, I talk about this at every tournament, I feel like. I don't fully understand still why we see so much priority on Lucario from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, we've been talking about that a lot today.
Yes, but I talk about literally every tournament. I feel like we have have this discussion, but I was just talking about it to some of the other casters too. I feel like, that's not, I mean, Tempo's an amazing player, we know that, but I always feel like the impact of Lucario is a little bit low compared to a lot of the other picks you can see around it. I mean, obviously Blaziken was banned, but that's an option. Serena does some similar things, that's an option. Buzzwole obviously on the other side. But we'll see if maybe I eat my words here as we're getting down to the final stretch. Relatively close in score. Level 15 already on Aegis Flames, though. That's 2 levels above anyone else in the game.
And a latent Regirock buff on Aegis Flames as well. So a bit of damage reduction due to those bonus defenses. Twistom at level 15 on this Sarah-Ledge, by the way. He's going to try to threaten it. And then here's a pull. They actually grab the Clefairy first. And the Buzzwole gets the first KO.
Oh, already one down. We are going to be uniting from Draken in the middle of the pit. Everybody just on top of everybody. I don't even know what got that last hit. It was the Armarouge of all things. Peru managing to grab it, but only 3 members up. And certainly Draken's shield is already down. A few members low on the side of Aegis Flames. 1 member running up to score in the northwest side. And it looks like they're getting stopped. That shield is so close to being broken. Oh, an inch away. They got it in. The lead now going to Peru's side.
Yeah, 2 games is able to kind of crowd control Zinus for a little bit, but can't break that final piece of shield. There's still over a minute left on the clock. Aegis Flames with a very remarkable team fight. Maybe they lose the Rayquaza, but not a lot of Peru Unite walking out of that fight with Rayquaza's shields. There is still room for Aegis Flames to rally back and take the point lead.
The biggest thing here is they've got a decent amount of time to build back the Unite move for the Hoopa. Hoopa, as far as Unite moves, is one of the biggest comeback scoring Unites in the entire game. And they don't need that many points. If they actually keep small points in their pockets, that would be beneficial. It's almost unfortunate that they've got 50 in pockets for 3 of their members.
Yeah, they at least have a little bit of time on the clock, so a team fight is still available. 10 seconds on the respawn timer for Zinus for this Armarouge. Draken going to be first one to rally up. Kea there as well. The support core, the first line of defense. Sarah-Ledge Unite hits every single defender at the exact same time. Unstoppable for the Snorlax, looking to get that push as Mamoswine is already down. Make that Kea as well. All 3 down. Just the Armarouge, just the Leafeon left to defend. But still, Aegis Flames has knocked down an angle to get these scores in. Hoopa too low. Anthorus needs to make it back to the portal, but all they can do is run.
Hoopa's running to the top path. There's 5 seconds left. They need to get it in. There's somebody on pad. No, they're not going to be able to make it. And Peru with the comeback taking game number 1 just barely.
Zinus with 2 hero plays on that Armarouge, not only securing the Rayquaza with what I have to imagine was that Psy Kaboom Unite move right on top of the Rayquaza pit, just out of the melee range, charging up with a huge explosive psychic attack to knock that one out, but then respawning just in time, being patient enough to stand on that jump pad and land and stop the Hoopa score. Really close call for Peru. I think Aegis Flames having the advantage in that final fight, surely, since they were able to catch out Kea with the Zeraora pull, but still, Peru Unite finding a way to push past that.
Oh, I feel like, honestly, Aegis were ahead the entire game in every single situation, but that Rayquaza fight was one of the most chaotic, unpredictable Rayquaza fights I've ever seen. I believe I just said it just every player was on top of everybody else, and there were just a bunch of AoEs going, which is exactly what it was. I don't think anybody really had a read on what exactly was going to happen in that situation, because there honestly is a similarity, or was a similarity, in both of the comps that we just saw, where there was a lot of AoE damage and a lot of melee and a lot of punishing people sticking together. Unfortunately, when everybody's all sticking together all in one place that happens to be on top of the main objective, something's going to hit it, whether you want it to or not.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you're all focused on that, you're not focusing on the outside threat, which is that Armarouge, right, who is outside of that melee, is a little bit out of danger, which normally this build of Armarouge loves to be in the thick of it. That Armarouge loves to be playing in the mix, but Zinus very smartly knowing that their Unite move is a gigantic burst of damage, can play around that, or even their side shot, whatever they need to throw at the Ray to ensure their team getting that Pokemon. I mean, what a play. Things got real dangerous, and the fact they were able to make it to the goal zone and Buzzwole couldn't break the shield. I mean, we're talking about this match being won in millimeters, not miles.
Literally the startup of the move happened, and it looked like they were getting the dunk off. It just didn't quite happen, but as close as that one was, I feel like this could go to a game 3 for sure, but I'm sure Peru doesn't want that. We're going to be starting off with a very same bans, it looks like, from both sides.
All right. Unite. We're going to be running it back. I do think that Zero Aura was phenomenal for Aegis Flames again in game number 1. So Peru Unite, I guess we're all hoping they're not going to be punished by the hubris a little bit in this situation, but they do have the 1-0 score lead. There is the Buzzwole on the other side yet again. Dragon could try to steal away the Snorlax and pick it up for their own side. However, the Mamoswine being the on-paper counter for the future Zero Aura pick does feel like the wise decision here.
We may actually not even get the Zero Aura pick, though. Matt's already picking up this Buzzwole. Obviously, they can switch, but we did see Matt's go to Buzzwole in a lot of the games where Zero Aura was banned. So it may be one of those decisions where it's like, okay, let's go for something else. And honestly, the Zero Aura, while it didn't look bad, it certainly didn't look quite as dominant as it did in a lot of the other games that we've seen so far this weekend. So maybe they're just going for a different idea.
Yeah, they could be. I mean, I was pretty, my jaw hit the floor when they pulled Kea in with that crazy pull right at the start of that Ray fight. So, I mean, I guess I don't need a whole lot of evidence to cheer for the Zero Aura. I'm a bit of an easy laugh in that way, I suppose. But it looks like Aegis Flame is going to be hovering almost the exact same, the exact same 5 Pokemon will be locked in place. Peru Unite kind of doing the same thing. So this has been a really fun screen where we're just kind of doing the exact identical thing. Tempo was Lucario in a match previous. This is going to be their one chance to change up the composition from the former 5. Currently, they're hovering the Zarina, and they did not change anything. It is Lucario. This is not a replay. It is not a pre-record. This is game number 2.
That was an opportunity for them to make me look smart by going... Unfortunately, they instead made me look stupid, which I usually do to myself, but we'll take it here. No, honestly, I still do feel like Zarina would be really, really strong in this comp as opposed to the Lucario, but they feel comfortable, and I mean... If you feel comfortable, that means a whole lot. You know, if there's stuff you don't have to worry about, if you don't have to worry about changing up your strategy, that can leave you able to kind of adapt more and talk about different ideas more. There's only so much time you have to actually think in a game. But the full repeat is really interesting.
Yeah, and listen, Lucario does have some solid counterplay into Buzzwole. Buzzwole, the best part of its kit is kind of that full combo it can extend on you. Lucario, one of those unique all-rounders that does have very easy access to an unstoppable in that power-up punch, right? So you're able to just trigger the charge of that move, kind of avoid a lot of Buzzwole's charge attacks, potentially even the Seraph, but like still some big moments there that we're looking for, as well as Lucario, I think uniquely does have a stronger pace to that level 5 than Buzzwole will.
Yeah, that certainly is the biggest advantage, I think. And that's actually, you know, I was just speaking to some of the other casters in the green room, and we came to that decision as well, that the big advantage for Lucario is the very, very early game. But here we go. Aegis Flames on their last life. They were ahead last game, but they've got to make it now 2 in a row. Peru Unite looking to move into the top 4.
Yeah, I can already hear the crowd losing their minds for this Aegis Flame squad, the heroes of this team. But here we go, that promised fact. This UCS 25-5 season, we have seen a total of 5,862 games on and off stream. And in those, over 23,000 hats have been witnessed. So shout out to the Hollowware with hats. We know it's a certain content Cowboys favorite, and good to see it's a favorite of the players as well.
Of course, hats, most important thing in this game. But
absolutely.
Right now, I don't know if we have any hats in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Aura has a cowboy hat on one of its Hollowware, so crazy work from Matt Z to not be equipping that one. So far, so good for them. They got 10 points in pocket for both the Pokemon and Path, mostly because we do have an absent attacker, as we do have a split of the central area from Peru Unite, and then we'll be carrying the red buff, and I believe that will be Zainus with the blue buff.
The direction that they're going to choose to go is going to be mostly top this time, which we've seen a lot of teams really crashing bottom. Right now, Onemo getting hurt really bad, has been really good at escaping, but imagine even with the eject button to escape, or I guess you'd say against an eject button. Great support from the team, but hey, you know, you've got a lot of help right there with that little Clefairy. And on the other side, wow, we had a really, really far push from the side of Peru Unite. Draken maybe being punished a little bit for it, and Matt's already getting that KO.
Yeah, I mean, now is the time. If you're looking for any kind of stacks push forward, we don't have access to Hyperspace Hole quite yet. I think Hoopa just getting to that level 4 previously, so you don't have that quick defense you're worried about. You have to rotate down the old-fashioned way. Zainus doing a great job of defending this Goal Zone Fire Spin with that huge area of effect. Makes it very easy to prevent enemy teams from scoring even small amounts of points. So solid work from Peru Unite. They hold on to a very tiny lead. We're really going to start seeing the game shift around this 8-minute mark here, as the middle birds being dominated by Peru Unite.
Yeah, looks like they're already gone. Matt's going a little bit far right there in that last engagement, by the way. Really wanted to find that KO, but unfortunately we saw the rotation down, and it was a lot of experience for a lot of people who really wanted experience, and so that's going to be a nice little early boost for the side of Peru Unite. You can see they've already got a couple level 7s, only one level 7 on the side of Aegis Flames. Looks like an attempt here maybe for an ambush. Yeah. That is a scary set of Pokemon to try and ambush you. Still a Clefairy right now. Tempo only has a little bit of help, not nearly enough. Finally, though, a Nemo coming up with the Leafeon. That's going to be a huge chunk of damage on everybody. But, oh, not if you're the one who gets dunked. There, again, managed to sneak out just barely, picking up both berries in a row, finally getting KO'd. A ton of points in this top tier 1. Draken coming back to push, but probably going to get KO'd themselves. Yeah, not that much damage to support them. And I think eventually we're going to have to see Peru give this up. Well, I think they're taking relatively uncontested the basement red.
Yeah, that as well as Kea, I think, on the other tier 1 in the same path, going, worthy sacrifice, as I will stack up my special attack specs. So I may not be able to save you now, but my Moonlight Healing will save you truly later.
yeah, eventually. And wow, okay, they do manage to take this. There was a little bit of a turnaround here as Peru sent a lot of members up top for that Regieleki. It seemed like it could have been pretty easy for Aegis Flames to take it, but they are now on bottom. There was a big like rotation around from both sides.
And just now we witnessed kind of that Ceruledge soft counter with the Armarouge. So Zynus does have the full heal equipped. So the Ceruledge Unite does cut through the Armarouge, leaves that huge mark that'll explode momentarily after, but it was cleansed with Armarouge as a full heal as they just kind of walk back to their base. So it's a long cooldown on that battle item though, so you gotta watch out. Maybe they can find a way to expose the, lack of battle item from Zynus a little bit later.
Yeah, there are a good amount of things that you could potentially want to try and use full heal on the Aegis Flames team. Yeah. A little bit of crowd control from pretty much everybody. Nobody's really all that pure damage, so we'll see if they end up making it come into play. The pull attempted, not going to land this time. Zyna's safe for the moment. That certainly would have been a situation you could not have gotten out of.
Yeah, a nasty Volt Switch angle as well, so far and right on the enemy goal zone. Like, even if there is a Unite move to contend with, I don't think Zynus is walking out of the one scot-free. They are posturing for a fight here on the bottom side, and there is that pull. Heavy slam to follow immediately after. Zynus is able to walk away, though, with that unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, Clefable Healing is now at a hugely significant power level, so you can see how fast that managed to heal them back up. I believe that we probably need to combo something like the Buzzwole to land another crowd control. If they really wanted that to happen. Oh no, an attempt at a pull, but they get caught out, and Matt's gonna go down. Maybe another follow-up KO here onto Snorlax. This is gonna be a tough situation. This is also opening the door for them to push down this tier 1 gold zone, and yeah, they're certainly gonna break this as soon as possible. They managed to get a big overdunk this time as well, but with the Hoopa on board, that is a big win for them.
Follow Me repositioning Zeraora for Voltwitch is actually diabolical. Kea setting up some really nasty situations for Aegis Flames to have to play around. It seems like in this one, though, all they're going to be doing is setting up for a retreat, as everyone's got to bail and rally for this goal zone defense. 48 remaining. Draken take it away. Unite move to try to respond. They have a lot of HP, but that's absolutely blown up by the Ceruledge.
Yeah, the Ceruledge Unites have been landing extremely well. They're going to continue the push. We're going to see Anemo very low, but standing in the back line, able to still pick off Zeraora, and there's just not enough damage left. I mean, we do see Games here trying to follow up as many as possibly can, but there's just too many. That's going to be a full team wipe for Peru Unite. They are now the ones that are way far ahead in this game, almost about as much as their opponents were in the last game. I feel like the levels are similar, the points are similar. Yeah. We'll see if Aegis Flames can make it 100% similar and make a comeback.
Yeah, not to mention the drafts being exactly similar. So truly mirror images in this game number 2. Peru Unite going to land on this Regieleki, a very cheeky steal attempt via the hyperspace hole, which does do a little bit of damage, but will not knock out the Regieleki, instead walking down towards that tier 2. Peru Unite now with a little bit of information on their screens. They will be able to see that 3 members of Aegis Flames are fighting that Regieleki, which of course means they're absent from every other part part of the map. You see Draken and Kea playing all over the place, trying to find the other two missing Brazil players.
Yeah, on the bottom, we just see again a little bit of vision as they were able to see a few members of Aegis Flames down, again, farming these last-minute birds. The only thing that's really going to be spawning, I believe, in time, that Regilucky certainly won't come back, but this basement Reggie could be a big target. It's going to have about 30 seconds left when we get to it spawning, and everybody is down here. You can see, look how far forward this positioning is from Peru Unite. They're standing in this tall grass, but they're visible. You know, you can see them, and they're actually going to initiate. They're going to move in already and just get ambushed. But the thing is, the target is a defender, so they do manage to take on the Cerro Ledge. It's a pretty good win for them. They're all backed up. They've taken a KO each, but this Regirock is almost being ignored from Aegis Flames. They're like, okay, that was enough for us.
Right. Yeah, I think Peru Unite is so happy with that trade. They'll take the Mammo Swine for the Cerro Ledge any day of the week.
Yeah.
However, they won't have their defender for this initial positioning skirmish, right? So Rayquaza spawning in about 10 seconds. Aegis Flames does have map positioning, but I think the Armor Rouge and the Lucario, enough of a disincentive, they actually feel like they have to retreat back to their side of the map. Mondaras, with this block, has been pretty proficient at trying to steal away an enemy target, but this time just trying to defend that Buzzwole.
Pokémon Unite coming out. Everybody once again jumping on the south. Who knows what's going to actually hit it? But once again, it looks like it's Peru. Exact same way that it happened last time. Impossible to tell, but we can see the result, and Peru confident in their secure ability. That's a triple for Armor Rouge. Armor Rouge certainly was an amazing pick, almost a quadra in this set. This is going to be nearly impossible to come back from. They've got a 350-ish point lead on the side of Peru. There's still a minute and 17 seconds left, though.
You can ban Blaziken, but unfortunately Peru Unite has Blaziken at home, which is power-up punch Lucario in the middle of the Rayquaza pit, and it still succeeds. But like you mentioned, Wonder Chef, a minute left. Kay gonna make that a whole lot harder, though, adding yet another Hundo Burger to the final bill. Peru Unite defending against this one very far forward. Zydus and Draken not retreating to their tier 2 for the healing and safety, instead trying to pull single targets away and let Anemo and Draken get to work. Anemo in particular has 2 KOs in a row.
There's an attempt to push here, but 2 members down, 3 members down, and in the meantime, Clefable is going all the way to back cap in the home base. A lot of damage here coming out from who's left of Aegis Flames, but unfortunately it's going to be down to 1, another Hundo Burger. That's going to certainly seal the deal. 26 seconds left. Nobody from Aegis Flames still up on the map. Peru Unite have ended one of the most legendary runs that we have ever seen in UCS, any UCS tournament, but especially a World's Championship tournament. So great stuff to Aegis Flames, but Peru are monsters this weekend.
Peru Unite finding yet another way to level up. I think drafting into this Cerro or a Cerro Ledge composition so extremely well and celebrating alongside the crowd who is here to support this squad. Peru Unite have now hit the same benchmark they have laid for themselves in Honolulu. Yet again, a top 4 spot for them, but different from that one, their potential still unlimited, having a chance to push even farther in this tournament.
Without a doubt, one of our most consistent teams of all time. Yeah. They're a team that not only has shown up to Worlds and placed extremely well multiple times, they have shown up to a lot of different international championships and placed well. They really take every opportunity that they can to prove themselves on an international stage at offline events, and it shows. Their level of experience is nearly unparalleled.
Yeah, I love what this team has been able to accomplish this year. Maybe it has been kind of a, a tougher year for them than years prior, right? I mean, it's tough to compare to the year prior. They were just unbelievably dominant in so many events. But now, finding a time to truly return to form at the World Championships here in Anaheim in 2025. I mean, what a time to do so, reaching top 4 2 years in a row. I mean, so few teams can actually brag about that.
Right, and we set up some very interesting matches in what could be our next set. It's going to be them playing up against the winner of Luminosity and Nouns, which is another exciting match. Obviously, we're going to see that in a bit, but
maybe not if you're Peru.
Well, yeah. Or maybe if you're Peru, you know, if it's nouns, we'll see what actually happens. Or maybe they just want to prove themselves. But we did get to see some wonderful replays here of specifically, honestly, I got to say, the Streamlabs Unites were hitting. They were absolutely on target. And it wasn't quite enough. It's just the chaos of these final moments were ridiculous.
And in those moments, there is a Pokemon that thrives. Please watch Clefable in this situation. We got self-destruct. Follow Me absorbs so much of the priority attacks right there. You watch KO's Follow Me right when their Rayquaza is about to be KO'd. Oh my word, what a player. KO has just proved time and time again that they are an important part of this team. They are not going to be awarded the MVP this time. Instead, it is going to be a Nemo on this Leafeon. 72,000 damage, 11 knockouts. Very impressive showcase.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've seen every member of this team be an MVP at points, at many different points.
True.
They're a team that has stuck together for a long time and played together and synergized so well together. But Anemo, great to see, although, are we going to see the Scythe back?
Oh, maybe. Well, hey, if we have an all Latin America Grand Finals on Sunday, only one of those teams will be able to get Scyther at a time.
Wow, what a possibility that we have.
That'd be so crazy.
I mean, we could have seen it from Insomnia as well. But we've got an interview. Maybe we can have Soph ask them if we're going to see some Scyther. Maybe not, though. We'll see what she's got to say as we head up on the stage.
All right, thank you so much, Chef, and I'm so excited to have Anemo here with you from Peru Unite. Well, you find yourself already qualified for a top 4, just like last year, huh? So how does it feel to beat Aegis Flames in a very, very convincing fashion?
Bueno, ya estáis en el top 4 como el año pasado. ¿Cómo te sientes después de ganar a Aegis Flames en una partida tan interesante?
Me siento muy contento de estar en la misma posición del año pasado porque ahora sí podemos corregir nuestros errores y también quiero agradecer mucho a nuestros hermanos de Aegis Flames porque ellos siempre han sido nuestros compañeros de sprint desde el primer año y es gracias a ellos que mutuamente hemos mejorado. Así que lo agradezco mucho y estoy muy feliz de estar aquí de nuevo.
I'm very happy to be back here at top 4 like last year, and I'm very grateful to our brothers, Aegis Flames, because they've been our partners at the scrims, and we've been always together, so I'm very, very grateful.
Of course, last year you were still Fusion, this year back to Peru, so it's always a back and forth in your team name, but not in the roster. So how's the confidence of the team as a whole going into the semifinals?
El año pasado estabas en el equipo Team Fusion, ahora has cambiado a otro nombre de equipo, Peru United, pero la lista de jugadores es la misma. ¿Cómo te sientes
Can you bump them up, please?
participando de esta manera?
La verdad es que seré un poco repetitivo, pero es que me da mucha alegría de poder estar aquí de nuevo con mi mismo equipo, con mis mismos compañeros, con mi misma familia. Y ahora sí vamos a dar lo que no pudimos dar el año pasado, por lo menos vamos a quemar hasta el último cartucho.
I don't want to be repetitive, but I'm very grateful to be here with my same partners, my same family, and this year we're really going to go for what we couldn't get last year.
All right, just looking for an even better result with your friends and the team that you call family. So, your next matchup, how is the preparation getting into this top 4? Because we know that because you were top 4 last year, having an even greater challenge now to advance into that grand finals. What does it mean to you to get there?
Ahora este año tenéis un desafío aún mayor porque volvéis al top 4, pero tenéis
Can you
la
bump
intención
up
de llegar a la
interpreter,
gran
please?
final. ¿Cómo lo habéis preparado para eso?
La verdad ha sido un trabajo muy duro, nadie me va a dejar mentir. Yo y mi equipo hemos pasado por muchas adversidades, pero los hemos superado y por eso es que seguimos aquí, parados justo aquí, y vamos a seguir haciendo nuestro mejor esfuerzo.
So I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be very challenging. Yes, sorry. I'm not gonna lie, it's been very challenging, it's been very tough, it's been a lot of hard work, but we are gonna fight till the end.
Okay, so confidence, a lot of hard work that you have put in and that you will keep on putting into getting into grand finals. So give it up again for Peru Unite and Anemo! Thank you so much, you both, for the interview. Back to the casters.
Thank you, Soph. Wow, it's such a cool storyline, honestly. We were talking about how, I guess they've been together for such a long time, and then Anemos did the exact same thing. We didn't know that they were training partners.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah, also, I mean, I really like Anemo's interview there. A lot of honesty. Like, it's been a hard year. This team has had a hard year, both in just accomplishments, but just it sounds like it's been a journey for this team. So awesome to see that the work is paying off for this Peru squad. And now they're going to be moving to our top 4 for the semifinals, eagerly awaiting their opponent that will be the next match played on stage. Nouns Esports from EU versus Luminosity Gaming from North America. The Inder versus LG rematch on stage here in NA.
And we got to see some cinematic foreshadowing there. We got to see a few familiar faces in the background setting up. We got to see some square glasses in the crowd. And I know that this is going to be a loud one from them for sure. Nouns versus Luminosity. I'm so excited for that. Like you said, some storied history with Inder in particular up against.
And even just the general Nouns team, if we want to go back to the first ever World Championship on that London stage, we did have this squad competing against Nouns Esports. That three-player core from LG versus that three-player core from Nouns Esports. This is going to be, I mean, such an amazing matchup. I cannot wait. I love seeing the Noggles in crowd. I know LG's got their fair amount of fans out there as well. This is going to be an exciting one.
I know, and of course to see who's going to make it as our final member of the top 4.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness, we are getting so close, and of course 2 teams that are both kind of the, they're like our teams in a way. We get a chance to do Europe a lot, we get a chance to do North America a lot, so for sure we're going to be excited to be watching that one from behind the stage. But so cool to see these top teams from both of these regions, and especially seeing them make it so far. I think that there were some question marks, especially around Nouns, who had to kind of build themselves a little bit within this season, but they're here, Luminosity's here. We're not going to be here for a moment. It's going to be a few other casters, but you got to go do whatever you got to do to get ready for this next match, because when we come back, we are going to have Nouns versus Luminosity Gaming here at the World Championships.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome back to another Meet Your Casters segment. This time with Danily and Soph-chan, your Pokémon Unite casters. And we're going to be asking each other some questions so that you guys get to learn a little bit more about us. So first question, Soph-chan, what is your favorite Pokémon?
Oh, it has to be the legendary Jigglypuff, and I'm just so happy that there's a world's exclusive plushie for Jigglypuff, and the bird just looks amazing, so yes, I feel very privileged. What about yours?
So my favorite Pokemon is Mandibuzz, a little bit out there, but I don't know, it's just something about Mandibuzz. It looks cool, but it also looks odd, and I like odd things, so Mandibuzz has been a huge favorite of mine for a very long time. I know both of us would love to have these Pokemon added to Pokémon Unite, but if you could pick another Pokemon to add into the Pokémon Unite game, who would you like added?
So I am a very big fan of round Pokemon, as you could tell, for the Jigglypuff. And Danily, I think that the rodent types of Pokemon are also in my heart. We love the Pikachus, but to me, it's the Dedenne. I love the Dedenne. It's round, it holds its own tail, it's the most adorable little thing, and I kind of look like it a little bit if I do like this.
So sweet. I could totally see it. I hope it's a support, because we need more support Pokemon. So I think if I wanted to add somebody, we're adding all the evolutions into the game, right? I want to see support Vaporeon. I really do think we need to have one evolution in that support role, and I think Vaporeon would be perfect for that.
I agree. And Danily, tell me all about Worlds, because this is my first time here, so I want to know, what is your favorite memory of Pokemon Worlds?
I think for every world, it's always seeing who winds up being the world champions. So it has to be the crowning last year. And though this year it's going to be the exact same thing, I want to find out, are we going to be seeing a brand new face, maybe an underdog becoming a world champion? You know, I don't think we've had one of those yet, so I would love to see an underdog being crowned as a champion.
Well, for me, I think my favorite has to be the opening ceremony for last year's Honolulu. It was beautiful. I love the way the Pokemon can adapt to whichever place the Worlds is taking place. So I loved it. The music was beautiful. The dancing and all the Hawaiian spirit was lovely. But you said, Denali, that you are thinking of potential underdogs or other teams that you would love to see being crowned champions of 2025 Pokemon Unite. So who is your pick for the champions this year?
Okay, I don't think this is an underdog. I mean, everyone probably knows who they are. I would love to see Paper Rex win Worlds because I think for the past 2 years, they've played fantastic and I think as a team, everyone's very familiar with, but they haven't been able to go very deep into the competition yet. So I would love to see them make it into that grand final. And obviously, if they can win it, that would be perfect.
I love the storylines, and it's just something very nice that we know about Worlds, how everything builds up throughout the season, and it comes this like lovely pinnacle of best performances of Pokemon trainers. To me, I think I am biased towards Luminosity Gaming. You cannot win every single IC in a year and not be one of the highest contenders for champions. So that's going to be my pick. And Denley, it's been so nice meeting you a little bit more, but I think we still have something else that we could do around here. Let's have a look which is going to be our last question of the day. We're getting close.
Hang on, what do we get?
What do we? I think we need a little bit more calibration on this. Hold on. Yeah, just more energy, more footwork. Hey! Do your best Pokemon cry.
I'm going first? Okay. This one's for my old school girlies and guys out there. I hope you guys are ready. I want you to guess what it is, okay?
Oh, it's PG.
No. Oh my gosh, it must have been that bad.
It's PG, it's not PG? What is it?
It was supposed to be Bulbasaur.
It was supposed to be Bulbasaur. Tell us, everybody, was that Bulbasaur? That sounded like a bird to me. I don't think Bulbasaur is a flying type yet.
Okay, wait, what's your cry?
All right, so my cry is going to be more towards what the Pokemon says more than the cry in the game. So this is my impression. Oh, sha sha! Oh, sha 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 sha! Oh, sha wa wa!
I'm pretty sure you guys can guess what that is. Oh my gosh. Well, Soph, it was amazing doing this with you. It was so fun to meet you. I mean, we're going to have to spend a lot of time this weekend together, so it's going to be super fun. Yep. But that's going to be it for the Meet Your Casters segment, guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of World 2025. But it's Soph, Chan, and Danny out for now. See you guys later.
We are almost at the end of the road here for the Pokemon World Championships 2025 here in Anaheim, California. It has been a banger of a day so far. Dana Lee, I'm Calosaurus for those of you that are just joining in. But this next match, I feel like it has been one that a lot of Pokemon Unite fans have been waiting for.
But I think it's a matchup that's too soon. We did not want this matchup to happen so soon. Grand finals? Sure, you know, perfect rematch situation, but it's kind of sad, right? Because I think this is a matchup that people get a little bit heartbroken over because we have two teams that so many people love. It's so near and dear to a lot of us, and unfortunately, one of these teams is going to have to go home and the other one will advance to the next stage of the competition. And so now it's a case of who is the better team.
Well, there we go. This is the next match that we have lined up for you. The quarterfinals. It's going to be Nouns Esports from EU versus Luminosity from NA. And we can already see some of the Nouns fans in the crew with their glasses, along with some Luminosity tags there as well. So definitely a mixture in terms of fans in the crowd, but also back home. But yes, you were mentioning, is it too soon? Because I guess in terms of the history with these teams, for those folks that aren't familiar, Nouns Esports went back against Luminosity back in 2022 in the grand finals, and that was where Luminosity ended up coming out on top. And well, I was actually chatting to Gatlu a bit before this. They haven't actually had a chance to go into Luminosity ever since then. So, as I said, it's just a match that a lot of folks have been waiting for. But we are going to go throw it to an interview with our host, Soph-chan, and see what they have to say.
All right, so we have Zara here with me, a Now supporter, as you can see. So how are you feeling for this next match against Luminosity nonetheless?
I'm really, really excited. I've been waiting for this rematch to happen for years and years after I watched Nouns and LG play against each other in the first year, in the first final.
I know, that was so hype, and I remember everybody just wanting for this matchup to happen again, and it is happening here in Anaheim, California for Pokémon Worlds 2025. So in this game, what are you thinking? 2-0 Nouns, is that your feeling?
I'm feeling the 2-0, it's coming.
The sweep is coming, okay. And is it coming with the Raichu?
Hopefully with a Raichu, but we'll accept it without a Raichu as well.
So if it's not a Raichu, what's like your favorite player with a pick on Nouns?
Oh, I love seeing Adesu Zacian a lot. I think he really popped off with it on the B stage, and I would really, really like to see it again. But whatever they're comfortable with, they know best. I really trust Nouns, so they can definitely do it.
That's amazing. Just getting a little bit more information on the B stage as well. Adesu, I'm counting on you on that Zation, okay? Right, thank you so much, Zara, and back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Soph-chan and Raichu. We'll have to see whether Raichu's wish comes true and Nouns are able to take down LG 2-0. But we are already going into our pick ban phase. The 4 bans for this match are going to be Ho-Oh and Snorlax, 2 defenders knocked out by Nouns Esports, and Luminosity have taken away that Zacian and that Galarian Rapidash.
So maybe a bit of a different plan here for both of these teams. You know, you can't really go for the usual stuff because Nouns and Luminosity, I do feel like they're very familiar with each other, and especially in such a high-stakes game. Maybe today's the day where you kind of have to bring out a little bit of that craziness, that funky, different kind of strat to kind of give you that
crazy.
edge.
I mean, it is World Championship,
Worlds.
so maybe you could.
Best time to go crazy is at Worlds, but we'll have to see if that does end up being the case, though. But so far, pretty solid Pokemon across the board here. Nothing too crazy. I mean, Charizard, very, very strong pick. Mewtwo has been a popular choice for attacker for a lot of teams. I'm glad to see the Crustle. We have seen some of this on the main stage yesterday, and it has done really, really well. But it's Crustle and Umbreon.
Yeah, so I guess they're going for a little bit more bulky, and to round off Nouns Esports composition, Gatlu is going to be running that Dodrio. So part of their strats there is just to let Gatlu do what Gatlu does best and do his thing, which we actually saw yesterday. But last pick for Luminosity. What are they going to round it out with? Ooh, a Zoroark. What do you think about this speedster here, Danalee?
So I think everyone is very familiar with the Zoro on the side of Luminosity. So this is a Pokemon that they love to run, and I think Nouns, to a certain degree, I kind of feel like they drafted a lineup in anticipation for a Zoro potential last pick. So even though this is a signature Pokemon appearing here on the side of Luminosity, Nouns clearly has a plan to deal with this, because I think it would be ridiculous to say they didn't anticipate it.
Well,
because it's left in the pool.
Yeah, well, you look at their composition, they have an Umbreon to shut down that Zoroark, even a Rock down Crustle, but we are actually going to throw it to another interview here with Luminosity before we do get into this first match of the quarterfinals.
Okay, we have Nouns Chance, now we have Luminosity, we have Sneaky Seal here with me, and Luminosity is definitely a fan favorite as well. So what are your thoughts for this match in particular? Like we mentioned, we had that matchup in the first season for Grand Finals of Worlds. What are you feeling?
It's been 3 years since LG dominated Nouns in the finals, and they're going to do it again, baby. Let's go, Billy. Let's go, everyone else on LG, all right?
Quick prediction, what's the scoreline?
I want to say 3-0, but I love my guys over there, Toon, Ender, but 3-0.
Okay, let's go. Thank you so much, Seal. And back to the casters.
All right, Kels, we are jumping into game number 1 here for the quarterfinals of this best of 3 series. And unfortunately, only Nouns or Luminosity will be making it through. The other one will be going home. Lanes are set, and at the moment, nothing has gone sideways. Everything is going according to plan. Nothing crazy, no central area invades, but that might change for game number 2 and 3 once things do start to settle. Toon, unfortunately, is kind of holding the fort on his own as that Charmander, so, you know, not really able to really do anything, but the stacks are going to work in favor for Inda here because he hasn't really been pressured by Luminosity as of yet, although he might be knocked out if he's not too lucky. He's going to go for the berry steals, so going to continue with those stacks. Kels, I think we've got to talk about Inda. Inda has been such a pivotal member ever since he's joined Nouns. He is a fantastic player. Somehow can always get experience and somehow steals objectives.
Well, to bring up Inda has joined Nouns this year, and they are the player that has defeated Luminosity previously. So is this going to be their secret tech coming up into this set? But so far, those birds end up getting soaked on up. Looking at the levels, it's still very early days, but looking very even. It is 7 to 10 points, just getting in those early stacks where you can. But here comes Gatlu over the wall to go and knock down Latios. So that is massive in shutting down their potential. But look at this. This UCS 2025 season, Nouns holds 108 wins at a 72% win rate, whereas Luminosity leads with the 82. Oh. I don't know what that was. That 80-something.
So Luminosity, they currently hold a slightly higher win rate, but I kind of feel like you got to reset things here, right? It's a brand new series, it's a brand new day, and it's Worlds 2025 as well. We do have the Altaria and Sparkblues in that central area, but most of them do get swiped up here. And, oh, hang on a minute, we do see a bit of a skirmish here. Both of our speedsters going for a little bit of a dance, but no knockouts as of yet. And these lanes still looking rather stable aside from those couple pickoffs here and there, although hang on, we still have that battle, and oh, the Zoro does go down, does not take the Dodrio down, so Gatlu is going to be the last one to be laughing there.
Yeah, they're going to go and retreat back to home base, recalibrate, fill up that HP pool, as we do have another set of Swablues and Altaria spawning in shortly. Otherwise, no real pushes towards a singular lane just as of yet, but Nouns Esports, they're right on top of those birds, and Bruv is going to go and deny Kyrios any experience at all by getting that knockout.
Yeah, beautiful rock tomb set up there by Bruv. If that didn't connect, they wouldn't have been able to grab that knockout. So this is the beauty of Crustal. We very rarely see this Pokemon in a lot of regions, but when it does appear, I think just the shock value, knowing that a Crustal is in your game, it really can catch you off guard with the range of that rock tomb, especially if it does land that connection. Up top there, it looks like the Regieleki has been secured by Luminosity, so they will be pushing alongside that, whereas down bottom, we have our Charizard picking up that defense buff and experience buff there for Nouns. So if a fight does break up, we do have a little bit of extra defense working in Nouns' favor.
Well, you can see Nouns just making sure to cover all bases. Going up the top side, unfortunately, they didn't end up losing that Regieleki, but 2 members are going and dealing with that. Bruv isn't needed. Instead, they're going to try and contest these birds with Toon, who has locked in that level 9, does have that Unite move on hand. Over on the other side, we do have that Zoroark that has that yellow dot above their head, so they also have their Unite move come this next fight.
But it looks like no one really wants to engage in a fight yet. It seems to be a case of just trying to get as much experience as possible, and if you can, try and accumulate that level lead, because we've seen in games sometimes just having that extra 1 or 2 levels is enough to help you win some of those fights. And it looks like we're going to be seeing a fight here over some of those birds, and it looks like we do get the pullback there by Inda, but Nouns, it looks like they weren't quite ready for this battle, even forcing out the Unite. Luminosity, I think it was a good thing they had that restraint there. They could have tried to go for the dive, but the Moonlight Prance could have caused them quite a few issues. But because there's no more Prance, they're thinking of diving. But Kels, this looks very, very dangerous, especially with the Mewtwo Unites.
Well, there goes a dive with the Seismic Slam to go and knock out that Blaziken. Next to fall is that Zoroark. Bruv, at such low HP, is able to go and finish the job on the Latios. And now we do have Nouns that have the numbers advantage, being able to knock out multiple members and overtake this top tier 1 pad.
I have to say, that was such an aggressive play coming out from Luminosity, and especially to dive onto Nouns' goal zone of all things. Sure, there was no more Moonlight Prance, but you're still fighting on the enemy goal zone, and with Unites available and the fact that Luminosity were so grouped up, I'm not sure if they maybe forgot that Edesu had access to his Unite, so that little mini stun was just enough for Nouns to set themselves up to end up winning that team fight overall. So big victory there, though even though they did win that battle, they didn't accumulate much of a level lead yet. They have a level 12 there on Gatlu, so maybe this Dodrio is going to start snowballing for the team. We'll have to see, but Regieleki will be secured here by Luminosity. They're going to try and push with this so they can break that tier 1 goal zone. It's going to be tough though, especially with Bravo on that Crustle.
Crustle has popped out their Rubble Rouser to just go ruffle the feathers of Overlord, trying to knock them out. However, they are unsuccessful. Regieleki is still healthy, as we do have some backup coming in from Nouns, but Brav ends up collapsing, and Regieleki ends up crashing on in, and now this is Luminosity's chance to get in some points of their own, because we're looking at the scoreboard so far. They are falling quite behind at 256 to 86, but there we go. They've at least bridged that gap even closer, and because of those KOs, we now have that Zoroark at a level 12.
Yeah, so that slight lead that Nouns had, they have given that back to Luminosity, and things are now tied back up to even once again. That top fight, they were so close to being able to defend that. Gatlu just really missing out on a tiny bit more damage, and just because they had one fewer Pokemon, the freeze on the Charizard locks them in, and that's going to set up for 1 KO. Moonlight Prance gets committed here by Inter, but is it going to be enough though? The goal zone is still standing. They do get the Zoro in the process, but it's just going to be 2 Pokemon left for Nouns. It's the Mewtwo, White, and Gatlu. Oh boy, Luminosity, this aggression, it might not have worked earlier on, but their persistence is really starting to pay off now.
I think that's the thing. They do have that Latios on their side. So early game, they need to focus on getting that Eon energy by just passively being in the back line to get those hits, secure those wild Pokemon. But now that they are online, they're able to go in and rely on that damage to hopefully chip away at Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports, though, they are going to play it safe. They did make an attempt at trying to steal away some of the experience, but so close to this Rayquaza, about to spawn in 30 seconds, they want to focus on all the experience that's on their side instead.
Yeah, you really want to try and get those plus moves as early as possible, especially on your core set of Pokemon as well. But we do have 5 seconds left on that bottom Reggie. I would be keen to see if Nouns wants to try and go for a quick rip onto this. They are there, they are grouped up, but it looks like they're just kind of looking at it. They don't want to be falling into a potential trap of trying to take that Reggie steal. The buff would have been nice, but positioning going into that Rayquaza, far more important, Kello. And now it's going to be the last 2 minutes. The final stretch has finally arrived. And, well, the game is incredibly close. Luminosity are the ones behind right now. They are behind just by a few points. So either they go for those micro scores, or they're going to have to go for that Rayquaza. And because they have that Blaziken, Rayquaza is looking incredibly tempting right now.
Well, that's the thing. We've got the notification that it is a close battle between these two teams. It's just a matter of who's going to make the engage. Gatlu trying to poke out at Overlord with their triple trample, able to get the knockout. And yes, the hit. And now we have Charizard also diving in, trying to breathe fire and rage havoc on Luminosity. However, because of that Bliss assistance, Latios is managing to survive this fight for a little long. But now, Luminosity, they're 3 members down. Only 1 member of Nouns Esports is down. This is their chance to go in for the rip, unless the threat Slash here on the Suicune can bring and maybe get a steal. Otter here comes with the edge. Did they get the secure? Was it the execute from Otter? Oh my goodness, Otter has done it. That is insane.
And with the shield as well, and with only 2 Pokemon that can even defend these goal zones, Nouns are in such a desperate situation now, because they are behind by a little under 200 points, 300 points now. And with no Pokemon on the field, they're going to have to think, what do we need to do in game number 2? Because I think this match, unsalvageable. You've got to think what changes in the draft, what Pokemon need to be banned. Do they have to get rid of that Zoro in game number 2? Because I don't think Zoro itself was an issue. There were multiple other facets, I feel, to Luminosity's draft that really caused Nouns problems. But obviously the biggest one, letting a Blissey steal a Rayquaza, that's a crime.
Oh, but there we go. The fans go wild for Luminosity, who have just taken that first game win. 1 step closer towards getting that spot, that final spot in the semi-finals and to go up against Peru Unite. But it isn't over just yet for Nouns Esports. It is a best of 3, but so many questions that you just asked there. I mean, I guess all of these will soon be answered. Well, how do they actually go back and recalibrate? Like, honestly, if I think about Nouns' play style there,
they played pretty well.
I think they played incredibly well that match, but you mentioned the Zorok. I think this Latios, Kyrios, they managed to shut it down earlier on, but just later on, Kyrios just wreaked havoc once they gained that Eon energy and was able to chip out a lot of damage from Nouns Esports during those fights.
Yeah, I mean, Latios could be the Pokemon they decide to ban instead, but the thing is, if you're banning Latios, what are you going to let through instead? Are you going to be letting through, assuming they're going to continue with the current bans, are they going to let the Ho-Oh through, or are they going to let the Snorlax through?
Oh, look, when it comes down to these two teams, after all, they are two of the longest withstanding teams that we have had in the Unite Championship Series. So they have a lot of experience, not just playing year to year, but also playing on the world stage, playing at international events and everything. So really, I'd say in terms of their Pokemon pool, it would be quite large, and I feel like both teams would be able to make those adaptabilities where necessary.
Yeah. I'm thinking, just a thought here, Keller, on the side of Nouns, I kind of feel like you can't give Suicune away to Luminosity. I do feel that Suicune probably played too much of a role in Luminosity being able to really survive and turn some of those fights around. I mean, we have Slash on the screen right now on the Suicune, so we do have a bit of a highlight, but we spoke about this, not even just in this matchup, but in a couple of matchups ago when we were casting together. Suicune has been it's a silent hero for a lot of teams because Suicune might not be there to do damage, it's not there to do the secure, but the free support, the stuns, the disables, we've seen time and time again, all it takes is for one multi-stun to land on a team to set up for a sweep. And this is Slash we're talking about.
Yes.
He's one of the kings of defenders, of stuns, of annoyances. He knows his role, so I kind of feel like giving him a Pokemon such as Suicune is a crime. That should not be happening.
I was going to mention Slash also wearing his champion jumper as well. You know, you just got to flex that off. Maybe just trying to bring that energy from when they ended up winning that to get that jacket. Otherwise, we are heading on into our second pick ban phase. Nouns Esports are still in that first pick position, have decided to lock out Ho-Oh and Latios, and Luminosity are going to stick with that Galarian Rapidash. So wonder what they're going to knock on out this time.
I think Suicune, because then you've been denying... Okay, no, I think they had to also get rid of the Zacian. Okay, that makes sense. I do feel like you can't really give a Desu to Zacian either, since he plays it so well. So Charizard, again, going to be the first pick here for Toon. Thoughts on Toon's Charizard last game? Like, do you feel like the Charizard pick is really working out for Nouns, or do you think it's something that they're kind of using more for utility rather than late game scaling?
Look, its Unite move is quite incredible. Obviously, being able to get that isolation and that slam down on an opponent that is just too much of a threat, but just that constant damage as long as they are supported by their team. It really comes down to that timing of when to actually go and use it and be able to get maximum output from it.
Maybe. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'd like to see Toon on a different Pokemon, but maybe this game he's going to prove me wrong. Suicune, love to see this. It's going to be on Nouns' side this time, and they're also going to get the Lapras. So interesting choice of Pokemon here for Nouns. Luminosity, on the other hand, though, they get themselves that Mewtwo, and they get the Snorlax because that was banned in that previous round. And Blissey and Dodrio are going to be the next two choices here for Luminosity. So Gatlu's going to have to play a different Pokemon if he had the Dodrio in mind. And what Pokemon could that possibly be? Because at the moment, they have a great Pokemon in Charizard with a lot of utility, damage, Blaziken for Gatlu. You know what? I think this could work because you've also denied this from Luminosity. You now have an advantage when it comes to secure. And Blaziken, if snowballing can dish out a lot of damage as well.
Well, it has to get online first, but trainer LGC, are you hovering over that Urshifu there? I don't think we've seen Urshifu on the broadcast, and you can see that 1% pick rate. So bringing out this wild card of an all-rounder, you're talking about secures. Urshifu is one of those trusty secures
back in the day. It was like the matchup
as well. I think it is a great answer back to that Blaziken. I'm guessing this is going to be that Wicked Blow over Surging Strikes Urshifu, which we have seen Luminosity play previously, but they do have that Razor Claw, the ESL Bracer, along with that Muscle Band equipped for them.
Yeah, so I wouldn't disagree with the Wicked Blow at all. I kind of feel like that would be a really good move too, because you also have Slash there for the setup. Because you've got Snorlax, assuming that Slash is going to go for block into Wicked Blow is nasty. So we'll have to see if that combo does come out from Luminosity at the end of the day, but really interesting draft so far for Luminosity. Very fast paced because you've got the Dodrio that's going to be running around. You also have the Snorlax that maybe, I kind of wonder here if I'm Slash, do I want to maybe go for a bit of an invade into Nouns' central area? Because Snorlax is so good at stealing those central lane Pokemon.
You look at their build, they do have the X-Speed along with the experience share to go and give them that extra movement speed if they do decide to go in for an invade. But really, when I think about the matches so far, we haven't really seen any invades. But folks, we are heading on into our second game of the quarterfinals, best of 3. This is Nouns Esports' last tournament lifeline here, because Luminosity do have that one-up advantage against them. Well, let's see how this one fares out, Danalee.
Yep, Nouns are going to have to go for a reverse sweep if they want to keep their tournament dreams alive, and Slash getting a little bit too low and actually gets knocked out in that bottom lane, unfortunately, to the Lapras and that Suicune, leaving the Mewtwo all alone. Otto, though, going to be jumped on by Gatlu, but the return is there from Overlord. They do manage to get the heal off, and for the moment, we're going to have a bit of a peace treaty signed between these two Pokemon in that top lane. But down bottom, though, we are seeing a little bit more pressure again being applied by that Suicune. Adesu just sort of coming in and stealing that blue buff, but the Lapras returning, wanting to fight into Slash, who is going to take a little bit of a power nap and heal back up. They will leave that though, instead prioritizing experience, which this early on in the game, if you can, grab all the experience in the world. But they're going to go for a wraparound this time onto the Lapras yet again, but Lapras is very tanky. Now, unfortunately, they don't have that finishing move to finish off the Lapras, so again, just a lot of fighting down in that bottom lane, but lots of barking, not a lot of biting.
No, we did say yesterday, no barking, no biting, only pats so far for these dogs. But otherwise, up in that top half, we do have Overlord looking to dunk in their 10, but they do end up getting denied by that Torchic. I mean, you know, we're talking about close games so far. Obviously, only 2 minutes or so have passed. It's 2-4 currently.
2-4. I think it's just
those stacks.
No stacks. I think it's respect from both teams. Like, they know if they try to go for those stacks, you're putting yourself at such high risk of just giving away some easy knockout experience as well. So the game might seem a little bit slow with none of these knockouts. I do believe it might be close to getting one. No, unfortunately, looks like Toon was able to get away there from Trainer, but they will steal away that Altario. So very nice big chunk of experience going in favor of Luminosity for now. We are seeing some dunks though. Dodrio finally coming in and increasing the score, but then again, we see some counter scores happening. So the gap not too wide for now, but we may see a bit of a change here because we're seeing the Combuskin being stalked here by that Urshifu. Trainer really wanting to jump on top of them, but again, both teams really struggling to latch onto each other for these chases.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. They don't want to risk too much diving on in without that backup. Gatlu does need that level 7 in order to get that evolution to Blaziken, going in for a reset through that hyperspace hole, but Luminosity have taken what they needed, the experience from those Swablu's and Altaria. 5 seconds left to go until this basement Reggie does spawn. Both of the defenders on either side are taking their position. It's just a matter of who's going to go in for the engage. And I mean, if we look at their shred, Curious does have the shred on the Mewtwo. No backup for Nouns Esports though.
Oh, down bottom, we are having a bit of a skirmish here, and I have to say, I love this pairing coming out from Nouns, this Lapras Suicune fighting combination. They have slows, they have freezes. They are going to have to try and fight for this Regirock. It's a defense, but inexperience on the line, and it's going to go in favor of Nouns. It looks like they will be trying to go for that pick off there, and they do finally get the Lapras, but then again, it may just be a Lapras. If they can find more, they'll be perfect, but Urshifu getting a little bit too close there and losing quite a bit of health. But, I mean, you get a Lapras, but you gave away the Reggie. So, I mean, it's a small trade, it seems. Up top, though, we did unfortunately lose that Blissey, thanks to Toon, who was able to secure that final hit. And we're still seeing a bit of a skirmish happening up there. Dodrio trying to fight his way through, but there comes the seismic slam. And I think we see some fried chicken here, Kels.
Yes, a fried chicken, fried Reggie Alecki as Nouns Esports successfully take that towards Luminosity's Tier 1 goal. But 3 members are here to defend, considering there's still 52 points on this goal. They do not want to let any more dunks go on through. Can they successfully defend it? Otter ends up going down, and it looks like Trainer, LGC, and Curious are needing to retreat back to the Flux Zone. That is no longer. And by the way, Kels, this is actually Surging Strikes. Urshifu, it is not the Wicked Blow. So Trainer, instead of trying to go for the Wicked Blow hits, he's decided he wants to try and fight in this match. And the one thing that the Urshifu with the Surging Strikes is really good at is really piercing through all those shields and being extremely elusive. Because on the side of Nouns, they don't really have a lot of disable aside from the Seismic Slam and the freezes coming out from that Suicune. So Trainer might have a lot of freedom of movement in these fights, and that might cause a lot of problems here for Nouns unless they can catch him with one of their major moves. Toon getting caught there by Luminosity, so he's going to be off the field for 10 seconds, which means that's 10 seconds where Luminosity, they can choose to do whatever they want here. If they want to go for an invade or if they want to try and find some more wild Pokemon. And it looks like they will restrain themselves. They're not going to get too ahead of themselves. Just back up, make that lead, and keep the lead. Yeah, well, considering it just ticked over that halfway point, Nouns Esports do have those jump pads available. So Luminosity not wanting to commit, instead just playing it safe and looking to go and secure some wild Pokemon. But Nouns Esports, they've gathered the majority of those birds, but Galu's looking at getting caught on out, but they're able to save themselves with some kicks and some punches against those 3 members, and they have been wiped by Toon Slim there. Inda does end up popping their Unite move. As we can see on the minimap, that 2 members from Nouns Esports were able to go and empty out their Aeos energy in that top tier 2 pad. And are looking for the next goal, which is this Reggie Steal.
They're going to get it unless someone can try and go for the steal, but it's a Blaziken of all things, so they do get the Reggie Steal buff, but they're very, very low, so maybe this is where Luminosity can try and turn things around, but because there's a Hooper on the field, they've actually decided to come on back, and the Blaziken's gone.
Blaziken's gone, but there comes a big freeze from Adesu to get these stuns. We do have LG trying to push back Adesu, knock them out before going and getting some dunks of their own. Bruv on cooldown isn't able to go and defend that, but even then, with that push, this goal is still quite healthy at 51 out of 80 points. Slash going in for another invade and block, despite Luminosity not being behind them, which means they get punished and sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, and there's going to be no Snorlax as well, so if they really need a frontliner, they do have to wait for their defender to come back, and, well, the heals are there, and Nouns are looking to go for a very big push here, scoring all those points into the goal zone. It's 32 points left there, but here comes Slash, is coming with that heavy slam, managing to catch up to Pokemon in the air, and there's no more Suicune, so no more freezes for Nouns. They're going to keep on chasing their Trainer, doing all that he can, but he goes down, but maybe the Mewtwo is able to pull it through for the team, will go down as Toon is going to go back to base, heal back up, and now he wants Slash as well. He wants that roasted Snorlax, and he's going to get it on that Charizard.
It is so back and forth between these 2 teams, but as we look at the points board, 216 to 109 with 30 seconds left to go until that Rayquaza. It could still be anybody's match at this point, but I mean, we're looking at these levels. 3 level 13s on the side of Luminosity, but we have that level 14 Charizard on Nouns Esports. So really, it's going to come down to the wire to see if Nouns Esports can take this to a game 3 and a step closer towards securing that semi-final spot, or Luminosity going to be able to do this 2-0 for those fans in the crowd.
There we go. Slash is going to start things off for the team, using that block to sort of force out Nouns from that bush, but we still see the Dodrio trying to find that entry point into the central area. Unfortunately, has been scouted out by Toon, who just throws some fire his way, so losing quite a bit of health. Far forward, though, we have that Lapras trying to chip away at the health here for Luminosity. Oh, the Urshifu not looking too good here. Trainer slowly losing his health. Again, the Snorlax just being an absolute nuisance here. Both teams on the Rayquaza, but who's going to be able to get the final hit here? It's going to be Nouns.
Nouns Esports able to get the takedown on Luminosity and the Rayquaza, and now they are going to push towards these pads, balloon these points, and have a chance at securing a spot in that semi-final. But the thing is, there's still a minute left on the clock. 652 to 109. Luminosity going to be able to push on back. I mean, getting the knockout on Bruv is a great first step towards that.
It is a great first step, and it's quite difficult for Luminosity to be able to pull the comeback because, yes, there's a tier 1 goal zone down bottom, but there's only so many points you can dunk in there. And then after that, you have to try and go a little bit deeper into Nouns territory. And they still have shields, meaning they're also going to have that attack buff from the Rayquaza shield. So if Luminosity can somehow pull a comeback from here, it'll be an absolute miracle. But Nouns, they're going to sacrifice their early tier 2 goal zone potentially. Nope, they are going to slowly push them away. 25 seconds left to go here for Luminosity, though. They need to score these points somehow, but I think the gap is just too big now, Kels.
There. Luminosity looking for that miracle. Unfortunately, it's not going to go their way. Instead, Nouns Esports are going to get the miracle that they needed to go and take this game win and take it to a game 3. I mean, look, we want to see more action from Nouns Esports and Luminosity, but there we go. Nouns winning that. Nouns fans going wild in the crowd and at home.
But we're not done yet, Kels. We still have one more game to go. And whoever wins this match will continue on through the Pokémon Unite World Championships. And unfortunately for the team that does not take this next victory, they will be joining us in the spectator stands as we find out who's going to be going to the finals tomorrow. It's such a tense moment now for Nouns and Luminosity because they've already shown some cards in their hands. And they're also probably starting to identify, okay, what are the problem Pokemon that we've encountered in these past 2 games? And on the side of Nouns, they already identified that Suicune, too good of a Pokemon. You cannot give that away to Luminosity. Giving away the Snorlax in this game in particular, I think was a really great idea just because of the fact that Adesu, I feel, really played the Suicune so well in this round, really finding those crucial stuns. And also, I think he kind of trapped some of the Luminosity players, making them think that he was an easy knockout, but then all of a sudden, he'd turn around, he'd set you up for his teammates and say, haha, you fell for my trap card.
Do not fall for Adesu's sweet face there.
No.
Because we know that behind that there is fierceness out on that battlefield, no matter what Pokemon they bring to the table. But, I mean, just to recap, for those folks that do not know, these are the top 2 teams from their regions. Nouns Esports had an incredible season, being able to come first in the majority of those monthly cups. Luminosity, on the other hand, well, they made Pokemon history at NAIC a couple of months ago, and they actually are 3 IC champions this year. LAIC, EUIC, NAIC. The thing is, can they get a step closer towards also securing that final international championship and getting, well, world championship for not the first time, not the second time, but the third time.
Yep.
Right? But now, this is the hurdle that they need to try and overcome. And I think just watching this game, especially because it has been such a long time coming, it really shows the evolution that Nouns has brought this season. They haven't really performed very well themselves at the IC. So if they end up progressing on through the semi-finals, this is the furthest that they would have ever come in an international championship so far.
Well, it's going to come down to the draft, whether or not they're going to be able to make that deep tournament run, Kel. So let's see what is going to be the priority bans for all of our teams. And already we're seeing some more adaptations here. Ho-Oh and Suicune removed from the pool by Nouns Esports. And Charizard and the Galarian Rapidash is going to be banned by Luminosity, which means we're going to be seeing Latios this game on Toon.
Yeah, Luminosity it was Curious that ended up playing it in that first game, but I guess when given that opportunity, no Charizard for Toon, they're going to lock in that Latios, but Trainer LGC, they're going to lock in this Dodrio once again, and Slash is opting for this Snorlax.
I'm just trying to think, do I want Slash on the Snorlax? I mean, he's a great player. He's a great Snorlax, but after that last round, I kind of think Nouns wants him on the Snorlax.
Really?
Yeah, I think they want him on the Snorlax because as great as Slash is on the Snorlax, he becomes a purely utility player once he's playing the Snorlax. I feel like there are certain other Pokemon he can play where he provides more than utility. He can actually really get those steals on those objectives, and he can really dish out some damage as well. But, I mean, if this is the play for Slash, you know, go for it.
You're talking about wild cards earlier, Dana.
I know.
We have a wild card here. We are getting a Sableye pick, but the double bird, the double speed spot for Luminosity. This is
the Zoro.
final triple speedsters.
I can't.
One speedster for each of the ICs here, okay? And then, of course, a Sableye and Snorlax, but what on earth is happening?
I said I wanted Slash on a different Pokemon. Give me Sableye. I am down. I am down. That is very, very fun.
Wait, look at these builds.
Yep.
Goal getter, Zoroark, goal getter, Talonflame, goal getter, Snort. They're going in for score comp. Look at these score shields. Look at the Aeos Cookie. Luminosity, they're pulling out all of the stops this match. I don't know if this is too risky here, Donnelly.
I want to see Nouns' POV right now on the camera. I just want to see their faces. I want to see if there's confusion, if there is shock, if there is fear. Like what's going through their mind? I know you're confused. We can see your face, Kels. Don't worry. I want to see Nouns. Oh my gosh. I mean, look, I'm down for a bit of chaos. I didn't think the chaos would happen at World of all places. Like maybe at IC, sure, you can go a little ham, but I mean, to go this ham at Worlds, like, yes, please.
World Championships. That is where the most eyes that you have on you, you know what I mean? You got to make a statement. These are some very bold plays from Luminosity Gaming. I don't know if we've really seen this play style from them either, so I'm wondering how it's going to pan out for them. But folks, this is going to be the last game, the last chance for both of these teams to land that final spot in the semi-finals against Peru Unite. One step closer towards that World Championship title. Now Esports on the purple side, Luminosity on the orange.
And I just noticed there's been a bit of a steal. Slash is applying a lot of pressure to Gatlu in that central area, so it's gonna slow down Gatlu's progress in that central area. We'll have to see if he comes out of it rather safely. And looks like Gatlu was able to get the knockout there. So Slash, he did try to slow down the progress of Leafeon, but he got the knockout. I know Cal's getting a little excited here.
I was so distracted by Luminosity's chaos they were bringing. We have a Wigglytuff on the field.
Yep.
Bruv is playing Wigglytuff. I love this, except I don't love where he's getting himself poured into. Using the seat to get the three-person stun. Doesn't end up escaping, though, but still, very bold movements.
Yeah, really bold movements, but it also gives a lot of space for the Latios to actually get that experience. So, you know, I kind of like this play, the fact that he's using the Wigglytuff just to be as a bait, as a trap, and also the Sing, you are going to be buffing up the attack from that Latios. It's going to be hitting harder. So I love the synergy of this pick, of this draft, but we have to see how this really pans out, because for Bruv, right, he really is going to be pivoting into that utility role, because Wigglytuff doesn't deal a lot of damage, but you are going to be amplifying damage. Yeah, your job is to amplify damage. You got to make sure your teammates are the ones doing it for you.
Well, we do have 10 seconds until these birds do spawn. Trainer LGC does end up getting caught on out and taken by that Leafeon. Slash trying to fight back as the Sableye. However, they're incredibly squishy and get cut down by those Razor Leaves, which means those two members from Nouns are able to soak up all of the experience from those Swabbers and Altire for themselves, leading Gatlu at level 8 now has the Unite move on hand.
Yeah, this early game is looking a little bit rough here for Luminosity, because we're seeing multiple knockouts across the board all over the map. As Nouns, they're the ones that are successfully grabbing these KOs, which means they're also grabbing experience and stealing away any AOS points that Luminosity are keeping in their pockets. And we're going to be seeing another knockout, even the Leafeon committing the Unite move. That's 3 KOs on the side of Luminosity. they're trying to play aggressive. They're trying to steal these AOS points away so they can go for the dunks, but they're being punished for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, I guess that's the risk. It really comes down to these points, but the thing is, are they able to sustain these fights considering how incredibly squishy they are? But, I mean, despite this, Luminosity are managing to keep up because it's 65 to 62 in favor of Nouns Esports. We have both of those first objectives now on the map.
Well, it looks like it's very crowded in that top lane here. Kells with Luminosity grouping up, getting ready to go for an objective that Regieleki will be a perfect objective to grab themselves if they can get it. Slash going to be slowing down some of these Nouns players, but unfortunately only for a little bit. And because the Sableye is gone, you can tell that Luminosity no longer feeling confident trying to take that Regieleki up top, and instead will be pivoting towards that bottom lane instead. We're going to be seeing the goal-getter being used, but what was it used for? I guess they scored the point, but they get knocked out as well, so you're giving experience away. I love the fact that they're trying to go for the scoring comp, but if you are constantly being knocked out at the same time, I don't know how much of a lead you're going to be able to accumulate in this particular match.
Oh, honestly, I'm not really sure what to expect, but so far, Luminosity have managed to keep up. That goal-getter ticking is sending nightmares, not to my ears, but I think many members in the crowd. But Luminosity, they've successfully broken that top tier 2 pad, but at what cost? Because Latios just got 2 KOs. Once again, stacking that Eon energy for that later game.
Yeah, and you got 2 level 10s and a level 11 on the side of Nouns, whereas for Luminosity, they only have a level 10 Dodrio. Everyone else hasn't even broken out into those double digits, so the experience lead set by Nouns, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger unless somehow Luminosity is able to stabilize this mid game. And sure, they can keep scoring points, but there's only so much points they're going to be able to do for you. Like, I think at a point, you kind of need to do something else aside from just scoring. They're in the enemy central area. Overlord is so low. Thankfully, no one can finish him off, though, so he's going to be able to run away. But Luminosity, when they're not scoring, the team looks a little bit lost.
Well, I guess that is their whole name of the game. They've just got to get the AOS energy from the wild Pokemon, maybe a few KOs, and get these dunks. However, some really risky positioning and plays here, considering Nouns Esports have those jump pads available as we have passed that halfway mark. But at the moment, it's just a game of chess. Who's going to make this first move as everybody is waiting in the tall grass, Slash trying to bait out the members by hitting the Swabblers on Altaria. But you're talking about traps. Nobody from Nouns is falling for that trap.
No, they're not. I have to say, this is probably the quietest game of Pokemon Unite we've seen so far at Worlds, but we're going to be seeing some more scores being thrown out here by Luminosity, but they still can't overtake the point lead by Nouns. I mean, they're so desperate to try and break that point lead, and maybe the plan here, I remember this was something that happened a long time ago in Japan. I think some of you guys may remember Mame's team when they went for this score comp. Maybe the plan for Luminosity, okay, things are looking a little bit whack now, but when they hit that end game, they're just going to try and grab those 50 points, and they're all just going to go dunk in the enemy goal zone. They've still got 2 more minutes before they can even attempt a strategy like that, but I mean, Nouns, they've got to be expecting this, especially after seeing all the Pokemon and the items being selected by Luminosity. Looks like a big team fight is about to break out, and if Luminosity don't win this, I think things may just go really, really bad for them. Talonflame is able to get a quick score off, will be able to escape with the fly, but not flying far enough, it seems.
Not flying far enough to escape the havoc that Latios does bring, which does bring them up to level 13, but goal-getter ends up being popped. Their score shield also ends up bursting, which means they're not able to successfully get that dunk. However, Slash did end up getting 19 points, and we're looking at this scoreboard, Danalee. Luminosity have finally broken through at 240 points to 186.
They need far more points than this. This is not enough points to make you feel confident that you're going to be able to take the rest of that game. So I think now is the time you start hoarding those points. Hoard those wild Pokemon, collect all that AOS energy, and get ready to absolutely rush one of these 2 side lanes down Nouns' lanes, because they've got to figure out a way to quickly score those points. Because Rayquaza, you know, I think Nouns, they either have 2 options or 3 options. Option 1, the most preferable, just knock Luminosity out, because if they're not on the map, they can't score a point. If that doesn't work, defend your goal zones. Hope you do enough damage to break through their score shield, but some Pokemon can't quite do that. So what is the third alternative? Maybe they take the Rayquaza themselves and they say, well, if you want to try and play a score game versus us, I think we can outcompete you.
Honestly, I have no idea what stops both of these teams are going to bring. All I know is that my heart is beating really fast. I don't know if anybody else's heart is beating really fast as we are creeping ever so closer towards that Rayquaza spawning. And, well, Luminosity looks like they're taking this positioning up in the central area, so they're not going for the play of those backpads, but an early triple treble. Are they going?
They're going to go for Rayquaza.
They are! Unite moves are flying. Rayquaza is getting shredded on down, and Desu charges up their sword. They are successful. Don't get the steal, and this is Luminosity's chance to make some miracles happen for them.
Oh boy, Luminosity, they're going to be able to score their points. Oh no! They couldn't break, they broke the shield! The Talon didn't get to score. We only have a slight lead here on the side of Luminosity, and 3 Pokemon are down. I mean, is the play here for Nouns just to run down these side lanes because they have so many points, and if a team fight happens, I think Nouns wins every single team fight from here on out. They've just got to be careful when these Pokemon start to stagger their way as they jump onto this goal zone. They're going to send Brawl first. That's going to force the first jump there by the Snorlax. They're going to start scoring again. They're going to throw another body there in just a second. There comes the Talonflame. They're taking turns. They really want to make sure they can try and catch up one of these Nouns Pokemon, but so far they're not able to latch. And Luminosity, you can tell how afraid they are because they can't directly engage. They're running speedsters, but look on the map, they've got the Zora and the Talon deciding they're going to rush that bottom lane instead.
But look at that, Bruv going and knocking Luminosity out like a lullaby, leaving this goal on 2 points. That is going to be a 98 overcap. 40 seconds left on the clock, 384 to 418. But we have this Talonflame. Kyrios getting in another 94 points, making it ever so difficult for Nouns Esports to come on back. But the Sing from that Wigglytuff to go and give them that shield that they ever so need. Do they have enough Chaos Energy on hand because of those backcaps? I don't think so.
After Turn went down, I don't think they have enough anymore, pals. I think Luminosity may have been able to pull the defense successfully here with 10 seconds to go. Nouns have been cleared, and Luminosity, they have done it. They have broken through with a score comp.
Match win to Luminosity Gaming from the North America region. One step closer towards the World Championship title, but there's still more hurdles. But there we go. They've seen the score. They are celebrating just like the crowd. But honestly, I've got to say, one word: absolute ridiculousness. How did they pull that off?
I think this is an ace up their sleeve. This is not something that you just suddenly decide to bring onto the world stage. This is one of those crazy ideas where the team gets together for a couple of drinks and they say, guys, we need to have a crazy strike. We need to have a wild night. And somehow during that session, this is how the strat was born.
Oh, well, they're definitely taking some inspiration, as you mentioned earlier. We have seen that strat before, but you know what? Luminosity Gaming, they were managing to do it once back in 2022 in that grand finals, and they have done it a second time against Nouns Esports, even after all of these years. But you know what? I've got to say, that was probably one of the best sets I have enjoyed casting with you this weekend.
This is memorable, I will say that. Definitely difficult to forget a game like this. So, congratulations, Luminosity. I mean, this is just another step for this team up the run. They're not done yet. We're not even at grand finals. This was just the quarterfinals. They still have to win their semi-final match. And then the next stage with this team, obviously, if they can win the semi-finals, you gotta win that grand final match as well. But it's not over. I think they've revealed, if this is not their craziest strat, I don't know what to say about this team anymore.
The thing is, they run it once. Would you be bold enough to run it twice? I'm not sure. It ended up working this time, but yes, there is still another hurdle to come that is waiting for Luminosity Gaming. Peru Unite, and I feel like these two teams, they have squabbled so much this season at those international championships. I am really looking forward to how that one ends up panning out, but All I know is all those LG fans at home and in the crowd take those deep breaths. That must be a massive sigh of relief for them.
Massive sigh of relief, and if you need to go do anything, I think this is the best time for you just to kind of unwind and get ready for this next matchup, because we're not done today, folks. We still have plenty more Pokemon Unite coming your way, and these games, they just get better and better, because these games, they're aging like wine. We're getting the better teams, and every round is just going to continue to get better and better. The next round, speaking of, is Zeta Division going up against Santos Laguna. And I think this one is going to be an interesting one, because there hasn't been a lot of spotlight on Santos Laguna all tournament, unfortunately. I kind of feel like this team has been overlooked thus far. They have made it here for a reason, and we will be seeing how they fare up against Zeta later on. But before that, though, it looks like we are ready for our winners interview. So let's see what LG have to say after securing their win against Mounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, Luminosity Gaming! Slash, this game really tested anybody's heart rate, and I believe that we do need to go backstage and just take a breather, drink some water. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, really happy that we won, especially in the way that we did.
Because it was game 3. It was not an easy game 3. It was really close. It felt like Naus had good control during the mid game, but that last Rayquaza fight was something else. How were you guys planning for that late game?
Yeah, I mean, the early game was really rough with our comp, so we had the plan to basically flip the Rayon spawn. I managed to stop the Latios from coming in and killing my whole team.
It was really good. I really enjoyed that myself. And how's the feeling like overall? Because it is a match of history, right? Luminosity and Nouns Esports. Was that something that played on your mind before you went into these quarterfinals?
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time like both teams kind of in their peak form have faced since 2022. Especially Toon was actually our sub in 2022, so we never faced him at Worlds. So I was really happy to be able to face them once again.
That's wonderful. And as well, getting ready for semifinals, I believe you're facing Peru. Do you have any, of course, no secrets to be spilled, but how are the thoughts going into the semifinals?
I mean, we scrimmed them a lot. They were good friends of ours, so we're pretty confident that we know what we're doing there.
Okay, wonderful. Again, give it up for Luminosity Gaming and Slash. Thank you so much, Slash, and back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Soscan and Slash. What an incredible spot. Slash has said he's really, really happy to make it on through to that next round, but we need to see ourselves an update. Obviously, Peru going up against Luminosity, and then over on that other side, Zeta Division going up against Santos Laguna. I mean, we mentioned earlier, it's 4 unique regions that we are continue to see on through.
Yeah, so here's the update scoreboard. As you said, Kels, very quickly, just a quick recap of the journey for these teams that made it through. So, starting from the very top here, Peru eliminating Stamina Esports 2-1, pushing them into that quarterfinal match where they beat Aegis Flames 2-0. And after that victory, that is how they secured their semi-final spot. As for Luminosity, we just saw them beat Nouns, but before that, though, they had to eliminate QT Dig, and that was a match where they were able to secure that 2-0. So 2-0 against QT Dig, 2-1 against Nouns. And now for Luminosity, we're going to have to find out how they're going to do up against Peru in that match later tonight. But I think there's going to be so many mixed feelings in the audience because there are so many Peru fans here and there are so many Luminosity fans. And I would love to see, when we do have this match, I would love to hear a competition of cheers between the two fans. Not yet. I don't want to hear the cheers yet, folks. When we get into that matchup, we want to hear who are the louder fans. But I've heard so many of them so far. So many passionate people making their way here to support their favorite teams. And I think you guys deserve to have a little bit of fun too. So you hold tight. We will have that ready for you soon. But let's shift the attention here to Zeta Division and Santos because they're up next. These guys, they're ready to go. Everything is on the line. Kels, I think we're going to give everyone a quick break. Best time for a break, folks. If you need to do anything, do it now. Toilets, snacks, call your friends, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes because coming up next, we have Zeta Division going up against Santos Laguna.
Hello everybody, I'm here at the Pokemon Center with Chanel, Wolf, and then Meliodas and Calypso, who are here shopping for their favorite Pokemon and some goodies. So I have to ask you, let's start with you, Calypso. What has been the most favorite thing you've put in your bag so far?
I don't know.
All right, you don't know. They're all good, right?
Yes.
Well, all right, well, so how about you show us one thing you've put in your bag so far?
Clefairy.
All right, very nice. We have a Nurse Joy with her helper Clefairy. Gotta love that. How about you, Meliodas? What do you have in your bag?
This one.
All right, we have a Clamperl. Very, very nice. A very strong Pokemon trainer there. Now, Chanel and Wolf, have you been shopping as well?
We have been, yes.
What do you have in your bags?
Right now I've got the teal Pokemon World Champions and zipper, the sweater.
Nice, nice. Now, it's your family's first time here at Worlds. I'm just going to scoot right in the middle here. I have to ask, is there anything y'all are looking forward to seeing this weekend?
Yes, actually the cosplay. That'll be neat.
I mean, you all look absolutely fabulous, and you have your own Professor Oak. Is this the first time you all have cosplayed together?
Yeah, it is. This is actually our first time being here as a family, so it's actually a great experience.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for your time. I don't want to keep you from your adventures over in Pallet Town. Have fun here at the Pokemon Center and at the World Championships. Thank you so much. I am here with Mike and Cassie at the Pokemon Center, and I have to ask y'all, what is in your shopping bag?
Oh man, so you got the Machamp plush, incredible. A1 stuff, right? And then we also grabbed, got the, I guess we got the Anaheim Pikachu statue. That's super fun. And we've also got a Destined Rivals ETB. Yeah, good stuff. Happened to get lucky on it.
It's the ornament.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah.
We've also got the Anaheim 2025 ornament, so we can remember this moment. We'll put it on our tree, so that'll be good.
I got one of those too, so it's going straight on the tree. What about your bag, Cassie?
My bag, I got the Pikachu with the Letterman jacket. He's just so cute, I had to get it. The Oshawott Soda Pop plush. I live in New Mexico, so I was really excited to see this here. I came all the way here just for this. The Jigglypuff hat, and then just one more thing, the shopping bag. The packable tote bag, because you never know when you need a bag. So, yeah.
Very nice. Now, you came all the way from New Mexico after seeing Worlds last year. What is on your list to see here this weekend?
Oh man, we were really excited about the creators zone.
Scarlet and Violet too. Scarlet and Violet, and then also the Arceus demo. We're really excited to go see that too. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I don't want to keep you from shopping or from all the fun to be had. So thank you so much for joining me. And yeah, go get to it.
See, we have Ditto Vaporeon plushie. We have the Pikachu Anaheim plushie. Destined Rivals Pokemon Center ETB. This is my favorite thing I've gotten here thus far. And some cool socks.
You always need a pair of cool socks.
Socks, for sure.
And then I have to ask, what very obviously is not in your shopping bag?
The bodyboard. I don't bodyboard, but I think this is really cool.
Is that going to go up on the wall somewhere in your house or apartment?
I reckon if I can find a way to mount it.
I think with enough duct tape, you can accomplish anything.
Most definitely. Do they have any Pokemon duct tape here?
I'll ask my people. So Eric, this is your first time at Worlds. What are you looking forward to seeing here?
VGC finals for sure. I like to play the VGC, so that's like what I'm most looking forward to.
So you'll be seated in the arena nice and early for that finals.
Yes, ma'am, you know it.
All right, well, Eric, I don't want to keep you here. Enjoy your time at the World Championships, and thanks for letting us interview you.
We've gone from hundreds of teams down to only 4 over the course of this year. Our top 4 here at the World Championships in Anaheim is about to begin. Zeta Division and Santos Laguna have earned their spot without a doubt. I am Wonder Chef, and Zoinks is here with me, and we are the cool guys.
2 cool guys, 2 great plushes as well, joining us in the booth today. And we are entering, like you said, top 4 territory. Our semifinals are going to be transitioning into best of 5s now, as we are down to the final 4 teams. 2 more matches on broadcast today, as we are going to conclude those semifinals, and grand finals happening on Sunday. We'll be opening the day in the arena here at the Anaheim Convention Center.
Making history. And I would be remiss to not say to you at this moment, my friend, what did we just watch?
What did we just watch is absolutely correct. We were losing our minds. The crowd was losing their minds. I think everywhere around the world watching Pokémon Unite came to the realization that, yes, Score Comp might just qualify a team for top 4. And now Luminosity Gaming has done just that.
Yes, no longer a question, now simply a fact that will be written in the history books of Pokémon Unite forever.
Yes.
I don't know how it happened, but we're not even close to done yet. Like you mentioned, we are going to be moving into longer sets for the last 2 matches of today. It is the semifinals. It is the top 4, so it will be 3 out of 5, which I know we are both a big fan of seeing the 3 out of 5s, the level of adaptation that you can make while having that many more games. It means that you just get to show off so much more of like how smart of a team you are.
Yeah, and I think our top 4 teams, and specifically these next 2 matching up against each other in Zeta Division and Santos Laguna, are very stylistically similar. We have some extremely aggressive teams qualified for our top 4. I think you could put Peru in that category, but those other 3 teams, I think, have made it a defining point of their gameplay strategy. If they're getting 1 KO, I think that is not up to snuff for them. They're looking for 3, 4 KO streaks, and they're trying to score in your tier 2. We are going to be looking at an absolute smashing of a best of 5.
Yes, this is going to be really, really interesting after seeing the set that we just saw. Because one thing that you've been mentioning the entire weekend is that, which I agree with you, I feel like Zeta and Luminosity do have a lot of really big similarities. So we'll see if Zeta also pulls out the score comp.
Right, yeah, maybe we see 5 goal getters coming out of Zeta Division.
You never know. At this point, I've stopped trying to predict what's going to happen. I think I tweeted just a bunch of question marks was what my reaction was in the last match.
Summed up a lot of our emotions,
Yes.
so I think that is totally correct to do. But for this next one, I have to admit, this is one of my most anticipated matches, not only of the tournament, but I'm going to be totally honest, maybe of my casting career of Pokémon Unite. Casting Zeta Division is such an honor. A storied team for these last 2 years are so remarkable, and this Santos Laguna squad has made such a splash here at the World Championships. By far the best performance of a Latin America North team at any of these World Championships in years prior, and now they are going for even higher heights, having the chance to play against truly one of the world's best to qualify for that exact spot.
Right, and we're down to, I mean, the last of the specific regions for every single team. I mean, we were down to the last one in top 8, but now in top 4, we're going to see more and more eliminated. I know, of course, all the Japanese fans are very, very excited for this one. We actually have a ton of Japanese fans out there this weekend. Also, of course, shout outs to our Japanese co-casters who are here doing their own broadcast, which we always love them so freaking much.
Yeah, they're the best. We always get to feel their energy and their passion for the teams that they are going to be rooting for, which, of course, is those at-home squads for them. And I got to admit, there's going to be a little bit of that passion for me sometimes, too, with some of these North American squads. But I'm so excited to be commentating for this next matchup. We talked about how their styles are similar. When I want to get into the nitty-gritty, I want to start talking about some players. We're talking about kind of the players that can make that style happen, make that magic happen in terms of the knockout streaks. I think it's going to be Zeta Vision's Vitopo versus any sus on Santos Laguna. Like, I mean, what a lights-out fireworks show. And you mentioned how similar Zeta can seem to Luminosity Gaming in terms of style. That is so true. It also shows up in Pokemon selection. I mean, Vidopo and Trainer both really like the Leafeon play. We see a lot of Zoroark Comfey from both those squads. But Santos Laguna does kind of delve into other Pokemon selections for those heavy damage carries. We talked a lot about their Scyther play in particular, but then of course the backup with things like Asia Slash being a very important part of this team's kit. We're going to see a spectacular showcase, and I think the aggression will be found even with their own team being able to protect their style during the drafting phase.
Right, and I think one of the biggest differences between these teams that we've seen so far is that Zeta has had a really unique draft history this weekend, where we've seen them really only need to go to one like strategy to dominate a lot of different opponents, and they've only really been put on that back foot a few times.
True,
and
that's so true.
At that point, we get to see like a little bit of an adjustment, but it hasn't necessarily always worked. Now, on the other side, I feel like we've seen from Santos Laguna quite a lot, right?
Yeah.
They've flexed around a whole lot. They do have a really wide pool, but obviously we know Zeta as players. We've seen them for a very long time, and we know that they do have a wide pool as well, but in the current meta, we just haven't had a chance to see, I think, quite as much of it. So I am going to be interested to see how they're going to deal with potentially the Zoroark strategy being countered. But we do have an interview out on the floor with Soph, so let's see who she's talking to.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokémon Unite World Championships in Anaheim, California. This is our first semifinals. We have on your orange side, Santos Laguna. And in the purple, coming from Japan, Zeta Division! Latin America Norte, Nihon. Stare down, pose. Thank you so much.
Worlds, amazing, and great stuff from Soph. I'm glad that we get to see a little bit of head-to-head from these teams. We haven't had a chance to do that quite as much. There's been so many matches just in a row this weekend.
Right, and the stare down to posing as a heart pipeline is pretty impressive. I really do love that. These teams obviously excited to play against one another and excited to style on stage a little bit. I'm pumped about that. One of those players that was up on stage being the team captain for their squad is one I wanted to talk about, and that is Kira in that defender role. Has been phenomenal for years and years, and it feels like has just been missing a chance to have a full roster of 5 they just click with and are going to have a great tournament run. They've already achieved that. But they're going to be going up against, in the defender matchup, against Tomato. I mean, I really do think Tomato was the first player to truly put Zeta Division on the map. I'm thinking back to that Asia Champions League run, the very inaugural one, in which they were able to take down. I mean, internationally, people could not stop talking about how amazing this tank player was in Tomato. This is going to be a fabulous matchup between these two. I can't wait.
Yeah, when we had a chance to, when Soph and I had a chance to commentate the match yesterday of Zeta, I was saying the same exact thing about Tomato. Also, great hair, perfect hair for the name Tomato.
True. Yeah.
But what a star player. And honestly, we've always had a really strong star players on defenders. This was one of the first, I think, that people really looked at as like, okay, maybe like they can carry the entire team throughout like certain situations. It was also just kind of where the meta was, but ever since then, I mean, he has been just so incredibly good. Yeah. You can see him all the way on the end. No question as to which one is named Tomato. You were talking about Vitopo earlier, though, and I want to go back a little bit. There was a really nice tweet Vitopo made about saying that he was going to carry everybody that, who was with him, into this match. Essentially all of the other Japanese teams, maybe even like High Five, who I know that they're friends with.
They are the last Asia representative.
Yeah, which is so, I mean, so heavy a burden to carry, if I'm being honest. The amount of Asian fans it's ridiculous out there. It is absolutely ridiculous, and the Japanese fans are some of the most dedicated, so it's great to be able to see them willing to represent all of them.
All right, Anaheim, let's get into draft number 1 between Zeta Division and Santos Laguna. Our bans are already locked in, and I have to admit, not a single defender Pokemon being banned is a bit of a shock to me. I really did think that Ho-Oh would likely be one of those Pokemon considered by both of these squads, but in game number 1, not going to be the case, and Tomato going to lock in that Suicune.
That has been a great pick for them the entire weekend. I mean, it's been a great pick for everybody the entire weekend, but Tomato in particular has been doing extremely well with it. So on the other side, we'll see what they end up picking up. We are going to see the Snorlax in the same role. I think those are two of the kind of tanks, one could say, that have been most common throughout the weekend, but the Galarian Rapidash is going to be really interesting. Obviously banned out a lot in that last set, and missing in a lot of games this weekend.
I was going to say, and in this tournament in general. I feel like Galarian Rapidash, certainly a Pokemon on a lot of people's radar. So we are going to see it finally locked in by Santos Laguna, and Zeta Division going to bring this Clefable to the forefront. I think one of the most pivotal Pokemon in that matchup with Peru that you and I got to cast over a little bit earlier on in the day. And Rom going to be locking in the Zarina. Feels like it's been a minute since we watched that player on the ranged attackers. They kind of made their name on, like the Inteleon, but they have been doing a great job on Zarina and even Leafeon within this tournament.
This has been a season of a lot of role changes for a lot of players. The Serena, I'm glad we see it. Super high win rate. We saw it earlier today, but we'll see if it can continue. We're going to see the Aegislash, which is a really interesting pick, alongside another of the highest win rate Pokemon in this entire tournament, which is going to be Eldegoss. So clearly the stats are maybe being weighted toward these teams that are winning a whole lot.
Oh, and there it is. Anisus going to lock in their iconic Pokemon for this tournament. Of course, they always have the option for Scizor or Scyther, but we're looking at the track record of this event specifically. That is going to be a green bug-type Pokemon.
So that's pretty interesting as far as matches that we've seen, because as far as I remember, so, I mean, of course, we do know Zeta lost to Insomnia at ACL. We were there. We got a chance to cast that match, which was awesome. But I do believe within that set, S-Slime from Insomnia chose the Scyther and did very well against Zeta. So it kind of goes two ways. Obviously, Santos Laguna can be like, oh, well, it's worked against them. They can work against them again. But also, Zeta Division has experience against a good Scyther, which very few teams, I think, really get that opportunity to practice against. So it's kind of like a two-way street there.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we're in comfort pick territory already in game number 1. I think that's a really cool spot to be. Leave the more flexible options a little bit later on in this best-of-5 set. I think starting with something you're well known for already is a very safe bet, even if the team has maybe convened some strategies to try to shut you down. One thing I think is going to stretch Tomato a little bit on this Suicune. Obviously, amazing crowd control Pokemon, but with mobile Pokemon like Galarian Rapidash and Scyther, having the opportunity to avoid those stuns could be one of the very important points of this match number 1.
We'll see what happens. Here we go. Top 4 semifinals. We're in a best-of-5 Zeta Division on the purple side, and the orange side, Santos Laguna. Both teams fighting for their spot in the grand finals.
Japan versus Latin America North. Japan hunting for another World Championship. Latin America North already with their best placement of all time. Looking to see if they can top even that. Our central area will be a Blaziken clearing for the first time, and then Scyther going to be catching up as well. So much stronger early game for Santos Laguna, and Anisus will rotate towards the top side to assist Mufasa, who might not need it.
Yeah, apparently not. I do think this is going to be a relatively slow early game. I mean, it's a lot of melee Pokemon, so we are going to see some fights exactly like this, trying to catch, and they will be catching Hitman. Kira getting very, very low. There's going to be a berry, especially with that passive. They should be able to escape if they want to. I say that, and immediately they get KO'd as they do not retreat, and immediately there are a ton of fights, so everything that I said about the game being slow at the start was completely incorrect. There's just a lot of evolutions that need to be had, and really a lot of them are the ones that are doing the fighting. Like this top path, I thought was going to be way slower. They're just running it down.
Yeah, I mean, Anisus there backing them up, even pushing Wajiro all the way off of that first gold zone. Buzzwole and just a Clefairy at the time are Pokemon that maybe even a Scyther could handle while being defended on that defensible goal zone. Either way, they are going to retreat back into their central area, get another clear, and make sure they're as high as level as possible for that first 8-minute battle in mid.
Quadruped battle down on this tier 1 goal zone. They're still trying to get that score, and they finally get it, but at what cost? lost. They are getting chased down by Suicune. No, going to be able to escape. Not even going to try to follow that up here, though. Getting very, very low. They tried to get some points in, probably get one more score before they got KO'd, but unfortunately was not going to happen. And now the 8-minute spawn. Quite a big challenge here. I like that check in the tall grass. It looks like it's mostly going to be Zeta Division taking control of the center.
Yeah, not having Kira Snorlax there to kind of assist in that team is going to be tough, but oh my word, Rom with just a chase down of the site there, pushed out of position by the Blaziken, and the Serena catches the escape route. Impressive stuff from Rom, gets a KO and is actually chasing down the Eldegoss in the enemy central area at the same time. Vidopo trying to find Kira. The Flux Zone is now gone, getting a better opportunity to do so, but even a level 5 Snorlax has got enough HP to make it back to tier 2.
And Wajiro still chasing all the way, well not chasing, pushing all the way towards this tier 2 goal zone. The entire team is not stopping at 1. They're gonna pick up 2 KOs. Zeta Division is ruthless. This tier 2 goal zone on bottom is already down to about half of its HP. In the meantime, up top, we are gonna have a little bit of the 1v1. We finally got the full evolution for the Aegis Slash, so we are kind of chilling up there for a little bit. We don't see a huge level lead on either side, so they stayed up pretty even, but as the Aegis Slash, I feel like you gotta be pretty happy with that because you had to take a little bit more time to evolve.
Yeah, exactly. You are out-leveling your path opponent in Tommy, which is fantastic, but you gotta be scared about this level 10 Blaziken from Vidopo. That is worrisome indeed. You have Kira focusing on that Regieleki, make sure to knock it out. Certainly Wajiro not in danger of stealing it from you. Follow me, we'll track a little bit of that damage, but now it's all in on this tier 1.
Not being used to trap them there, but still managing to barely try and escape. No, going to be hunted down. And once again, Zeta Division is going to pick at least a few KOs up, although everybody's really, really low. They just need to find a few more final hits, and it is going to be Rom probably cleaning up a whole lot of this, and they're going to actually equal up to level 10 as well. So they've been out maybe not quite as much in most of these fights, but they're going to be very, very scary later on, especially that Unite is going to have a really great target in that site there. They're going to continue to push. One more KO on the Eldegoss. One more target for them. They're going to probably try to score. I'm not sure if you can fully push them away here. Kira all alone. Will pick up one berry. Will escape this tier 1 goal zone, though. I think this is Gonzo.
Yeah, interestingly, not a lot of urgency to defend that tier 1. We actually see 2 of the main damage-dealing Pokemon in Anisas and Mufasa moving down towards the bottom side of the map to get a few scores. At this point in the game, they are playing from behind, not only in that scoring front, but also the stacking front. They need to get some EXP. Rom in danger with the Suicune backup. Tomato with a devastating Unite move. Kira a little too late on that heavy slam yawn combo.
That was a beautiful Unite, landing on 3 members that completely turned that fight around. I really, truly do not think you can give Tomato Suicune. That's something that I said yesterday, I actually believe. But hey, any of these great Suicune players, it is an absolute game changer Pokemon. Right now, this tier 2 goal zone once again getting pushed all the way down. How rare is it to see the tier 2 goal zone on bottom broken, especially before the 5-minute mark? That is a level of aggression that is almost unparalleled here.
Yeah, Santos Laguna just so experience hungry at this given moment. Scyther and Aegis Slash will show up for a fight, but if it goes south, they need to go anywhere else and catch up a little bit on experience. I know Spraggles and Duke Snacks have some pretty strong opinions on that Pokemon in particular. One of the outlying ones, though, I think one of the very, very general consensus opinions is that Pokemon has a really tough time playing from behind. We're starting to see that right now.
Yeah, this is in general a team that's pretty tough to play when you are this far behind. I believe they're in Rapidash as well, especially when you're not playing it as a support and you need to actually get some damage off of it. It needs to put itself in some pretty vulnerable situations, and while you can, of course, resist some of the crowd control, you're still taking damage, you're still taking some of the crowd control. It's pretty scary when you're up there against members 3 levels higher than you, which is what we're seeing right here from the Blaziken, 2 levels higher from their other damage dealers. Not a very happy look, I think, for Santos Laguna, but we're only at the 4-minute mark, so they've got some time to come back.
Yeah, still a level 13 Blaziken is an absolutely terrifying raid boss to have to deal with. A very bold jump pad from Hitman, gonna end up in the midst of 4 enemy Pokemon. They get pulled back in. Buzzwole Unite from Tommy will get the KO.
Unite coming out from Eldegoss to try and bring everybody back up. It does, but they just immediately get burned all the way back down. They just have such a life compared to the other side, and especially all of this Blaziken damage is just unstoppable. Vitopo just literally pushing everybody around, getting that triple KO. They're continuing on into their center area, and for a team that is hungry on experience, stealing away their very lifeblood here is the best thing that a team could possibly do. Zeta Division, not only do they want the lead, they want to hold on to the lead as strongly as possible, and they're doing exactly that. 1 minute and 10 seconds left until the final stretch. Levels hugely in Zeta Division's advantage, points in their advantage, but if they can, maybe get a little bit careless, give up a KO, Santos Laguna could find an opportunity.
Right, but in that same vein, you could also take even more. That will be the Galarian Rapidash Unite move to hold Vitopo in place, but it seems like they're only doing it for the time being. Mufasa just needs a wide guard. They are so low, and they will get the KO onto the Blaziken. So a lot of resources spent to get that knockout. You will likely not have the Aegislash or the Rapidash Unite move for this final fight, but that's a whole lot of experience as Aegislash goes down.
Ooh, they are managing to fight pretty well on the side of Santos Laguna despite everything, especially with this chase down here from the Galarian Rapidash. They're chasing all the way into the center area. A lot of resources being used.
Okay, that yawn just buys a little bit of time. It stops Tommy's combo on the Buzzwole, and now they have an opportunity to knock them out as well. It'll be a Unite move from the Snorlax, and Santos Laguna are pushing all the way to the enemy central as Enisus has now achieved level 14.5, and 3 members of Zeta Division are waiting on respawn timers.
Oh, some great scores to try and even things up. They're just going to position pretty far forward. There's still 3 members that are just respawning right now from the side of Zeta Division. Will Santos Laguna go for the immediate burn? Will they try to get maybe another pick? No, they're going for it. They're ripping it. Rayquaza down to already 1/3 HP. What's the securing attempt to be? No, the Unite was used but not caught, and it's going to be Buzzwole of all things. The coup de grace was not timed right.
I can't believe that. Buzzwole secures the Rayquaza. Vitopo was charging overheat on the outside of the Rayquaza pit, facing the opposite direction. Didn't even need to eject button into the midst of things because Tommy on this Buzzwole had the opportunity to lock it down. Santos Laguna now will need to respawn and score seemingly countless points to try to turn this game one around. The likely scenario, though, Zeta Division leading 1-0.
What a turnaround into what a turnaround. I feel like I could have just said the same thing twice in a row and it would have made perfect sense. That was an amazing chase down from Santos Laguna, but that was one of the weirdest fights that I have ever seen. From 3 minutes to 2 minutes. It was a chase from the top path all the way down to like southwest of the map. I truly do not understand that fight really, but it made sense, right? It's not like any of it didn't necessarily make sense. It was just, none of us ever see a fight that goes on that long right before the final stretch.
I got to admit, I feel for Santos Laguna a little bit in this moment because I fell for the Blaziken bait as well. I was watching how Kiro was basically playing this man-to-man defense, Snorlax versus the Blaziken, trying to make sure they shut down an opportunity to secure the Rayquaza with overheat. But the whole time, that wasn't even the main threat to be dealing with. Obviously, Tomato Suicune had respawned as well. There was a whole lot that Zeta Division was able to throw at the Rayquaza, even despite that early team fight win. Timing awkward, Santos Laguna's positioning just too uncomfortable, and Zeta Division, I mean, all the merrier.
Oh, they've got to be very merry right there. That was looking a little bit scary, but going from scary to merry is going to make them very happy. Zeta Division is going to take game number 1 of the semifinals, best of 5 sets, so there's more to come. But wow, that was looking very scary for both sides.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, Santos Laguna behind that entire matchup finally find a way to claw back into that one, really make a winning opportunity out of seemingly nothing. And Zeta Division, well, they didn't have much time to do it, but they did the exact same thing back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, if we just want to talk about the moments where things started to shift, of course, everything started to shift the moment that they got the Aegislash KO on the Blaziken. That was a huge EXP shift, and that is one thing that you really always have to fear about Aegislash, is that it has so many tools that somewhat bypass, I guess you could just say, raw stats, right? Sure, yeah, the ways to essentially become somewhat invincible, the ways to kind of get your crowd control, the ways that you can, melt people with, not necessarily true damage, damage, but percentage damage.
Well, reduced defense damage with Sacred Sword, right? You're really enabling yourself in a lot of ways.
Exactly. So when you've got things that are statted above you, it's not like it's going to be easy, but Aegislash always kind of has a chance, and that's something that we got, I think, a chance to see right there, which it did start that big turnaround, and I think it was honestly really, really well played from them to try and push all the way into that victory. But boy, that clutch moment at Rayquaza was just simply too good from Zeta.
Way too good. I mean, and we got to admit also, the first 7 minutes of the match or so, it did feel like Zeta Division was handling it. Obviously, that top path victory going in the favor of Santos Laguna, but bottom path having a bit of a tough time against how powerful Zeta Division is. And all right, while we were waiting for these players to get set, we got one more interview, so we're going to throw it to that, and while we wait for game number 2.
Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody, we have Zeta Division beating Santos Laguna in this first game of the best of 5, and I'm here with Zeta Division fans. So give it up for Zeta Division, everybody! All right, getting ready for this next game of the best of 5, and we'll see how Santos Laguna is going to respond. Back to you.
So much so. All right, cool. We got a look at some of the fans hanging out in the crowd. We know if you want to cheer on your favorite team at some of these events, you got to get here early. If you want to be front row for some of these events, it can be challenging. I can't imagine. Tomorrow Sunday Arena. If you want to watch Pokémon Unite in Championship Sunday, you got to get there early, everybody. You don't want to miss the arena show.
Oh, yeah. We all have to get there early. Everybody watching on the broadcast, everybody in the
We're
arena,
saying that in two
players.
very different energies, though. I'm excited. You're maybe not.
Listen, I don't have a broken sleep schedule. I certainly don't go to sleep at that time usually. But no. I am so excited. Now, it is true, especially, for example, we got to see the Zeta fans right there. A lot of the Japanese fans, first of all, best sign game in the game. Yeah. Right? We got a chance to see that ACL. It's one of the best signs. I mean, look at that. I wish I had, anime character signs drawn of me. That's awesome. Yeah. But they are such a dedicated fan base, and I always do love seeing them. They're very early, as you can see. If you can get that seat in the front like that, I mean, okay, you were here probably before we were.
Exactly. And all right, like I said, we are squared up for game number 2. Santos Laguna taking that first loss. You gotta start to ask, some of these pocket picks that these players have been utilizing, maybe like the Galarian Rapidash, Aegislash, and Scyther, have been the mainstays of this team so far in the tournament run. They ran into the first major obstacle of Zeta Division. That early game was extremely tough for these Pokemon. Do we see a change-up from this Latin America North team?
I think, look at the tomato. Look at that, all the tomatoes. I do love tomatoes, but I also love this tomato. Amazing player. Tomato! I was in the middle of a thought. Yes. Okay. So this video game that we're playing, in case anybody didn't know, we are playing a video game at the moment, Pokémon Unite. And yes, that early game was really, really brutal from the side of Zeta. They were so aggressive. That is some of the most aggression that I've seen from anybody. And the interesting thing is, again, when we see this early game aggression, a lot of times it's like invades or like attempts to kind of rotate around. Yep. This was just like, people were just sending it. And honestly, from both sides, we saw a whole lot of like, just send it. But I do think that we need to be a little more careful on the side of Santos Laguna this time, and we could get a few picks that are a little bit more early-centric, and especially early defense-centric, because they were getting their goal zones pushed down pretty quickly, and they would have really liked to, I think, had those a little bit healthier later on. So anything that does big AoE damage, anything that's strong early, I think would be great.
Okay. So you're the angel on the shoulder of Santos Laguna. Let me be the devil. It's time. Run it down, Santos Laguna. Don't allow Zeta Division even any room, because that is what they were doing to you as well. This again, I love how aggressive both these teams are, and I think if they want to play to their strengths. But, of course, I think your advice is correct. This is a dangerous spot to be in, especially being down one game. You get a bit more flexibility in this best of 5, but still, even if you got more rooms to give, you have to take a lot as well.
Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the anvil. Sometimes you're the angel, sometimes you're the devil. I don't know. We'll see if they want to be the hammer or the anvil. Right now, they are going to be starting off with a pretty aggressive first pick.
Oh, look at that damage dealt stat, by the way, from Rom with Serena in that last game. Oh my word. 115,000 damage on this Stomp Grassy Glide Serena. I mean, so like we mentioned, we're switching from these ranged attackers to these melee brawlers for this meta specifically. It's already paying off.
Yeah, and also win rate went up from the already highest win rate Pokemon in the game off that, and it just got banned more, so encounter rate went up as well. Makes a whole bunch of sense. Ho-Oh, though, is going to be let out of jail, and Tomato on the Ho-Oh is going to be a very, very scary thing to behold for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Ho-Oh, Belissi, that is so much HP to work with. It'd be very interesting to see where Santos Laguna want to go, and so far, it looks like they kind of want to enter the mix, enter the brawl. Clefable and Snorlax, two Pokemon that love the longevity of some of these bigger team fights, and they can provide a lot of resources for that. Of course, I feel like Snorlax is one of our biggest mainstays, but Zeta Division going to be locking in the Garchomp. Obviously, they did have a roster change, so the normal Garchomp player has been switched out. That is Tommy, and they are going to be locking it in.
I do think that's a great pick against what they're potentially picking here. Yep. Like you said, with their second and third picks, they are going to be looking towards staying a little bit closer together, being a little bit tankier, and that's exactly what Garchomp likes.
Exactly.
It's exactly that.
Yeah, so not too many changes, right? Galarian Rapidash not here anymore. We're going to go with Latios, and now we don't have the Eldegoss any longer. It will be Clefable. So a much more group-centric team fight. Also, Anisauce has changed up their items slightly, I believe. Weakness policy being equipped. There is a non-zero chance that this won't be inside there. I'm saying non-zero. I'm saying non-zero.
I know.
I'm not saying for sure.
I will say in the past, there have been a lot of Scythers that have used weakness policy.
Sure.
I don't actually really fully understand why. That's like my own problem, I guess, but I have seen that for a few years. So not 100% guaranteed, but that would be kind of cool to see. That would be a very, very defensive team. Maybe just kind of playing Protect the President with the Latios as kind of their main damage. But on the other side, the Dodrio, another Pokemon that's really high up in the win rate at the moment, but an interesting pick to go up against this comp. I would have to assume that this is going to be Tri-Attack. I feel like that's the only way that it makes sense.
Yeah, I really enjoy Vidopo locking something new, but they kind of had to. These banning phase focus a lot on those two damage dealers from Zeta Division previously, Serena and Blaziken, so important to Vidopo and Rom respectively in that last matchup. We got to shake things up somehow. Santos Laguna doing that in a few ways, taking first pick in our draft, not to mention finding some new bans being heavily targeted.
I'm also quite happy, both this game and last game, they didn't immediately go to that Zoroark Comfey strategy.
Yeah.
They showed off what else they had, and honestly, I'm like loving it even more considerably. But here we go, game number 2, Zeta Division up 1-0, but it's not match point quite yet as we're a best of 5.
All right, Santos Laguna going to be sending Latios into the path. This is really tough for this Pokemon. Latios needs its level 5 as rapidly as you possibly can. Putting it in tandem with the Snorlax could be working, but Tomato and Rom striking very early, leaving a lot of their own wild Pokemon in path just to favor these contestables. Kira doing a great job of out-securing 2 contestable Pokemon, though.
I am annoyed thinking of fighting against that path.
Yeah.
That looks so incredibly annoying. A little bit more of like a brawler path up top, and I do love seeing both the huge pink blobs and not evolved quite yet, just trying to help out their little friends. But bottom, it's pure evil right now.
Right, exactly. Yeah, nefarious, evil, dark, whatever you'd like to say. It is very, very scary at the moment. So far, Hitman not hitting that level 5 at the very least. Anisauce has, but so has Vidopo. I think these players very aware of who's hiding in which crashes and Tri-Attack strikes first. Vidopo forcing Anisauce out of that bottom L bush.
You said it was going to be a match between them. They almost had a little bit of a 1v1 right there. They are both going to be helping that bottom path, and it does seem like they're not going to be pushing for all that much extra on top of the experience. But, oh my gosh, you move so fast in that it's so easy for Tomato to just kind of move forward, harass a little bit, just be annoying, which is exactly what you need to do, especially because you want to kind of get that Snorlax a little bit lower so it can't just run around and be the body blocker that it wants to be.
Wow, okay, Tommy on the top side, we saw a little bit there with our picture-in-picture, getting 2 KOs in a row. So absolutely dominating the top side. Mufasa struggling a little bit more in this game, potentially without the pocket of that Eldegoss to support them, and Minato really needed to get their levels up as well. They finally have access to Moonlight, though, so we'll be a bit better in tandem with that Aegis Slash. the time being, though, Tommy is really throwing out the damage. Oh, but there's the counter KO. Minato shows, yeah, you don't touch my all-rounder.
This is the most ridiculous stat we've seen all week. Santos Laguna's average feints per match, 6. Zeta Division's is 19. You're one of the best teams in the world, and your average feints per match is 19. That is a very, very interesting stat. I would love to dig deeper into that, but we've got a match that we've got to watch, and I think that's going to take me a few hours. Tomato, right now, kind of 1v2ing this path because it's Tomato.
Yeah.
And that's how scary. That's how scary this Pokemon is right now.
Now, the interesting thing about Tomato staying in these aggressive positions is it does allow Hitman to stack up more of that Aeon energy. Okay, already a knockout. Kira down. Vitobo finds 2. Is about to get up to that level 9, and of course, Unite move will be accessible. Triple Trample is here well before the first set of Regis. On the other hand, Santos Laguna are even searching for a level 8. Mufasa finally hitting that breakpoint. No Unite move to the next level, though.
So everything we were talking about the very early aggression, especially crashes onto these top tier gold zones, or these tier 1 gold zones, I should say. It's just all happening again. Zeta Division is running a very, very similar concept. They've already taken on the tier 1 gold zone on bottom. This Regieleki is going to be going to Santos Laguna. That's got to be pretty good for them. They really want to control at least one of their tier 1s for the rest of this match, and they've got to get some points back. They're not going to be pushing this one in, but at least it's not getting pushed into their goal.
Right. Mufasa gets a couple of attacks into that Mewtwo, but Rom still having teleport off cooldown means they're able to jump over that wall and escape any bit of mobility that Mufasa could throw. Those boosted auto attacks can both be a hammer and an anvil, if you will, for these Aegislash. Can bring you into really dangerous territories with that far dash. However, when you're striking in a Tomato, I don't think you're too worried about where you're going. That's a full burst damage with the green illusion dive from Aegislash. Tommy is able to grab them and get that support with the Unite move. The Garchomp absolutely reign in terror here in the middle of the map.
Rom doing so much damage from the back line, but trying to get Dove, unfortunately, was not able to quite get the KO, and so Rom is going to be able to clean that up while we get a little bit of 2v1 in middle. We're just kind of playing leapfrog here with KOs. It's just like, I'm KOing you, somebody else comes KOs me, then somebody KOs that person, over and over. A lot of trades, but it kind of felt like it was even trades. However, the overall experience was in the favor of Zeta Division before that fight, so if you had to look at an overall resource winner, it's probably Santos Laguna.
Yeah, I think it's sliding slightly in their favor with those scales, and of course, they're going to be looking for a whole lot more soon. They are struggling in the points attempt. This topside's been so fantastic from Tommy and Wajiro that goal zone is left only at 7. They are kidnapping this Garchomp, but little do they know, Tomato and Vitobo are there for the back cap from that top L bush.
They're like, wait, no, push them in the other direction. Get them away from us, help! And right now, they're just like, thank you for pushing me all the way to this goal zone. This tier 1's going down. Half your team is going down. Your tier 2 goal zone is nearly going down. They're leaving it at 21 after this, and we're still so early in the game. That would be perfect for a huge Regieleki into an overdunk. I do like this return takedown on the bottom tier 1. Vitobo, though, getting KO'd. That's going to be huge. Hitman going to get a lot of experience for that.
Picking up a couple. Also able to knock out the Blissey with that latent damage from that passive from the Latios. Minato healing up the squad. See if they could chase down Tommy. However, with that full range extension, I think they're going to be able to have a very safe recall. Never mind. We'll just heal up off the Swablu Walterias. Thank you, Garchomp basic attacks.
That was so fast, that amount of healing. That is a little bit ridiculous. Reg Ice, though, as well, is going to be absolutely melted, and could have healed back up on that, if I'm being 100% honest. There's an attempt to steal here. We do have the coup de grace up, so you don't really want to try to get it that low. It doesn't feel like you have that secure unless, you go first for the Aegislash. Going to go into the Anvil mode and then back into the Hammer mode, as it's going to try to get a little bit more damage here. Oh, going to just ignore them and continue into the back line, trying to chase down Hitman. They're doing an okay job of it, but the Bliss Assist is not going to be enough to help them get all the way there. Regi's still sitting there like somebody's going to try to finish this, but in the end, wow, it's Scyther, not what I expected.
Yeah, Mufasa playing a really passive, patient team fight in that way, leaving a couple of boosted auto attacks even while in sword form so they can wait for Wide Guard to come back up off cooldown to get access to those shield boosted auto attacks. They get a KO streak of 3, ultimately felled by Rom's Mewtwo Y, who returns in fashion. I mean, what an answer in terms of momentum, and take a look at this. Zeta Division, never once have they been satisfied with a team fight win. They always got to push for more. They're looking for blue buff.
Oh no, they might have got a little bit too greedy. Losing Tomato there is okay, but I feel like you really don't want to lose this Mewtwo. That's going to be a lot of points going to the other side, a lot of experience going to the other side. That may be one of the first moments that I've seen and said, okay, just too greedy. Especially, we saw Tomato so low. Obviously, you have their generator, so you are going to get a lot of it back, but they were still going a little bit deep for that moment. Mufasa fighting Tomi up top. And looks like there's going to be a little bit of a retreat from both sides. We are getting really close to this final stretch. They don't want a repeat of fighting from 3 minutes to 2 minutes.
Exactly. Mito still wanting to get a few of those special attack specs stacks in that tier 2 if they can. That's why we're seeing these really small scores. And at this point, they will likely be getting KO'd. But following a Moonlight can certainly buy you a whole lot of time. But how about hero backup? As Snorlax, well, they look, they watch, they decide not.
Honestly, getting yourself KO'd right there might not have been the worst choice in the world. Like, maybe they should have just turned around, let themselves get KO, changed their respawn timer. But nice, that's actually a huge one. I mean, they only got KOs on the experience share Pokemon from the side of Zeta Division. Santos Laguna getting some better targets, but they are going to use a lot of their resources. Whoa. 2 of their damage dealers going down on the side of Santos Laguna. This is huge. They're really committing to this. Nowhere even close to the Ray Pit.
All right, and that's the Clefable down as well. They did roll Hyper Beam off their Unite move, but unfortunately, we're not able to land it on anybody. This is up to Anysus. They got to change this around. It's the second instance of Power Nap to get it. Rayquaza already down below half HP. Diminuwai is gone. Can Anysus make it there in time? No! Vito Pusto Trio is going to take that last hit.
Oh, they played that so incredibly smart, but there's still a few members left up of Santos Laguna. It's not 100% over yet. I mean, this is going to be a great way to hunt this down, but this is not the hugest shield in the world. Aegislash is going to come through. They should be able to jump over, but no, not going to be able to stop it in time. Had to make the read beforehand, maybe, and especially with these points up top, it's going to be even more and more difficult. However, because that was such a quick Ray rip, we still have 1 minute and 20 seconds left. That was a gigantic KO. You can see how many points were actually just picked up. 50 now in the pockets of Latios, 26 in the pockets of Aegislash. This is not over.
It is not. They do have some incredible burst damage Pokemon. Scyther, Aegislash, potentially even this poke damage from Latios can take some teamfight wins on this tier 2. Zeta Division are now going to be caught in that weird space where their lead is okay, but they could push for some back caps as well. Tomatoes Ho-Oh does have almost 50 points and is looking to take the sack route all the way to the home goal zone.
Oh yeah, that one's almost certainly going in. This is going to have to be a really far push all the way from Santos Laguna. That's going to be an unstoppable. Oh, they even have the shield left 100%. I didn't even realize that. They're going to be rotating all the way down to this bottom tier 2, it looks like, seeing if they can catch anybody out. You're not coming out from Mewtwo. That's actually going to collect on a lot right there. The Bliss assistance onto this Garchomp is going to help them get double KOs. Going to go for 3rd and a 4th. Everybody pinned together. This is not looking like a great position for Santos Laguna at the moment. No KOs on their side quite yet. They need everybody to go down, but they're the ones going down. Only 1 member up. And that is certainly not going to be enough. All the way back at base, 10 seconds left. Zeta Division is controlling this one to go to a 2-0 lead.
Wow, yet another Rayquaza fight that starts just a few moments before the Pokemon actually spawns in and hits the map. And Zeta Division this time coming out on top, both in terms of that first fight as well as capitalizing and knocking out that Rayquaza. Massive play from this team. Things did look a little scary, but a few Pokemon holding onto shields really made that one inevitable.
And one thing that we talked about earlier is how close in playstyle Zeta and Luminosity can be. And one thing that I said about Luminosity earlier is that they're really, really strong when they get a chance to understand what their win condition is beforehand. What are we looking at? Oh, the damage.
Yeah, the torch in terms of damage has been passed from Rom to Tommy for this game number 2 as this Garchomp setting themselves up for a 2-0 lead. Has 133,000 damage on this Garchomp, 12 knockouts as well. The newest member of this Zeta Division team, and what a debut from them.
That is certainly a statement of I belong here. I deserve to be here.
For sure.
Okay, so what I was saying was the way that they played around having their win condition, which is a team that can rip Ray faster than almost any other team that we've seen this weekend, having just so much damage. They knew that if they won that fight and even left a few members up, they had the vision to be able to retreat back and burn down that Rayquaza before there was any opportunity for Santos Laguna to do anything.
Right, yeah, great decision making at that moment. Obviously, it gets a little scary, a little risky because Anysus is able to put in some work, but Mewtwo escaping, I think, is the most pivotal moment of that. Felicity very impressive, giving up kind of their own life in exchange for the Mewtwo Y to escape, where Bliss assistancing into the back lane. Anysus just has to focus all their damage onto this Blissey, and Mewtwo Y able to roam all the way to the middle point of the map and knock out the Rayquaza. So just a lot of expenditure of resources, great work from Zeta Division, really all across the map that last game.
Yeah, now they're setting themselves up into a huge lead. I mean, for anybody who maybe hasn't been following along for years, our last world champions, our previous world champions, were from Japan. And now we don't have them here as a team any longer, but Japan would love to return to Grand Finals for the second year in a row, earn a spot to fight for their repeat win, and they are now just one step away. Zeta win, you can see right there. Look at that, the Japanese fans.
And more tomato!
And more tomato! One of the most popular, you know, we gotta get everybody to eat healthy. Tomato's gonna do a great job of that.
My job on this commentary booth is to go, tomato! And I am enjoying it. Thank you, Camera Zoom. That's awesome. Yeah, this has been a really fun match so far. Obviously, Zeta Division, the pace car in this best of 5. We are going into game number 3. Santos Laguna have brought a very, very similar strategy into both games. I do think Hitman's Latios impressed me a lot more than the Galarian Rapidash. Still was not enough to turn things around. And I mean, you lose 2 very important members before that Rayquaza fight. Zeta Division really takes advantage of that. The tough spot to be, it's micro calls, it could be macro calls. It's a lot to work on, and you're running out of time.
Well, still, I think one of the biggest problems has been that early game where it's just been an absolute, I don't know, landslide, basically, from Zeta. And, you know, I was saying earlier, maybe they should choose some more defensive options. Maybe they should play the Anvil. Maybe it is time for them to play the Hammer. Maybe what you do is you start saying, oh, they're focusing for bottom. Let's focus for top. Let's just take exactly what they're taking, the opposite direction. And that's a strategy we've seen so many strong teams use. It's just we haven't seen really either direction fully committed to yet from Santos Laguna. I think that if they want to make this comeback in this set, 3 games straight, it's going to have to be some sort of huge answer.
All right, well, we are starting with the exact same Bantus game 2 for Santos Laguna, and I believe Zeta Division as well. We're going to be jumping back into this draft. A Pokemon like Suicune is still available. It has been such an important Pokemon. Well, we are going to be first picking that Latios. Zeta Division picked Suicune, but only when they were in the first pick position on the purple side. So instead, Wajiro going for the Blissey yet again. Such a powerful Pokemon. I think was a part of a major moment. And Tomato will go on to the defender. I would say the most Tomato-like of all defenders available in Pokémon Unite.
Maybe like the very Hollowware Snorlax. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's Tomato-like. Yeah, it's such a tough situation where both Suicune and Ho-Oh being available early on, it means that there's no really great way to take them both away from Tomato.
Yeah, and Tomato hasn't had ban phase, right? Yeah.
Right, yeah. You would have to really change your entire ban strategy, and that's just not something that Santos Laguna clearly feels comfortable doing. So we are going to go to some pretty similar picks, it looks like, overall, maybe from both sides.
Yeah, we're going to see the Garchomp yet again. I love the coordination between Washiro and Tommy, not only in the early game pathing phase, but I think we saw some really great stuff, especially around the defense of that Tier 2 goal zone. Even a Dragon Rush across the wall into their own central, backing it up with some Bliss assistance has been impressive. Santos Laguna running back the exact same composition from Game 2. Zeta Division, the only switch will be made is in the Dodrio slot. Vidopo going to return to the Leafeon, which has a 43% pick rate on the tournament.
I think that's a great choice. I think that they are going to play some pretty similar roles. I mean, if you're playing the Tri-Attack Dodrio, you're a little bit more of like these like ranged speedsters where you can play a little bit more safe range. You're going to potentially get some AoE damage, and your AoE damage is going to be a little bit more significant here with the Leafeon. And I think that with how everybody groups up on that side, it's going to be really strong. But also, you are going to be able to maybe solo out that Latios with your Unite move if you can find yourself in the correct situation. And sandwiching yourself with a good flank behind them while there is a very scary either defender or Garchomp in front of them is a great way to do that.
That's true. You just got to be careful. You don't get hit by a wide guard. Don't get hit by a block. Don't get follow me. There's a lot of dangerous stuff out there. But I know right now both of these teams are so excited, but probably nervous. I'm nervous and excited. It's a bit of a combination on this main stage. Santos Laguna backs against the wall. Truly a historic tournament run for not only this team, for this region, a few of these players. This is their first year competing in the Unite Championship Series. Zeta Division, old hats at this point, as they have played now 2 years in a row and are looking to achieve an even better result than they have in previous years. But they've already done now by making it into the top 4 territory. But they would love to play in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, the pressure on them is higher than maybe almost any other team. You know, just their entire region wanting that repeat so bad. I was just talking about it, but it's such a different feeling than a region that has never won Worlds. And of course, their entire region is behind them as well, but the expectation isn't, of course, we have to win again. You know, it's if you can win again, you are the greatest of all time, or if you can win for our first time. But when you have, you know, just legends behind you, it is a lot of pressure on your shoulders, and Zeta have absolutely lived up to it so far. Not only, of course, wanting to repeat, but wanting to do better themselves than they have before. And also, to be honest, they're one of the best teams that has been around and not been able to take a Worlds, right? I mean, obviously there's only been 2 Worlds winners, but it's one of those teams where it's like, if you were to say within the next 3 years, you know, this year included, what are some of the teams that you think could win Worlds? They would be right at the top of the list.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man, yeah, looking forward to the future. It's a really fun thing, too. I like that a lot. All right, sorry, everybody. We're going to be getting back into game very, very soon. We do not want to hold this one back anymore. And oh my word, we have had so many incredible cosplays, outfits, costumes throughout this entire tournament. So thank you everyone so much for showcasing your passion, not only for Pokemon Unite, but for these competitors, for the competition as a whole. It has been so fun to see you and have you join us for Anaheim Worlds 2025. We're in one of the best sets we've ever seen here yet today.
Oh yeah, it just keeps getting better throughout the entire day. The things that we've seen this weekend are unbelievable. From the very first game of day 1 until the very last game that we just saw, where Score Comp won, every single thing that we've been seeing is unbelievable. This has been one of the best I guess, one of the best front-to-back Worlds that we've had. Like, there have been no games that have just been filler games. This has been all the way through. There have been games that we had to have on the feature match station that have been incredible matches. There's just as absolutely, I don't know, the competition has leveled up.
Yeah, totally. Hey, shout out Feature Station that we now have 2 streams during this event. I really hope everybody enjoyed that, not missing a moment of the action, or at least as much as we possibly could have. It has been so much fun. Like you mentioned, the tournament matches throughout the entire weekend have been elite, and getting our chance to see as many of them as possible. I know it's been a major request of the community and also us, because seeing these teams play on the main stage is just so fun.
Oh, yes. All these teams have earned their spot, and I love that they all get a chance to be seen, and those matches get to stay in the history books forever. I mean, especially for, you know, kind of like competitive nerds like you and I. I want every match to be recorded for history ever. I want it to be like, you know, 20 years from now, 15 years from now, and I'm like, okay, do you remember that moment that was in, you know, Worlds 2025 where this particular thing happened? And I want to be able to go back and click on a video and be like, yes, we get to see that exact moment. And then we look at ourselves and like, we were so young then. That's wild.
Yeah, well, to the surprise of no one, we're pretty big nerds up here, casting Pokemon Unite. But I know there's a whole lot more of you down there who are also in love with the game and in love with this competitive scene and all of its crazy shenanigans that we see things getting up to. This is going to be such a fun one. Game number 3 is going to be almost an identical draft. We're going to get to see Anisus versus Vidopo, potentially for the last time, a Scyther versus a Leafeon. It does feel like we finally have the iconic matchup between these 2 players.
Which is so great to see. I mean, honestly, there's so many good roll-to-roll matchups within both of these teams. And honestly, I do feel like we get to see that more and more as we get towards the end of the bracket, where every member of all of these teams are star players. And we can see right there on the big screen that we're getting started with game number 3. Last chance here for Santos Laguna. They've got to win 3 in a row. If they don't, then Zeta Division will move on to the grand finals, for Japan moving there for the 2nd year in a row.
Zeta Division on the edge of victory. Santos Laguna just hunting for it, like you just mentioned, Wonder Chef. Now, we do have that Leafeon clearing the central area at the beginning. This will be 2 Pokemon that will be at a very similar pace. The Leafeon and Scyther are both having extremely fast clears, even in the early game, will hit that level 5 power spike right on time.
Truly, that path from Zeta Division still is like giving me anxiety. Just seeing them just stand there and just hold A, and the entire other path just like, help me. But they're continuing on with the aggression. A 3rd member coming down, as Vitopo is going to be coming down to help them. Might run into any sus up in the center area. Got to be careful. That's a really far flank. We usually don't see them go all the way that far back, so I would love to see what NESUS's plans are. Trying to catch up Vitopo. They are going to find them immediately. Gets a ton of damage, does not quite get the KO, manages to get out of the way of the Razor Leaf. A great play, and that's going to delay them long enough to stop them from getting as much of the farm in the bird spawns, but oh my goodness, so much damage!
Yeah, this is scary because now Kira's going to have to try to defend this goal zone with no citrus berries to retreat to. And NESUS is there with half an HP bar. Mewtwo goes down, even mid-size strike aim. And NESUS with a 1 HP in a dream shenanigans, as Vitopo doesn't even want to take that fight after that.
That was very risky. Everything that NESUS pulled right there was very risky and paid off very well. I mean, that was just confidence. The fact that you're down, yes. No, but the fact that you were down 2 games and you're willing to go for that far of a flank, be willing to defend with that little life, and then it actually pays off, shows that Santos Laguna, they're on the back foot, but they have not crumbled at all.
Yeah, now the one scary thing is Mufasa has had a tough time against Tomi and Vitopo and Wajiro in this last exchange. Tomato also coming for the backup, leaving the 2 attackers in the bottom side to duel alone. These new Swablu Altarias will be Zetas alone, as no one from Santos Laguna has the opportunity to try to steal that EXP. Mufasa just desperately looking for any experience, trying to get that Aegis/evolution.
Tomato playing a great forward position, just playing for vision. Every single movement that is being made from Santos Laguna is being seen at the moment, and now Tomato finally backing up once they realize, okay, we know where they are, we know where they've rotated to, now we can split up accordingly. Most of them kind of in the center.
Wow, Tommy actually catching that double-blade in the tall grass, the Dragon Rush and the Dragon Claw combination. Big heavy slam from Kira, giving them a little bit more time as Tomato with the Assault Vest so tanky, not too worried about the Latios poke damage at the time being, with that special defense, not to mention the self-healing and Blissey healing they have access to.
Still just a lot of bullying on this bottom path. It's kind of like we're going back to like the pathing phase, but they're not able to get too many KOs, which is pretty nice. I mean, you are a late game scaler for Latios, so as long as you're holding on, as long as you're getting some farm, things are going to kind of go okay. Unfortunately, they are pretty low level at the moment. Hitting level 8 while everybody else is hitting level 9 on the side of Zeta Division. That's pretty scary. Also the defense up top. I mean, you can stop a 35-point score, but you got to be careful about getting KO'd yourself when you already have a Garchomp and, of course, Vitopo on this Leafeon.
All right, Minato just doing as much as they can to buy time. Vitopo might be getting a little frustrated, but they still got damage to work with. We're going to cut down to the Reg Ice on the bottom side. Kira will fall, will not have the chance to block the objective, but that's okay. NESUS picks it up anyways. They do have the Green Illusion dive, give up on chasing the Mewtwo. Why? And instead, decide to execute the Ho-Oh.
That is a great little jump ahead for Santos Laguna. I shouldn't say jump ahead, kind of jump back up to even, but it's a great boost for them. And NESUS has really been leading the charge this time around. This play on the Scyther has been amazing. They've been enabling a lot of what's making things work. Look at this huge wide invade into the center area from Zeta Division, and they're going in to try and flank and push in this Regieleki.
Mewtwo already down. No Moonlight healing is going to be really difficult to play around this objective. Garchomp thrown members of the enemy team both to the top side and back to the tier 2. The Regieleki will land. Zeta Division is going to build this score lead to 230 to a donut in game number 3.
This is looking even scarier than game number 1. Zeta Division just holding full control. The fact that they have had in every single game a tier 2 goal zone down before the 5-minute mark, and alternating paths, by the way, top, bottom, top, is absolutely incredible. Oh, nice. Okay, NESUS once again picking up a KO. It is going to be on Tomato. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but almost almost a second. A great Unite to stop that from happening from Vitopo. It does look like they probably should be able to pick up Wajiro. But, again, any little trades like that are going to be quite good for Santos Laguna.
I'm honestly shocked Vitopo was able to just kind of face tank all of the green illusions with that final hit onto the Leafeon. But Unite move doing a lot of work in that exchange. It is a Clefable Unite move and a Snorlax, which will also outlast the Garchomp. And Anysus will get their revenge onto a member of Zeta Division. They're going to try to chase down Rom and the Mewtwo Y. Meanwhile, a mid-battle inside of this mid part of the map as the Swablu and Altaria is the next to go down.
Oh, they're all so low. Moonlight just barely coming back up to bring them to any sort of life. It's 4 members, though. But Tomato is going to do so much damage. I can chase you across a wall. You can't fly away from me. But they didn't actually get a good amount of that experience on the side of Santos Laguna. Things are not looking that well. Okay, that's not looking super great as Vitopo gets a great flank into the Unite. But other things are looking pretty good altogether for Santos Laguna compared to the first few minutes of this match. They're starting to get score. Another Unite coming out from Scyther, but Scyther goes down as it's happening. That's going to be unfortunate. They're losing all their strong members on Santos Laguna's side. This might be another tier 1 goal zone going down, only 12-6. Yep, they're breaking that quick.
Yeah, Wajiro's Blitz Assistance has just proved too powerful. It's one of the best answers to this Scyther dive. As soon as they try to explode, Scyther does have to, after they first do a wing beat, jump into melee range. Blitzy not only having the knockup, but also the ability to KO Scyther themselves if they need to, has made it really difficult to find knockouts onto this Garchomp, onto this Leafeon, and Zeta Division has been able to push this lead further and further. Regieleki will go down for freeze, and Zenithus gets a lot of feedback off that. It probably will not be landing in this tier 1 as Zeta Division rallies to defend.
That is surprising that, to me, that Zeta Division didn't try to prioritize that at all. Oh, an attempt to at least get something in before we get to this final stretch. Probably reset your KO timer as well. But this Regieleki obviously could have been heading towards the base goal zone, the home goal zone of Santos Laguna. But instead, Zeta Division, they're preparing for more of a fight.
Yeah, and they're going to actually take that fight right now. The best way to prepare for a fight, I find, is taking it. Also, having Vitopo at level 15 is where that Leafeon is right about to achieve. Mufasa does get a Sacred Sword, but now they're at the Wide Guard in the midst of 4 enemy Pokemon. Wide Guard is off cooldown, so they do get pulled by the Garchomp when this battle's actually raining on. That is the Garchomp Unite move needed to KO that Aegis Slash. Kira there for the defense, try to peel for Hitman, who's getting the poke damage. But Mewtwo Unite cascades onto all of them. Anysus, the only member left up for Santos Laguna, and they go down! The side strike found the target!
No members up, but there's 8 seconds left. The coup de grace is available. If we can sneak in with Mufasa, that might be one of the only ways that you live. Or, I mean, honestly, you just don't even burn it. Maybe on the side of Zeta Division. No, they're going for it. They're going 100%. Aegis Slash is down. They're going to have to find a miracle secure. Snorlax jumping in. What's the final hit going to be? It's Tomato. Everybody with the Tomato shirts out there living their best life as Zeta Division, with already a 200-point lead, will take a lot of shields moving forward to score.
Kira leaps in with the Snorlax to buy some space. Heavy Slam block opens it up. Clefable uses their Unite move and attempts to Hydro Pump the Rayquaza. A tough turn of events. A few options would have been a little better, but Zeta Division really covered for all of their outs. Yet another match defined by a team fight preemptively around the Rayquaza, and Zeta Division 3 for 3 when it comes down to an aggressive battle near the end of the match.
This set has been nearly full repeats for every single game. The comps were similar. The kind of back and forth was similar. The leads that Zeta got were similar. The way they dealt with Rayquaza was similar. Everything just felt like it was in their control. They're ahead by over 500 points, so even Hundo Burgers in everybody's pockets are not quite going to be enough. A KO onto, at least, Tommy, that's going to be one big KO. 40 seconds left. This is going to have to be nearly a miracle if we want to see Santos Laguna make this back.
Yeah, Vitopo on the run right now, but this Speedster will be able to easily retreat to the rest of their team as Wachiro says, where have you been? I have eggs for you, please. Heal on up. Santos Laguna with one final push. Latin America North final chance at getting to Championship Sunday. Zeta Division holding strong so far. Tomato from the outside. Vitopo always there for the backup. A resurrect from Tomato brings back Wajiro. And Zeta Division holding strong. Hitman down. Garchomp sweep. And Zeta Division are going to Championship Sunday.
Japan, for 2 years in a row, they've made it back, the final hope of the region. And they have made it all the way. Look at that. Immediately, the team, you can see how happy they are, and well-deserved. Our first semifinal match of the day, and a clean sweep, fully in control.
3-0 fashion over one of the hottest teams in the World Championships this year. Santos Laguna, first our flowers to that team. An amazing run, the best run this region has ever seen. And what a showing from this team, not only regional near the end of the year, but now internationally here at the World Championships.
You can see some mixed emotions definitely from Santos Laguna. They should be proud of themselves. I mean, 4th place in the world is an absolutely amazing placement. Obviously, you always want to do better, but you can see some smiles, you can see some disappointed faces. But certainly, we know with those players, they'll be back, as we've seen them years and years again. Zeta, though, this might be their year.
Zeta Division, the last representative of Japan in this tournament. They entered Day 2 and top 16 with 4 teams from their region. That changed very quickly, but Zeta Division holding strong and able to defeat this Latin America North squad. Moving on to the finals of the World Championships in 2025.
The first team ever to qualify for an arena finals at Worlds here. That is very, very cool to see. But of course, we get to see a little bit back at this match where Zeta Division just played so solid, an entire 3-game set. I love the confidence from Santos Laguna. They stuck with their comfortable strategy every single game.
Yeah.
There were lots of moments that did feel like they could fight back, but I mean, honestly, especially in these last 2 games, Tommy on that Garchomp. I don't even know what more I can say.
I easily think Tommy is the MVP award for me during this entire set. I thought they had such a phenomenal showing, and I actually think it might be one of the first matches of our tournament where we can truly see this player is elite and belongs on this roster. 142,000 damage for this Garchomp with 8 knockouts. I mean, not only does this Pokemon have damage, not only does it have KO potential, crowd control potential as well. You know, like we said, Zeta Division moving on and are going to be waiting their next opponent, which is very interesting. Obviously, longtime rivals in Luminosity Gaming are one of the available options, but the other is a team that they have matched up against in a finals of an in-person tournament. Peru versus Zeta Division was a very incredible finals at EUIC years and years ago already. So one of Zeta Division's first ever showings. So I think Zeta Division are going to be very happy about whatever opponent they have on Championship Sunday.
You know, as much of a history nerd as I'd like to be, I forgot that happened.
Push his glasses
yeah,
up
okay,
further.
okay. All right. Good job,
Adjusts bow tie. Enters peak nerd.
Because they went by their original name back then. So if it wasn't even in my brain, right? I mean, obviously a lot of the matches did, but it was just so far back then. That is true. That could be an excellent rematch. I mean, regardless, it's an excellent rematch, right?
No matter what.
And regardless, it's 3 amazing regions that are all now still in the running for the World Championship. But Zeta, a team that, by the way, lost their first match on broadcast.
Remember that?
They lost their very first match on broadcast and now have come all the way back and earned their spot in the top 2 of the entire world.
And flawless in a semifinal. Like, that is so tough to do. Yeah, maybe sure your preparation worked out. I guess we'll get a little bit of intel as we do have an interview on stage with Zeta Division.
There's no sound on that. Well, Anaheim, California. This is your 2025 World's Pokémon Unite Grand Finalist, Zeta Division! It's such a pleasure to have you again here with me, Bitopo. Your performance has been absolutely incredible. I want to throw in a different question just because, you know, on the fly. Are you proud of your performance today?
今日のパフォーマンスについてどうですか？誇りに思っています？
もちろん、自分のプレーには結構今回は満足できたんですけど、ちょっと味方のトミーさんのプレーがあまりにもでかすぎて、もう本当にこちらとしてはなんか感激ですね。
So my friend Johnny,
We're very close.
Okay.
Very close.
Yeah, so I was Yeah.
Would you like me to be next to you?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
This is louder. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello. Okay. Go ahead. This one. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very proud, and but my friend Johnny was very big the whole time, and I thought it was amazing.
Well, I'm so glad that you. Whoa, that's loud. I'm very glad that you feel proud of yourself because honestly, Japan must be very proud of you as well. So I need to ask you, how are you feeling? I know that you're proud, but what is the feeling after finishing this best of 5 in such a dominant 3-0 fashion?
ちょっと一方的な対戦だったんですけれども、このように勝ってどう思います？
まあ 3-0 っていう、結果的に見たら結構一方的なのかもしれないですけど、結構ラストヒットレッグユーザーを取ったのが、自分たちだったっていうだけの試合もあったので、一方的